Hunting Hollywood. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination, so don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like, and if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 900 3D Printing. In a factory building at the former site of Hughes Aircraft Company in Playa Vista, a southern suburb of Los Angeles. Monday, March 4th. Simon arrived on time at 8 o'clock in the morning as usual. 24 hours later, in this factory building, which is 70 meters long and 30 meters wide and is comparable to the size of a large studio in a film studio, the air filled with the smell of welding arcs is also mixed with a distinct smell of sweat, indicating that someone has been working here for a long time without interruption. Not counting the staff responsible for judging or assisting, there are only 43 people left out of the 50 interviewees yesterday, a total of 9 groups. As Simon had expected, half of the teams are still working. However, what makes Simon satisfied is that no one in the team that has completed their own project is resting, and they are all helping others. Simon did not care why the other 7 people left, and personally announced the end of the interview time, and directly asked the NASA test team that came with him to start checking the rocket parts made by each interviewee. The aerospace field has lasted for half a century, and NASA has a complete set of standard protocols for various software and hardware equipment related to the aerospace industry. After working all night, the extremely exhausted interviewees were taken to an apartment next door to wash up. Elite's beautiful models would bring breakfast to them. Simon was not idle. He sat at a workbench and personally read the detailed records of the referee team's work in the past 24 hours for each interviewee. The referees were all professionals in NASA's rocket testing field. Although Simon did not plan to hire these people, the positions of temporary interviewers were more than enough. This was only the third round of interviews and the final results would not be confirmed. Simon did not plan to decide whether to hire the other party based on whether the teams completed their tasks. He was more inclined to judge whether the parties met his requirements based on the records of these interviewers. Half an hour later, the interviewees returned from the apartment next door one after another. The NASA team's inspection was still continuing. A row of chairs were lined up on the open space on one side of the factory near the entrance. More than a dozen tall and beautiful girls were setting out breakfast. Seeing everyone return, several of the girls invited everyone to sit down in a very decent manner. The fourth time. From yesterday till now, a total of 4 waves of beautiful girls have delivered meals. Their appearance and figure have made most of the interviewees, who are still single, excited. Some of the more open guys even approached them and asked for their contact information. As a result, everyone knew that these were professional models hired by Simon Westeros to deliver meals to them. In addition, the various foods for one day and one night actually covered the cuisines of Italy, France, China, Mexico and other countries. Even though most of them had a good income, it was not easy to eat them under normal circumstances. Food plus beauty. Tacky. This was the first reaction of some interviewees who understood Simon Westeros' intention. However, if you can, please keep going. Elon Musk returned with the other 3 team members who had gathered yesterday. They also changed into a new set of clothes provided by this side. Even though they had not rested for 24 hours, the mood of several people was still high at this time. Especially when they saw a group of beautiful girls appearing, they were even more energetic. After a quick look, this wave of girls changed again, but they were still all long-legged, thin-waisted and beautiful faces. If you can marry one, it will definitely be worth it. Of course, everyone is more concerned about whether they can get the job. If you know a little about the ways of the world, you can feel Simon Westeros' attention to specifics from many details from yesterday to now. In the past 24 hours, while busy and discussing with a small team, Musk and his friends also discovered one thing. The internet industry promoted by Simon Westeros is centered on 3 companies, Cisco, AOL and Egret. The 3 companies cover the 3 major areas of internet equipment providers, internet service providers and internet content providers, forming a complete industrial chain. Now, the total market value of these 3 companies alone is close to $900 billion. This is an obvious reference. Looking at this time, SpaceX, Solar City, and Fusion Times, 3 companies, one is aviation, one is photovoltaics, and one is nuclear fusion. Even if they are not as closely related as Cisco, AOL, and IGRIT, they also involve a whole industrial chain for humans to go to space. SpaceX provides aerospace technology to send humans out of the Earth. The photovoltaic technology provided by SolarCity can be widely used in space. The controlled nuclear fusion technology provided by Fusion Times is the fundamental energy source for humans to move towards the universe. Otherwise, relying solely on the mainstream fossil energy at this stage will not be able to support human expansion in the solar system, or even on a larger scale. Half a century ago, with the continuous breakthroughs in the aerospace field, many people began to fantasize about humans entering the space age, but unfortunately this day has never come. Now, according to Simon Westeros's plan, all this may really be realized. 9 o'clock. Everyone has returned and quickly finished breakfast. Simon came over from the work area at this time, holding a thing that looks like a hydraulic jack to ordinary people, but these people on the scene all know that Simon's hand is an aviation actuator, which is an important component commonly used in the aviation field to achieve the balance or steering of aircraft, rockets and other spacecraft through hydraulic transmission. Elon Musk's team sitting together couldn't help but look at each other, their eyes lit up. The parts Simon Westeros brought at this time were the works of the group of 4. Speaking of which, Musk's group was originally 5 people, one of whom failed to stick to it yesterday, thinking that this job was a waste of time, so he took the initiative to choose to quit before noon yesterday. Elon Musk still remembers that guy introducing himself as a master's degree holder in quantum physics and mechanical engineering from Stanford University, a very proud guy. It was a pity that he quit, otherwise, their group should be able to complete their work within 12 hours and get extra points by helping others. After the other party quit, a group of 4 people finally spent 21 hours to complete the actuator in Simon's hand. In order to process the transmission shaft of the actuator, the 4 people even learned how to use a precision lathe in these 21 hours. This extraordinary learning ability made the lathe technician, who was responsible for helping to ensure safety, a little dumbfounded. The key is that the accessories processed by the 4 people after learning temporarily are still fully in line with the requirements. Simon came to the center of the row of tables, put down the actuator in his hand, signaled everyone not to stand up, and said with a smile, "Although some of you have not been able to complete the work, I have seen that everyone who still stayed has done their best. What I want to say is that if you get this job, this is your future work status." Simon's voice fell, and a tall brown-haired young man across the table raised his hand slightly. After Simon's signal, he smiled and pointed to the food on the table and the models who were still in the nearby rest area. "Mr. Westeros, is this also true?" Everyone laughed. Simon didn't mind this kind of cross, and smiled and said, "The girls over there are just here to help everyone boost their spirits. If you want to have a follow-up, you have to make an appointment with them yourself. However, in terms of food, although it does not meet the standards of the past 4 meals, because you are all the elites among the elites selected by me, the catering standards after joining the company in the future will definitely be much better than your original company. In addition, this is Los Angeles, my territory. As long as you are interested, you will have many opportunities to participate in various celebrity parties in the future." Hearing this, everyone made a satisfied noise, and the models waiting nearby looked over curiously. Simon motioned for everyone to be quiet, patted the actuator in front of him, and said, "There is no need for me to introduce what this is. You all must know more than me. What I want to ask is, does anyone know what the industry price is for purchasing such a professional actuator?" As soon as Simon asked the question, the young man who had just joked immediately said, "I know this, about $100,000 US." Simon nodded slightly, changed the subject and said, "Then, how much do you think this equipment in my hand will cost?" Everyone was a little confused. As the person involved, Elon Musk has understood Simon's intention of bringing this device. It was not to praise them specifically. However, he was not disappointed. At this time, he said, "Mr. Westeros." Simon interrupted slightly, "You can just call me Simon." Elon Musk paused slightly and changed his address. "Simon, this device was made by my team. I don't know the quotes of various sensors and other spare parts. However, in my opinion, the cost of this device should not exceed $10,000 US. Yes, in fact, without considering the labor factors invested by everyone, the total value of all the accessories on this device is only $3,900 US, and the actuator of the same model, The professional manufacturer certified by NASA, quotes $120,000, Simon said, and then looked at everyone and continued, NASA's test team has just tested this equipment. They gave 9.5 points out of 10, which basically meets the aviation use standards. So, $120,000 and $3,900, what do you think? Hearing this, everyone didn't know how to express it for a while. Simon waited for a moment, but when no one responded, he said, I said yesterday that SpaceX is not a big toy invested in by a super rich man on a whim, but a company that truly wants to revolutionize the aerospace field and promote the future of mankind. Therefore, I need you to truly bring about qualitative changes to the aerospace industry, not only to further develop the technology based on the predecessors, but also to improve the cost. Traditional aerospace equipment manufacturers, such as Boeing, need 1,200 suppliers to provide components to build a rocket, because every supplier needs to ensure its own profits, which greatly increases the cost of the aerospace industry. Moreover, because the technology is too fragmented, it also greatly hinders the progress and innovation of the industry. These are what SpaceX needs to abandon. My operating idea for SpaceX is to maximize the independent design and production of all aerospace equipment components, including the core rocket engines. The ultimate goal is to achieve 100% independent production. Maybe some of you already think this is a bit crazy. How can a company complete all the work in the aerospace field by itself? But, in the 24 hours from yesterday to now, you have actually proved that you have this ability. The next step is just a further challenge. If you still think this is impossible, then you can quit now. If you want to try this challenge, the last interview will take 3 days. Write a detailed self-introduction for me. It is not a stereotyped introduction. I want you to describe in detail what aspects of the work you are capable of in the first work process of SpaceX to design and manufacture a launch vehicle in person. Okay, that's it for today, Simon said, and left with his entourage again in a vigorous manner. Because it was Monday and the schedule was very tight, Simon came by helicopter. After finishing the work, the Black Hawk helicopter took off from Playa Vista, crossed a Marina del Rey port where private cruise ships were densely packed, and flew straight to the Malibu Deanery Studios on the other side of the Los Angeles Bay. The work in the morning was all kinds of trivialities of the Westeros system. In the afternoon, according to the schedule, we returned to the recent plans. Simon set off for San Francisco at 1 p.m. and arrived in Palo Alto an hour later. In an ordinary office building near Stanford University, there is a startup company that has been bought in advance by Westeros. The company is also a new technology field, mainly developing a new technology, 3D printing. Although it is called a new technology, the concept of 3D printing had already sprouted as early as the end of the 19th century with the emergence of camera technology. By the 1980s, this technology was already quite mature, but it has never developed much because of the lack of practical application directions. In Simon's memory, many years later, China once had a 3D printing craze. From today's perspective, it should be more of an industry hype to obtain venture capital, and then it gradually died down. Because 3D printing is difficult to achieve large-scale industrial production, it can only play with the concept. If it is really used to produce cars or shoes, the cost is too high and it is not cost-effective at all. However, Simon remembers a direction that 3D printing is really suitable or perfect for. The aerospace field. 3D printing sounds very high-end. In fact, to put it simply, it is still a model-making technology, but 3D printing is indeed more high-end and can make complex models that cannot be completed by traditional industrial model-making techniques. The most typical one in my memory is the rocket engine. With traditional manufacturing techniques, many parts cannot be formed at one time, so they can only be made in a scattered manner for splicing and assembly. As a result, a rocket engine has more than 1,000 parts, and the manufacturing cycle is long. It usually takes 6 months to complete a rocket engine. In comparison, rocket engines manufactured with 3D printing technology have many complex parts that can be formed at one time, and the number of parts is directly reduced from more than 1,000 to less than 100. In the aerospace field, rocket launches costing tens of millions of dollars often fail because of a screw. The reason is that there are too many parts, which increases the uncertainty of rocket launches. The number of parts has been reduced to 1/10 of the original number. It is conceivable how much the success rate of rocket launches will be promoted. In addition, 3D printing technology can also greatly shorten the construction cycle of rocket engines. The original half-year manufacturing process only takes 1 month through 3D printing, even if the early modeling and later testing are included. The reduction of parts, the significant increase in stability, and the significant shortening of the construction cycle will eventually be reflected in the construction cost of a rocket. In Simon's vision, if the plan is extended to the entire colonization space cycle, the rocket will definitely be a spacecraft that needs to be eliminated. Even though the U.S. space shuttle program has suffered various setbacks and is now on the verge of abandonment, Simon believes that this is the real right direction and will continue to move in this direction in the future. Now, in the short term, what Simon has to do is to significantly reduce the cost of rocket manufacturing while making technological changes, so as to compete with established aerospace manufacturers for commercial orders and realize SpaceX's own sustainable business model. SpaceX has proved that technological change and cost reduction are not contradictory. As Simon's understanding of the industry deepens, he firmly believes in this. Take 3D printing for example. As long as this technology is actually applied, it is difficult to measure the reduction in the cost of spacecraft manufacturing. At the same time, 3D printing itself is also a big step forward in technology for the entire aerospace industry. Just like the laziness of human beings driving technological progress, the pursuit of low cost will also prompt a company to adopt more advanced technology. The first phase of SpaceX is just to develop a low-cost launch vehicle, which may not seem like much progress, but in this process, Simon intends to build on the foundation of his predecessors and apply as many new technologies that have emerged in human society over the past 30 years as possible. This will actually bring about progress in many fields such as cutting-edge materials, mechanical engineering, and electronic technology. On the other hand, the simultaneous progress of SpaceX, Solar City, and Fusion Times will bring about an all-round technological leap, because these three companies have basically covered all aspects of humanity's current cutting-edge technology. Chapter 901 How a Tyrant is Made. Simon stayed at a company called 3D Miracle near Stanford University for 3 hours. He watched the company produce an aluminum alloy teacup with a small 3D metal printer that the company had developed. Then he called everyone to a meeting to discuss the company's next development direction. The goal is very clear. Develop a large 3D printer that can print rocket parts. There are two difficulties. One is to ensure the precision of the 3D printer while making it large scale. Many rocket parts may weigh several tons, but the processing accuracy is at the micron level. This is a big challenge. Fortunately, there is a direction. At present, the operating accuracy of industrial robots produced by many high-tech companies can reach the micron level. The team can try to learn from them or directly entrust the development of auxiliary robots. On the other hand, 3D printers are needed to print various aviation materials. The principle of 3D printing is to solidify the material powder through laser sintering. The cutting-edge aviation alloys, whether in terms of melting point or hardness, are not comparable to ordinary daily aluminum alloys and other materials. 3D Miracle's existing equipment can only print low melting point aluminum alloys and other materials, so it needs further upgrading and transformation. After more than 2 hours of meetings, Simon agreed to a complete set of budget plans requested by Brian Deitch, the founder of 3D Miracle, on the condition that the team must develop a large 3D printer that can be used to build rocket parts within 1 year. In addition to funds, in the next year, the Westeros system will also be responsible for recruiting experts in related fields from all over the world, including mergers and acquisitions of other companies or patents in the field of 3D printing when necessary. Although he will not be stingy with necessary investments, Simon will not be a sucker. Unlike the hot internet, because the application field has always been narrow, there are many teams around the world that develop 3D printing, but basically few of them have an easy life. In addition, using an anonymous proxy team to initiate the acquisition, it will not cost too much to get these technologies. Just like 3D Miracle, Simon only spent $13 million to acquire this company. The main reason is that although 3D Miracle has produced products, it cannot be used commercially at all. Who would spend $100 to buy an aluminum alloy cup that can be bought for $5 in a shopping mall? 3D Miracle, a small company founded 5 years ago, raised funds for development due to the rise of the new technology wave in Silicon Valley. In 5 years, it has actually burned through several venture capital's funds of $6 million. The Westeros Systems Agency team took 100% of the company's shares for $13 million. The return rate of several venture capitals with a shareholding ratio of about 70% was only 50% when they exited. In 5 years, the average annual return was 10%, which was only slightly better than the return of investing in some high-yield bonds. Perhaps some news will leak out next, causing the relevant technology to rise, but the entire 3D printing field is still a buyer's market. Whether it is SpaceX and other 3 companies or 3D Miracle and other affiliated companies, Simon's operating ideas are exactly the same, all of which are to reduce costs as much as possible at a level that can be called exploitation. Therefore, only Simon exploits others, and others cannot expect to benefit from Simon unless they show due results. In addition to the positive case of SpaceX and his memory, the main reason for Simon's decision was another company in the original time and space, Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin. Many people don't know that Blue Origin, which is also committed to space exploration, was founded 2 years earlier than SpaceX. And it is definitely rich and powerful. It has everything you want. However, when SpaceX has become a new leader in the aerospace field and even replaced Boeing Lockheed Martin, which has lost its ability to land on the moon, to carry out the United States' New Century moon landing plan, Bezos' Blue Origin has not even achieved the ability to put rockets into orbit. There may be various reasons for this, but Simon firmly believes that the fate of the 2 companies is just like the famous saying in memory: born in adversity, die in comfort. Therefore, no matter how much he values it, for the SpaceX companies in his hands, Simon's first rule is not to give any team a comfortable working environment. If you think you are not good enough, get out. If you want a high salary that exceeds your own value, get out. If you can't complete the planned tasks without a suitable reason, get out. Even if some teams fail to meet Simon's expectations, he doesn't mind disbanding the entire team and starting over. In the next few years, Simon will let many people feel how tyrants are made. After finishing his work in San Francisco at 5 p.m., Simon did not stay in the Bay Area overnight this time. He took a private plane back to Los Angeles. There was a cocktail party in the evening. About the Detroit plan. After recent recommendations and investigations from all sides, Simon selected the first batch of young high-level children from the Westeros system. The number is not large, only 10 at a time. Before officially paving the way for these people, Simon arranged a cocktail party today in the name of a gathering of the Westeros system management. It was probably like Zhang Zihui's farewell to a group of sirs in infernal affairs. The young people always had to see their real boss behind the scenes. In order not to attract too much attention, the scale of the cocktail party was not small, so some young people mixed in were not conspicuous. After this, these people will be arranged to work in important institutions such as the White House or Washington in the next year. The whole process was not formal. The Westeros system was looking for an alternatives, and the target happened to be interested in politics. They hit it off immediately. The 2 sides did not have any agreement to remain loyal to the Westeros system. Smart people would understand that after all, it was just a start. The Westeros system would decide whether to provide additional support based on the subsequent performance of these people. In this process, many people who did not meet the standards would be eliminated. Simon would not leave behind documents such as the stumbling block plan that would allow Bourne and others to find clear evidence. Just as the original plan. Compared with uncertain loyalty, Simon paid more attention to the positions formed imperceptibly. As long as some of them identified themselves as Westerosians, they would naturally consider the interests of the Westeros system. The evening cocktail party started at 7:30, and the location was the Palisade hillside mansion that Simon had purchased earlier. Simon and his family came after dinner, and stayed at the cocktail party for less than an hour. He greeted each candidate for the Detroit plan, encouraged them tactfully, and left at 9 o'clock. Arrived at Playa Vista at 8 a.m. and left the cocktail party at 9 p.m., a total of 13 hours. The work for the day was finally over. Just as they got on the car back to Cape Dumay Manor, the accompanying girl A told Simon about a red-haired French girl who spent the New Year with Chen Qing and her 2 daughters in China. She called and tried to see if she could get a position at Fusion Times. Simon was still a little confused, but girl A explained. Emmanuel Brandt is a PhD in particle physics from the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology. She is a professional match and she claims to have a lot of connections in this area. Simon then remembered Emmanuel's personal file that he had seen before. After a little consideration, it was indeed true. However, The girl is now the chairman of Scober and recently assisted Chen Qing in setting up Excellence Technology Company in China, and became one of the shareholders by participating in the shares. This time, she probably saw Simon's attention to the three companies and thought it was a good opportunity. Moreover, the other party obviously did not intend to be an ordinary employee at Fusion Times. The planned headquarters of Fusion Times will be set up in San Francisco, mainly to rely on the talent resources of Stanford University. The headquarters of Scabo is also in San Francisco, so Emmanuel can take care of both. However, Simon thought for a moment, but still hesitated, mainly because Emmanuel was a woman. Even though many important executives in the Westeros system are women, the three companies this time are different, and the energy required is far more than ordinary work. Therefore, Simon needs animals. Men can be used as animals. Women can only be used as men. So all the interviewers at SpaceX in the past 2 days are men, without a single woman. Simon couldn't make up his mind for a while, and just said to Girl A, "Let's find a time to talk face to face when Emman comes back." By the way, how has the development of the VCD industry in China been in the past 2 months? Tell me. Girl A nodded and skillfully talked about the development of the current Chinese VCD industry. In the past 1995, the cumulative shipments of the Chinese VCD industry, which showed explosive growth, finally reached 1.53 million units, with sales reaching 6.1 billion yuan, and quickly became a very important new technology product in the Chinese market. At the same time, Scabo had completed the development of the second-generation video decoding chip as planned at the end of last year. The absolute technological leadership and Scabo's relatively open attitude towards cooperation basically blocked the feasibility of other electronic manufacturers to develop video decoding chips, and completely monopolized the market. At the beginning of the new year of 1996, Chinese VCD manufacturers such as BBK officially launched VCD products with built-in second-generation decoding chips, and also played another trump card, directly reducing the price from the high of about 4,000 yuan in the previous 2 years to 2,999 yuan, quickly swallowing up the VCR market, which was originally priced at more than 3,000 yuan. Under the operation of all parties, the total VCD shipments of major Chinese manufacturers have reached 1.78 million units in the first 2 months of the year, directly exceeding the whole of last year. It is expected that the overall shipments of the Chinese VCD market in 1996 are expected to reach 10 million units, and the annual sales are expected to be around 30 billion yuan. Influenced by this series of good news, Scabo's stock price has recently reached $2.3 billion, and its market value is more than 10 times that of when it was acquired by Westeros System last year. Although the current attention of the capital industry is attracted by several supergiants with a market value of hundreds of billions of dollars, such as Igrit, the return rate of investing in Scabo is still considered crazy by many Wall Street investors. China, Suzhou. When Lady A reported the current situation of China's VCD industry to Simon, Emmanuel Brandt and Lin Su came from Shanghai and Hangzhou respectively, and were invited to visit Chen Qing's home for a short time. The group will leave in the afternoon and fly to BJ. It is noon on March 5th in China. It is the 16th day of the first lunar month. Yesterday's Lantern Festival just passed. The Chen family originally lived in a small county town near SZ City. After making money, Chen Qing bought an antique house for her family in Gusa district in the north of Suzhou. In fact, she originally hoped that her family could move to Shanghai, but Chen's father and mother, who are used to living in a small county town, went around Shanghai and were very uncomfortable. In the end, they chose Suzhou, which is closer to their hometown. Even the antique house was the choice of Chen Qing's parents because they were not used to living in high-rise apartment buildings. Emmanuel, who is closer from Shanghai, arrived first, accompanied by 4 maids of Chen Qing and Lin Su. These people came to China before the new year and have been here until now. They will go to BJ together in the afternoon. Including Chen Qing, there are 6 people in the Chen family, including Chen's father, Chen's mother, Chen Qing's brother and sister-in-law, and a little nephew who is more than 4 years old. Even though Chen Qing had brought her own maids and guards home before, the 5 foreign girls came to the door at once, which still made the other members of the Chen family a little overwhelmed. Even the neighbors around came to watch the fun. Seeing this, Chen Qing simply sent away the 4 maids and guards, leaving Emmanuel alone at home. For this, her mother complained a few words, thinking that even if they were her daughter's subordinates, They should not be driven away like this. Chen Qing pretended not to hear her mother's nagging, because Lin Su had not arrived yet and lunch could not start, so she dragged Emmanuel to her room in the west wing of the house. This is a suite. After entering the house, Emmanuel relaxed a lot. He sat on the sofa without any hesitation, and said with a lingering fear on his face, "I really don't understand why people here look at me as if I'm in a zoo." Chen Qing had no intention of serving tea to Emmanuel. She also sat on the sofa next to her, picked up a folder that Emmanuel was flipping through before her group arrived, and casually said, "You are much more precious than the lions and tigers in the zoo." "Oh, this is definitely not a compliment." Emmanuel rolled her eyes at Chen Qing, and her eyes noticed something. She leaned over with her slender body, grabbed Chen Qing's right hand and took a look, pointing to an obvious red and swollen mark on the back of her hand and asked, "What's wrong with this?" Chen Qing shook off Emmanuel's hand that was touching her own, and said, "My father beat me." Emmanuel's eyes widened immediately, and she glanced at the scar on the back of Chen Qing's hand in disbelief. "Just now, Mr. Chen is a very good person. How could he? This is too violent." Chen Qing squinted at her. "The culture is different. Here, it is natural for parents to beat their children. At least that's the case in our family. But you're a girl." Chen Qing smiled and said, "My dad beats my brother even harder. He would hang him up." As she said this, she pointed to the top of her head in a figurative manner. Emmanuel obviously couldn't imagine what it was like to hang someone up and beat him, but he quickly thought of the key to the matter and asked, "Why did your father beat you?" Chen Qing didn't explain this time, and perfunctorily said, "Family affairs." This obviously didn't dispel Emmanuel's curiosity. What family affairs? Chen Qing couldn't say that she was beaten severely by her father with a feather duster because she persuaded her brother to divorce the sister-in-law she didn't like very much. The scar on the back of her hand was caused by being beaten when she raised her hand to cover it. She just curled her lips and saw Emmanuel's curious look. After thinking for a while, she said, "Because I haven't found a boyfriend at this age, I was beaten. You know, in China, parents attach great importance to their children's marriage." Emmanuel blinked and said quickly, "Chen, you lied to me. I know something about this matter. Besides, you are still very young, aren't you?" Chen Qing shrugged slightly. "Well, actually, I told my parents that I found a woman." "Simon Westeros? Woman?" Before Emmanuel could ask, the door was knocked, and a childish voice came from outside the door, and, "Guests are coming." Chen Qing heard it and got up from the sofa. "It should be Lin. Let's go out. My mother prepared lunch all day yesterday. Remember to praise him more later." The two walked out of Chen Qing's room, and Lin Su, who came from Hangzhou, was welcomed into the house by Chen's father, mother, brother and sister-in-law. When she saw Chen Qing appear, Lin Su hurriedly nodded to her, as if she wanted to get away. I don't know why. The way these people in the Chen family looked at her was really weird. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 902, Raising Jade. Lin Su soon discovered that not only the other members of the Chen family, but also Chen Qing behaved abnormally. She came over to hug her enthusiastically, very intimately, and just short of a kiss on the cheek. This girl usually didn't treat her like this. If they weren't forced together by a man, they would definitely be the two most unfamiliar people. All the guests arrived and everyone came to the restaurant together. Lin Su was pulled by Chen Qing to sit next to her. The atmosphere was obviously a little awkward, except for Emmanuel, who seemed to understand something and was laughing secretly. They had known each other for more than a year and had a very smart mind. The red-haired girl was already able to use Chinese fluently and had a considerable understanding of Chinese culture. Fortunately, Chen Qing's little nephew broke the awkwardness. Under Chen Qing's guidance, he used clumsy English to talk to Emmanuel, a foreign girl, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. Chen's mother then looked very concerned about Lin Su and asked her various information, such as how old she was, who was in her family, and how she got along with her daughter on weekdays. Finally, she reacted. This feeling was exactly the same as the scene when his parents questioned his girlfriend when his brother brought her home during the Chinese New Year. He was suddenly a little horrified. He couldn't help but secretly look around at everyone sitting there, and his eyes stayed on Chen Qing's brother Chen Liang for half a second. Just looking at Chen Qing's appearance, Chen's father and mother were both good-looking when they were young, and this was also inherited by Chen Qing's brother. He was 1.8 meters tall, had a neat crew cut, and his face was angular. He looked a bit like the male protagonist in the model movies he often watched in his early years. But he soon realized that something was obviously wrong. Chen Qing's brother's wife was sitting next to her husband. She was also a good-looking woman, with a bun, an oval face, and fair skin. Even though her expression was restrained, she still couldn't hide the gracefulness of a Jiangnan woman. So, what's going on? Lunch lasted for more than 20 minutes with Lin Su's suspicion and even vigilance. Father Chen, who had been quiet all this time, finally looked over with a serious expression. Xiao Lin, your aunt and I are not the kind of old-fashioned people. We also know that you and Xiao Qing need to rely on each other outside. After all, we are all Chinese. But, after all, you are all women. So, have you thought about the future, such as having children? Lin Su was stunned. Father Chen said it so clearly, if she still didn't understand, she would be a fool. She immediately glared at Chen Qing beside her. Bastard, what the hell did you say to your parents? Before Lin Su could speak, Chen Qing had already taken her arm and glared at her father. Dad, you don't have to care about what's going on between Su and me. Ah. Su? Ugh. If it weren't for the ladylike personality that she had nurtured since childhood, Lin Su would have jumped up and bit a female hooligan hard. When Chen's father heard his daughter talking back to him, he suddenly had the urge to throw his chopsticks. He also subconsciously looked around, trying to find something. It was not until his wife pulled him under the table that he realized that there were guests. He suppressed his anger. These days, this troubled daughter who had been bothering him since she was a child had made him very angry. Lin Su, who had quietly shaken off Chen Qing's arm, finally recovered at this time and looked at Chen's father and mother and said, Uncle, and, you must have misunderstood something. Chen Qing and I are not the kind of relationship you think. As soon as Lin Su finished speaking, Chen Qing immediately cooperated and said, That's right, Dad, Mom, I was just joking. When Chen's father and mother heard what the two girls said, they looked like you two are treating us like fools. Chen's mother also asked, Did you two live together when you were in the United States? Chen Qing interrupted and said with a look of quibbling, Mom, we just lived together. There are guests here. Can you be more decent? Decent? A girl finds another girl. What's decent? Father Chen thought so and looked around subconsciously. Mother Chen pulled her husband again, sighed helplessly, glanced at Emmanuel who seemed to understand nothing and ate quietly, and then said to Lin Su, Zhao Qing has been restless since she was a child. When she was 4 years old, a fortune teller said. Anyway, if her father hadn't been beating and scolding her for so many years, she would definitely go astray. Anyway, Xiaolin, you are a few years older than her, you are her elder sister, you should watch her more in the future, and, take care of her more. Lin Su was completely speechless, and nodded slightly helplessly in the expectant eyes of Mother Chen. Emmanuel turned her beautiful blue eyes, and she was a little curious in her heart. She happened to have heard about the magical Chinese gossip divination culture in the past year. From the perspective of a girl, this is much more professional and profound than those Western astrology and tarot cards. So she wanted to know what the fortune teller mentioned by Mother Chen said about Chen Qing, and it seemed to be very accurate. Finally, this weird lunch ended. Chen Qing and his party left Suzhou and took a pre-booked private flight to BJ. After the Gulfstream V took off, Emmanuel couldn't wait to ask about the fortune-telling that Chen's mother had mentioned during lunch. Chen Qing, who was leaning on a leather chair by the porthole, was holding a research report on China's jade industry provided by Cersei Capital's China Economic Research Institute and reading it carefully. She said, I don't know. I was only 4 years old at that time. Emmanuel certainly didn't believe it and asked, Didn't your mother tell you? Chen Qing shook her head and said firmly, Really not. My parents are very taboo about this matter. Even my brother doesn't know. However, it must not be a good thing. If I find that fortune teller, I will definitely smash this stall. You don't know how many times my father has beaten me because of this. Look, my hand is still swollen now. Seeing that Chen Qing insisted on not saying anything, Emmanuel had to give up. He noticed the document in Chen Qing's hand and asked, Are you interested in the jade industry again? Chen Qing nodded and shook her head. It's too professional and there are too many routines. I can only watch for the time being. I don't have time. Emmanuel came over and looked at the document in Chen Qing's hand, saying, find someone to do it, just like our boss. If he had to do everything himself, the Westeros system would not have developed to its current scale. Chen Qing glanced at her. Do you think it's so easy to find the right person? This topic seemed to have been discussed before. Emmanuel shrugged slightly. Of course I know it's not easy, but things have to be done. By the way, let me tell you something. I contacted Los Angeles this morning. If possible, I should get a part-time job at Fusion Times. Chen Qing nodded and did not object. Emmanuel was her personal pick, but she did not put all her hopes on this red-haired girl. There were actually quite a few people available now. If the boss really liked this French girl, he could take her. However, Chen Qing still said, in fact, I am not optimistic about the 3 companies that the boss has personally led recently. The investment is too large, the cycle is too long, and in the end, nothing may be gained. Emmanuel disagreed and retorted, Chen, you value profit too much? I admire it very much. Some things have to be done by someone. You know, 20 years after the Wright brothers' first test flight, air travel has become the norm. However, since Gagarin of the Soviet Union first landed in space in 1961, 35 years have passed, and human spaceflight has not only not made any progress, but has been declining. This is abnormal, and we should not stop exploring. Chen Qing noticed the admiration in Emmanuel's expression and smiled. In this case, why don't you put down everything in your hands and help the boss do this wholeheartedly? Emmanuel said, Chen, this demanding concept is wrong. I agree with the boss's plan and am willing to provide help, which is already very good. Chen Qing smiled and said, or, you actually have a speculative mentality in it, right? What if Fusion Times succeeds, just like Ygritte and the others? As one of the early founders, you will get a generous reward. Emmanuel was not at all embarrassed by being exposed, and nodded, of course, if I pay, I definitely hope to get a corresponding return. On this point, I don't really disagree with some of your ideas, that is, asking others to devote everything without talking about rewards, which is simply being a hooligan. Chen Qing paused and reminded, just talk about these things with me, don't talk about them everywhere. Why? Just like your racial discrimination in the West, you can only do it, not say it. Chen, I'm not a racist. Chen Qing was a little impatient. Just remember what I said, do you have to wait for reality to teach you a lesson? Well, okay, Emmanuel nodded tactfully, as she was her superior after all. She glanced at Lin Su, who was absent-mindedly flipping through an English edition of Time magazine, and after a moment of hesitation, Emmanuel leaned over to Chen Qing's ear and whispered, you should apologize to Lin. Chen Qing knew what she meant, and said indifferently, we are a couple, why should we apologize? Chen Qing did not lower her voice, and Lin Su immediately raised her head and glared at her again. Chen Qing was not to be outdone, and smiled and looked over, why, do you want to fight with me? Lin Su gritted her teeth, I want to die with you. Chen Qing's smile remained unchanged, then let's talk about it after we get off the plane, don't implicate Emmanuel and the others. Lin Su stood up suddenly, but did not rush over. She just turned angrily to the bedroom at the back of the cabin, intending not to talk to Chen Qing all the way. Emmanuel watched Lin Su leave, retracted his attention, and said, but your parents are really open-minded. I heard from them that, well, they are not old-fashioned people. Haha, I didn't expect it. I always thought that Chinese people would be very conservative. Chen Qing said, of course they are conservative, but the culture is different. Because of Western religious concepts, you are very resistant to homosexuality. China does not have such a natural cultural prejudice. If you say you are gay here, people will only be curious and will not discriminate against you. From Suzhou, the Gulfstream V arrived in Beijing in just over an hour. It was not even 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At the Capital International Airport, there were already people waiting here, and the scene was very grand. The reason for this was that the main task of Chen Qing and others' trip to the capital this time was to coordinate Simon's trip to China at the end of April. Entrusted by someone, Chen Qing kept looking for opportunities to talk to her boss, and someone finally agreed to come to China again during the spring rain season, and then agreed to take 2 days off from this trip for a formal official visit. With Simon's current power and position, even the heads of many countries cannot reach it. Although in order to obtain more resources and connections in China to help the authorities, the current position is different after all. Chen Qing initially proposed to the officials who contacted her that if she wanted her help, she must give the highest standard of reception level, otherwise no discussion. China certainly has its own thoughts. If Simon Westeros can make a public visit, instead of just a private visit 2 years ago, the publicity will definitely greatly increase the confidence of countries around the world in China's economy. Economic development is the center, which is the top priority for China at present. It is still early March. Since the reception standards have been determined, even if Simon's visit has to wait until late April, many things need to be prepared. In addition, during this trip, Chen Qing also has to finalize the final list of candidates for the selection of the National Style Art Troupe, and then send it to her boss for someone to decide personally. Originally, this matter could be done in Shanghai, but the girl is not free now, so in order to cooperate with her schedule, she might as well do it together this time. Finally, there are various other trivial matters. Establishing the R&D Center of Excellence Technology in the capital, inspecting a series of properties of her boss, strengthening various personal networks here, etc. After all the calculations, it is expected to take a week. Chen Qing exchanged pleasantries with the staff of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs at the airport, confirmed the meeting schedule for tomorrow, and declined the other party's invitation for dinner. The group took the car sent by the Westeros Company's China headquarters to the city. This is not the first time to come to China. However, Emmanuel has been to several cities on the southeast coast in the past. This is the first time to come to the capital. He is full of curiosity about the political center of this country. He has been looking at the city scenery outside the car window all the way. The overall feeling is still backward. In addition, it is still early spring. The monotonous and slightly dilapidated city buildings and the bare dead trees and withered grass make this city more cold and solemn, which is obviously not as lively and prosperous as the south. A convoy of 5 imported black Mercedes-Benz S500s, which were rarely seen on the streets of BJ in this era, arrived at the city center more than half an hour later. They carefully turned from Jaya Adeokao South Street into a long and narrow alley. Chen Qing, who had been looking through various documents and materials beside Emmanuel, finally raised her head from a document and noticed the expression of the red-haired girl next to her. She asked, "How do you feel?" Emmanuel shrugged slightly. Chen Qing smiled and said, "So, you are not as good as Brienne in this regard. The last time Xiaoli came with me, she saw the potential vitality of this city and even this country, but you can only see the surface." Emmanuel gestured to the narrow alleys on both sides with some dissatisfaction. "I am also looking forward to seeing the inside." The convoy slowly drove more than half a kilometer into the alley and finally stopped in front of the gate of a private house. The door was opened by the attentive driver. Chen Qing got out of the car. The gate of the courtyard on the side of the road had been opened. 2 black-haired girls wearing standard Wei family-made uniforms stood at the door. Directly leaving other matters to Lin Su and the others who got off a car behind, Chen Qing switched to French and said to Emmanuel on the other side, "In fact, what kind of scenery you can see depends on where you stand." Pointing to the alleys on both sides, she said, "If you are just a bottom of this society, then when you arrive in this city, you can only see the dilapidated and narrow alleys, and see passers-by of the same class as you rushing for a living. However, whether it is this city or other places, their true heritage is hidden inside various high-rise buildings, deep gardens and mansions." Chen Qing pointed to the 2 respectful black-haired girls standing in front of the courtyard gate and continued in French, "Like them, ordinary people usually can't see them, and even out of reach. However, they graduated from the best universities in China, and are actually just some embellishments of the interior of this Chinese classical-style mansion you are about to see." Chapter 903, Raising Jade, 2. As Chen Qing spoke, she stepped into the gate of the courtyard. In addition to a pair of maids on both sides of the gate, there were 4 other girls standing on the left and right in front of the screen wall inside the gate. One of them raised her head with a slight expression when she heard Chen Qing's words, and then quickly lowered her eyes. Chen Qing noticed the maid's small action and pointed at her, "Take us in for a walk." Seeing Chen Qing pointing over, the maid politely bowed slightly and made a gesture of invitation, pointing to the side door, and said in fluent English, "Okay, Miss Chen, Ms. Brandt, please come this way." Emmanuel followed Chen Qing and stepped into the side door on the left-hand side under the guidance of the maid, and then entered the second door. Then she noticed something and asked, It's strange, why wasn't the gate just now in the middle of the courtyard? Chen Qing walked in front, looking around at the completely rebuilt houses and corridors around her, and said to the maid next to her, "Do you know? Explain it to her." The waitress slowed down her pace and followed behind the two of them. When she heard Chen Qing's question, she saw that Emmanuel had just switched to standard Chinese and answered in Mandarin, "Ms. Brent, this is a layout based on Chinese Feng Shui theory. Among the 5 elements and 8 diagrams, the Sun diagram is in the southeast. The 5 elements belong to wind, which is conducive to travel. Therefore, the main gate of the courtyard is built in the southeast, which means safe entry and exit." Emmanuel listened very carefully. After the waitress finished speaking, she nodded and said, "It's really interesting. I'm more interested in this matter. Can you recommend me a book that introduces the Chinese 5 elements and 8 diagrams?" The waitress said, "The Book of Changes, which is the root of all Chinese 5 elements and 8 diagrams theories. However, Maid Brent, this book is very obscure, even ordinary Chinese people can't understand it. Do you understand?" The waitress hesitated a little and said, "If it's just a simple explanation, I can help." "Then, you teach me these few days." The waitress glanced at Chen Qing in the front, and seeing that she didn't object, she nodded slightly. "It's my honor." The 3 of them entered the second courtyard, and Emmanuel looked around again. Compared with the narrow alleys outside, this place is really the heritage of a city, as Chen Qing said. Whether it is the twisted ancient trees in the courtyard or the surrounding green bricks and tiles, they all have an antique beauty. Unfortunately, it is still early spring. If it is midsummer, the thick green shade of the trees and the green bricks and tiles will definitely complement each other. Chen Qing in front suddenly said again, "Isn't it beautiful?" Emmanuel nodded, "Yes." Chen Qing said, "Unfortunately, except for these ancient trees in the yard, the others are basically rebuilt in the past year." Emmanuel was a little surprised and looked around again. "It doesn't look like it." Chen Qing turned her head and glanced at her. "Starting from the gate you just entered, everything was rebuilt, but they were all rebuilt by dismantling the bricks and tiles on the original building piece by piece, and rebuilding the materials that could not fill the gaps." Emmanuel was a little shocked and subconsciously glanced at the waitress beside her. The waitress noticed Emmanuel's gaze and shook her head slightly. "I just moved in here a week ago, but, as Miss Chen said, it was all rebuilt. This place, once suffered very serious damage, and even repairs are impossible, so it can only be rebuilt." Chen Qing, who was walking in front, said, "In fact, I hoped that the boss would choose the courtyard house next to Haohe or the Forbidden City. I didn't expect him to choose Nanlua Guxiang. Haha, it's understandable. The boss likes big places. This is a standard 5-entry courtyard house. Moreover, they probably knew that the quality of this house was too poor, so they built a garden next to it, with a total area of more than 5,000 square meters. Now in this city, there are not many private houses with such a large area. Most of the courtyards of the same size have become memorial halls." After speaking, Chen Qing entered the nearest courtyard. He did not stop, but walked to a side door on the right. After crossing the side door, an open garden modeled after the Suzhou garden style appeared in front of him. Unfortunately, it was still the raw season. However, this place has obviously been carefully maintained. Even though it lacks the greenery that a garden should have, the pavilions and terraces are still full of ancient charm. Chen Qing walked along the stone path to the front yard of the garden again, walked to a small pavilion beside the pool, sat down on the stone chair in the pavilion, and finally looked at the maid who had followed her all the way, about 1.7 meters tall, slender and well-proportioned, with a delicate oval face and a pair of almond eyes, which immediately made her charming and natural. "What's your name?" The maid saw Emmanuel sitting casually next to Chen Qing, and did not dare to have the same idea. She still stood respectfully beside her and said, "Jiang Shanwu." Chen Qing curled her lips. "Mountains dance like silver snakes, plains gallop like wax elephants." The maid named Jiang Shanwu nodded. Let me guess, you don't have a brother or a younger brother named Jiang Yuanqi." Jiang Shanwu responded to Chen Qing's teasing, slightly raised the corners of her mouth, and said, "It's a younger sister." "How old?" 2 years younger than me. She is in Peking University." When mentioning the name of a university, Jiang Shanwu's tone added a bit of pride. Chen Qing, who was sitting at the stone table, raised her hand to support her chin, looking a little lazy, as if she didn't feel the emotion in Jiang Shanwu's tone, and said lightly, "Is she pretty?" Zhang Shanwu paused and nodded. Pretty. Bring her here one of these days. Since you can enter this yard, she should be fine too. If possible, stay. Zhang Shanwu looked up at Chen Qing, but less than a second later she retracted her eyes and said softly, my sister is only a freshman. This is the best. There is nothing wrong with her brain, and she hasn't grown so many thoughts yet. It's just right to train her from scratch. Zhang Shanwu bit her lip, raised her head again, and looked at Chen Qing. Ms. Chen, my sister will not come, and my parents will not agree to her dropping out of school now. Chen Qing looked at her, and suddenly changed direction. Do you know French? Zhang Shanwu blinked quickly a few times, wanting to deny it, but feeling Chen Qing's equally charming but obviously sharp eyes, she finally just nodded slightly. So, you understood what I said to Eamon at the gate. Zhang Shanwu looked at Chen Qing, and after a moment, she bit her lip. Ms. Chen, I think what you just said was very disrespectful. This is objectifying women. Oh, objectifying women, haha, which university did you graduate from? Zhang Shanwu hesitated slightly, but still said, Xi'an International Studies University. No wonder you learned so many new Western words, objectifying women, haha. By the way, I'm from Shanghai International Studies University, and we are also, what was it? Anyway, we are quite destined to meet. As she said this, Chen Qing suddenly hooked her hand at Zhang Shanwu. Come here. Zhang Shanwu hesitated slightly, but still moved forward a little. Seeing that Chen Qing was still raising her hand, she could only move forward a little more until the slender fingertips in front of her touched her chin. Chen Qing unconsciously imitated a certain man's action and lifted the delicate chin of the girl in front of her, saying, Zhang Shanwu, this name is a bit big, and you like to be smart. If you can't hold it up, be careful of your beauty in short life. Zhang Shanwu didn't know how to refute for a while, and she was a little afraid to avoid it. Tears soon welled up in her eyes. Emmanuel watched Chen Qing's bullying. She was a straightforward person. At first, she wanted to help persuade her, but at this moment, for some reason, looking at the situation in front of her, she suddenly didn't dare to persuade. The main reason was, there was an instinctive feeling in her heart that she didn't want to get into trouble. Chen Qing looked at the girl in front of her crying, slightly spread her hands, accurately caught a drop, held it in front of her eyes and tilted her head to look at it. Suddenly, she seemed to find that she didn't know how to deal with it, so she casually put it in front of Emmanuel. Try it. I heard that the tears of beautiful girls are sweet. Emmanuel seemed to be under a spell, and subconsciously stretched out her tongue to lick it. Salty. Obviously, she was deceived. Chen Qing took back her right hand that had been licked of tears, propped up her chin again, and watched the girl in front of her cry silently and then sob slowly, with great appreciation. It was like this for a long time until Kathryn Elgar, a female guard accompanying Chen Qing and Lin Su, came over and finally broke this weird atmosphere. Kathryn Elgar just glanced at Zhang Shanwu, who finally came to her senses and began to wipe her tears in panic because of the appearance of outsiders, and said to Chen Qing, Ms. Ran Yu is here. Chen Qing nodded, stood up, and finally looked at Zhang Shanwu who barely stopped sobbing. Just now you and Eamon explained the reason why the door opened to the southeast. You have a good foundation in Chinese studies, or you have prepared in advance. So, do you know the 5th chapter of the Tao Te Ching? Zhang Shanwu avoided Chen Qing's gaze and did not answer. Chen Qing said, everything in this world is like a straw dog. So, don't forget what I just said, and don't think that you can quit at the worst. You are so smart, and you may not know who you are serving now. However, since you have entered a yard like this, it is not easy to get out. After Chen Qing finished speaking, she turned and walked towards the nearest side door. Kathryn Elgar hurriedly followed, and of course she found that Chen Qing was angry. How should I put it? This boss of hers is as docile as a kitten only in front of a certain man. It is really difficult to get along with him on weekdays. She looked at Emmanuel who followed with her inquiringly, and seeing that she just shrugged, Kathryn gave up the idea of inquiring. The Ran Yu that Kathryn mentioned is one of the team that Chen Qing has formed in China. She is 35 years old this year and was also a public official in Shanghai. After Chen Qing successfully gained a foothold beside Simon, she persuaded Ran Yu to come and help her. In recent years, the trend of going into business in China has been hot. Ran Yu, who is already 35 years old and still only a deputy section level official, also knows that she will not have much future if she continues to hold on. In addition, the salary offered by Chen Qing is very generous, so she decisively resigned from her position. However, Ran Yu's husband, who also works in a government department and is only half a level higher than her, did not resign, leaving a way out. This is also Chen Qing's suggestion. The main reason is that both Ran Yu and her husband Cheng Shangxin are considered to be a family of government officials. It's just that due to various reasons in those years, the couple's direct support is all gone, so there is no hope of climbing up. However, both the Ram family and the Chang family actually still retain a considerable network of people. It's just that network of people. How to say it? It's still the old saying that if you are poor in a busy city, no one will ask you, but if you are rich in the mountains, you will have distant relatives. When everyone has equal status and can exchange resources with each other, that is the best network of people. Otherwise, relying only on friendship, this thing is the most unreliable and will disappear after a few times. This was the state of Ran Yu and his wife at the beginning. Then, Ran Yu chose to resign to help Chen Qing, and in disguise, she got on the Westeros system, which was so thick that it couldn't be any thicker, because the Westeros system was making various moves in the southeast coast, including various projects in Shanghai, and they always needed official contacts. So, the dead chess game between the Ran and Chang families, which had already had no hope, was revived again. In the past year, Cheng Shangxin not only successfully moved up a level, but also stepped from the original King Yamen department to Development and Reform Commission department in the core of a municipality. Of course, the Westeros system also instructed. Through the introduction of Ran Yu and his wife, Chen Qing spread out a very wide network of people in Shanghai. Because it was just taking advantage of the influence of various projects in the Westeros system, there was no substantial effort, and the gains were even greater. Chen Qing came to the front yard reception room of the courtyard, and a round-faced woman wearing a white suit and long hair, which was quite fashionable at least in China, hurriedly got up from her chair, and several other followers also stood up. Completely without the sharpness she had just shown in front of Jiang Shanwu, Chen Qing warmly opened her arms and hugged Ran Yu, smiling, "Sister Ran, you've worked so hard. You haven't been back to Shanghai for so many days. Brother Cheng must be scolding me in his heart." Ran Yu also hugged Chen Qing and smiled, "That damn guy won't miss me. Maybe he has already hooked up with many girls. Brother Cheng is not that kind of person." The two chatted and laughed, and Ran Yu introduced several people who were accompanying her. Except for one girl who was Ran Yu's assistant, the other three men of different ages were all big names in the Jade Circle in Beijing. Ran Yu and others came here mainly to prepare jade nameplates for all the girls in the national-style art troupe as Simon had instructed. Chen Qing has a strong execution ability and has already handled this matter during this period. Everyone was talking and greeting each other. Lin Su, who had just been treated as a hands-off boss by Chen Qing and could only be responsible for cleaning up and settling down, also rushed over. After another round of greetings, everyone quickly got down to business. Ran Yu personally opened a large password box that she carried with her. Inside was a long strip of exquisite jewelry packaging boxes. Everyone put on gloves solemnly. Then a middle-aged man picked out a box and opened it in person to show it to Chen Qing. Before anyone else could react, Lin Su had already noticed something was wrong. In the box was an obviously finely crafted jade necklace. The chain was made of platinum, and the pendant was a selected Hessian jade seed material. This one happened to be the most precious red skin and white meat. However, the inscription on the pendant jade stone obviously did not meet the requirements. Simon originally gave 100 names based on the vocabulary in the Book of Songs. Chen Qing found several of the top jade carving masters in the circle. Starting from selecting jade materials, a special carving plan was designed for each name. The precious red skin and white meat Hessian jade seed material in front of him had the seal character nine-tailed carved on it. Lin Su picked it up and looked at it carefully. There was also a lifelike nine-tailed fox carved on the other side of the jade. Among the names Simon gave, there was indeed a name related to foxes, which was taken from the title of a poem in the Book of Songs, "There's a Fox." But this, nine-tailed? What the hell? Nine-tailed fox? These two words were not in the name Simon gave. However, before Lin Su could raise her doubts, Chen Qing had already snatched the pendant away. "No mistake, this one is mine." Lin Su immediately became angry. "You, don't forget, he doesn't like this the most. I've talked to the boss, and, knowing that you are in charge of the accounts, I'll pay for this one myself." He then looked at an old man who came with Ranyu. "Master Ning, can I put it on directly?" The jade carving master named Ning didn't know why Chen and Lin had a small conflict just now, but usually it was Chen Qing who came forward. This time, 101 jade pendants, even if shared with a few people, were a big deal. He also thought that this woman would be able to introduce more to them in the future. At this time, his attitude was naturally respectful, and he smiled. "Of course, this is not an amulet or something, it needs to be consecrated. You can wear it directly, but, Miss Chen, don't take it off easily after putting it on. Jade needs to be nurtured. People nurture jade for 3 years, and jade nurtures people for a lifetime." After hearing what Master Ning said, Chen Qing was not in a hurry to wear it. She smiled and said, "Well, I'll pick a better day." Then she put the jade pendant back into the box, took it in her hand and looked at it carefully, and praised, "It's really well done, Master Ning. If there are such orders in the future, I will definitely come to you again." Finally, she looked at Lin Su and said, "Since you attach so much importance to it, you will do the last job. Be careful. I'm going to sleep for a while after running around all day. I'm so tired." After saying that, she nodded to everyone and left the reception room with the box. Everyone saw Chen Qing off together. When they saw the girl step into the gate of the inner courtyard, they were about to return when they heard a humming. There is a fox swaying, on the other side of the killian. My heart is worried, and my son has no clothes. There is a fox swaying. Chen Qing was obviously still humming, but the song soon disappeared because the girl was far away. Lin Su heard that this was a piece of music from the Book of Songs, There is a Fox, which was composed by a man himself. Others did not know this. Master Ning, who was just asked by Chen Qing, had an admiring expression. "I didn't expect that Miss Chen's casual singing of the Book of Songs was so beautiful, with a national charm." Others echoed. Lin Su wanted to roll her eyes, but she resisted the urge to expose Chen Qing for just singing someone else's music. She returned to the reception room to personally inspect the 100 jade pendants sent by Ranyu and others. On the other side, Chen Qing came to the inner courtyard. The west wing had been cleaned up. She would live here for the next few days. She entered her room, signaled the maid to help her prepare the bathwater, took a hot bath, came out in a short bathrobe, took out the jade pendant again, stood in front of a dressing mirror in the bedroom, and looked at the jade pendant and the person in the mirror. A murmur sounded in the room. "The charming king deceives the superiors and brings disaster to the country and the people. Haha, what a great sin. A man lost his kingdom and blamed it on a woman. What a joke. Even if a man can't control his woman and loses his kingdom, he deserves it." After muttering this, Chen Qing put on the jade pendant engraved with the 2 ancient seal characters 9 tails, looked in the mirror, and then simply took off her bathrobe. The position is just right. It will definitely produce a good jade. After admiring it for a while, Chen Qing turned around and threw herself directly onto the big bed. Before wrapping herself with a quilt, she seemed to mutter to herself, "What does it have to do with me?" Chapter 904 600 million. On March 8th, another box office week passed, and North American film history ushered in a new historical moment. Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, which was released 11 weeks ago, officially broke through $600 million at the domestic box office, becoming the first movie in Hollywood history to break through $600 million at the domestic box office, and also the first movie to break through $600 million at the box office in a single movie market. The North American media and fans were excited. On the internet platform, the number $600 million could be seen everywhere on that day, and various websites of all sizes rushed to report on this entertainment event. And whether Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice could go further was speculated. Because in the box office week from March 1st to March 7th, while the domestic box office broke through $600 million, the single-week box office of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice was only $11.56 million. If it was a general commercial movie, even a blockbuster like the Jurassic Park series, the single-week box office would fall to the $10 million range, and it would be unlikely to collect another $100 million in the future. Batman v Superman, which has a phenomenal attribute, is of course different. What's more, the Oscars are coming soon. Although Batman v Super did not apply for the Golden Globe Awards held in January, this awards season, various union awards or other media-sponsored awards that are also Oscar pre-awards, Batman v Super have won a lot during this period, which in turn has continuously stimulated the popularity and box office of this movie. Therefore, whether it is media opinion or public relations, there is no big suspense that Batman v Super will become the big winner of this Oscar. The first film in North American film history to break through $600 million in the local market and even reach $700 million, so popular, do you dare to say that it is not qualified to win an Oscar? The Oscars have never stipulated that commercial films cannot win awards. In fact, it is only in the next 10 or 20 years that the Oscars have moved towards the extreme of only art and political correctness. Before the millennium, the Oscars were very inclusive. Not to mention Titanic in the original Time and Space, and before that, Forrest Gump, and even Rocky, Out of Africa, Platoon and other movies that won the Best Picture Golden Man. They were first of all very popular commercial blockbusters. What's more, the huge interests involved in this movie. Not only has the domestic box office exceeded $600 million and is heading for $700 million, but overseas, in the past 2 months, Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice has come from behind. At present, many countries and regions are still delaying the release of this film in order to protect the local film market. According to last week's statistics, the overseas cumulative box office of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice has reached $870 million. It can be imagined that once Batman v Superman wins the Oscar and the overseas distribution is further promoted, this DC superhero blockbuster will have a box office of more than $1 billion in the overseas market. The first super blockbuster with a box office of more than $1 billion in the overseas market. For such a project, whoever dares to interfere, then don't even think about getting into Hollywood in the future. To put it seriously, with a profit scale of billions, if you delay others from making money, it is not impossible for you to die in a car accident or commit suicide. Profits drive everything. Therefore, although the single-week box office is only $11.56 million, the impact of Batman v Superman on the domestic $700 million is already the same goal of the film company, the media, fans, etc., and even if they secretly buy the box office, they have to wade through it, so that it can be considered a success. Also this week, because of the shining light of the Super Batman vs. Superman War, Rush Hour produced by New World Pictures under Deaneries Entertainment has accumulated a box office of over 100 million yuan in 4 weeks of release. At least in the media and the public, it seems not so conspicuous. Rush Hour, which was released on Valentine's Day on February 9th, exceeded expectations with a box office of $42.83 million in the first week. The box office fell by more than 30% in the second and third weeks, far from the strong curve of Super Batman vs. Superman. However, after 4 weeks of release, the film has also relied on the single-week box office of $14.38 million in the past week, and the domestic cumulative domestic box office has reached $101.66 million, successfully entering the threshold of the 100 million yuan club. The outside world does not seem to care so much, but the Hollywood circle is not so calm. Super Batman vs. Superman has not ended yet. The domestic cumulative domestic box office during last year's Thanksgiving was finally $256 million. Beauty and the Beast has just been released recently, and Rush Hour has already taken over. This is really leaving no way out. However, if Deaneries Entertainment had been so strong 3 years ago, 5 years ago, or even earlier, other Hollywood studios might have united. If you don't let me have an easy life, I certainly won't let you have an easy life. If several studios united at that time, even if they couldn't completely crush Deaneries Entertainment, they would definitely let Simon Westeros know who has the final say in Hollywood. Now, everything is too late. Although there are still 7 major Hollywood companies now, except for Deaneries Entertainment and Time Warner Group, which are official. Columbia was directly digested by Sony, Disney became the little princess of the French, Paramount was bought by Canadian capital, and Fox and MGM, to be precise, were both Australian capital. Time Warner and Deaneries are in the same boat, and it is impossible for them to fall out. Fox and MGM are similar. The remaining 3, the Japanese, the French, and the Canadians, united to deal with an American company in the United States. Who do you think would agree? What's more, Deaneries Entertainment is now backed by the Westeros system that controls trillions of dollars in assets. This is even more terrifying. Unless Deaneries Entertainment itself makes a serious mistake, It is impeccable. Therefore, let alone using dirty tricks to suppress Deanery's entertainment, everyone should be thankful that Simon Westeros does not do the same. The only thing other studios can do now is to make excellent movies as much as possible and let the market speak. However, this is really not an easy task. Many studio executives have even generally had the idea of backing off again, seeing their company's bleak film business. Malibu, Deanery Studios. The time is March 8th. Simon arrived at a company at 8 o'clock in the morning and processed various documents for an hour. Then he discussed the post-production of the project with a team of Charlie's Angels, which has officially finished shooting and is scheduled for the end of the year, attended the production meeting of Independence Day, and finally had a meeting with Amy Pascal and several other senior executives to discuss the design plan of Universal Studios Italy. Before he knew it, it was already noon. After the meeting, Simon and Amy walked out of the conference room together, saying, "Next month's trip to China, Jeff from Ygritte, Chambers from Cisco, and Raymond from Verizon will go with me. As for Deanery's, you should know that I'm sure it's Ella, not you, mainly because it's unnecessary. You know that the entertainment industry over there will not be able to form a very obvious scale in another 10 years, and we are just laying the foundation now." Amy smiled and listened to Simon's words, and nodded. "Boss, I understand, it's really only Ella who needs to go. Ella Deutschmann is in charge of Guillaumin Films, which mainly focuses on art films. It just so happens that the film and television industry in China at this stage basically focuses on winning awards overseas. In recent years, Guillaumin Films has been responsible for the distribution of many Chinese films, so it's just right for Deutschmann to accompany him. These days, through the communication between Chen Qing and the Westeros family team and the Chinese officials, Simon's trip to China has been completely finalized. Mainly official itinerary. April 22nd and April 23rd. Visit BJ. Apart from the official itinerary, how long Simon will stay in China and where he will go is not so important. At the invitation of China, and also out of the need for the expansion of the Westeros system in China, Simon will lead a strong visiting team this time, including Jeff Bezos of Ygritte, John Chambers of Cisco, Raymond Smith of Verizon, Ella Deutschmann of Highgate Pictures, Leon Black of Apollo Management under Cersei Capital, Francis Levison of Levison Group, etc., including Australia, Janet's eldest brother, Anthony Johnston, who has completely taken over from the old man and become the head of Johnston Holdings and BIT, will also go there. All these people were selected with a purpose. The main purpose is to lay out the Westeros system in China's science and technology, finance, steel, real estate and other fields. Simon will definitely not do such an ostentatious thing without any benefit. Initially, Simon only planned to make a second private trip, and later agreed to the official invitation. At first, he only planned to take Janet there to eat, drink and have fun. If it is just a public appearance, China has actually achieved its goal, but the effect is still not obvious enough, so it is hoped that Simon can bring some senior officials of the Westeros system. In this way, the influence of this visit can definitely rise several levels. Although the economy has recovered rapidly in recent years and a series of reforms have been carried out, China's current demand for foreign capital is still hungry. The severe inflation in the past few years has also made the official realize that it is not feasible to start the printing press without restraint. It is better to introduce foreign capital. However, since 1978, for nearly 20 years, although it has been reform and opening up, China's economic policy changes are really erratic, which makes most foreign capital have various concerns about investing in China. Although the intensity of foreign investment in China has increased in recent years, it is still capital from Southeast Asia on the whole, mainly Chinese capital that still has considerable feelings for China. These are certainly not enough. Speaking of capital, European and American capital is the focus, but, except for the Westeros system's vigorous entry into China in recent years, the capital of all parties in Europe and the United States, to be honest, still looks down on China. Therefore, if Simon Westeros can lead the senior officials of the Westeros system to visit China, this embarrassing situation can be completely opened immediately. Simon Westeros is optimistic about China. If you don't follow up, are you stupid? Therefore, in order to facilitate this large-scale visit of the Westeros system, China is full of sincerity and has given a gift package with a total value of more than 10 billion yuan, including cooperation in telecommunications, finance, real estate, steel and other fields. These are relatively closed industries. In the past, foreign capital wanted to enter, but the threshold was very high. This time, it can be said that special matters are handled in an all-round way. After all, Simon has a lot of feelings for the land across the ocean. After some consideration, he agreed. These days, Chen Qing's work there is just to coordinate Simon's private stay and stay, which is equivalent to Simon's personal butler. The real business cooperation is all Westeros Company and other subsidiaries contacting China. In North America, the Westeros system will certainly not wait. As the world's first trillion-dollar super-rich, Simon's every move will affect too many things. What's more, although the relationship between China and the United States in recent years is very harmonious on the surface, it is actually bumpy. Compared with the Bush family's clear goodwill towards China, Clinton is a real black-bellied master. In order to ensure that there would be no embarrassing incidents during this visit, the Westeros system had various consultations with Washington. Stop all the arms sales. In recent months, no one in the White House or Congress should make any discordant remarks. If you don't give face, we will settle the score later. In addition, Simon simply invited some senior Washington officials to go with him. He knew that someone was the biggest funder of the White House and even the Democratic Party in private. Clinton gave very positive feedback and called Simon personally to recommend the Secretary of Commerce to accompany him. Of course, there must be a position. Some private agreements in this regard are not for outsiders to know. In the office building of Deanery's Studios, Amy knew Simon's considerations for bringing Ella along this time. Even if her boss didn't say anything, she wouldn't have any grudges. She didn't think it was necessary. Now Simon personally explained a few words to her, which made Amy realize that her boss valued her more. The two chatted and laughed as they entered the elevator. Amy and others were going to have dinner, while Simon returned to Cape Dumay Manor. Anthony Johnston came here today and made an appointment to have lunch together at home. There was also something more important. Back home, Anthony Johnston was talking to Janet by the glass curtain wall of the Shell Villa. He was holding little Nick in his arms, and the little guy was biting his thumb. Anthony was not angry, but just smiled and teased him. Seeing Simon coming back, Anthony handed the child to a waitress next to him and stood up to hug Simon. Janet waited for the two to finish greeting, and said with a smile, "You guys chat, I'll go see how the lunch is prepared." Then he left with the people around him. The two sat down on the sofa together. Anthony picked up a silver suitcase that had been placed at his feet just now. "This is what you want." Our people bribed 3 experts from the Southern Design Bureau of Ukraine. The information on rockets, nuclear energy, satellites, etc. is all in it, a total of more than 2,000 copies. I can't understand it, but it must be real. Dad personally found some people to identify it. Simon pulled the box over and heard Anthony say the password again, so he opened it. More than 2,000 cutting-edge scientific and technological information. If it was paper, of course a suitcase couldn't hold it. The items inside were very mixed, including films, CDs, and hard drives. Simon certainly didn't understand it. He just opened it and took a look, then locked it again, raised his head and asked Anthony, "Where are the people?" Anthony said, "This aspect is a bit troublesome. It will take some time before you can immigrate to Australia. Don't worry, if Ukraine wants to investigate, it will only investigate Russia first, not to mention the current political situation in Ukraine and the influence of the Westeros system. Even if it is discovered, no one has the energy to investigate such a rotten country. In fact, many people are doing this, not just our family." Simon nodded, knowing that this was the truth. Of course, all of this was for Simon's recent plan. If he wanted to steal information from Russia, Simon would definitely not do it. Although Russia is also a mess now, its foundation is in Ukraine. There is no scruple at all. Anthony saw Simon put the box aside and didn't continue the topic. Before executing this plan, Simon had already explained his intentions in detail. Both the old man and Anthony thought the plan was a bit large, but generally agreed, and turned to talk about another thing. "Also, before you came, Dad talked about your trip to China next month. He felt that you were a little inconsiderate this time." Chapter 905. It is not surprising that Raymond Johnston thinks Simon's high-profile visit to China is ill-considered. In fact, many people around Simon think so. The reasons are too complicated. If we want to discuss this topic, tens of thousands of words may not be enough to make it clear. With Raymond Johnston's vision, it is impossible not to see the rapid development of China in recent years. However, The old man who has always paid great attention to Asian business should also be more aware of the strong uncertainty shown by the Chinese economy since its opening up in 1978. This is actually the biggest concern of Western capital. In the past few decades, this kind of thing has actually happened many times. Many countries in Eastern Europe, Latin America, Asia, and even Africa have opened up and turned their backs on each other as the political situation changes. Then, no matter how much you invest, they will be directly confiscated, and all debts and loans will be defaulted, causing investors to suffer heavy losses. This is the most important point. In addition, there is the political and cultural aspect. In the final analysis, no matter how friendly the Eastern and Western societies are on the surface, they are not of the same origin. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. This is not only a wise saying left by our ancestors on the other side of the ocean, but it is also deeply rooted in the minds of Westerners. Suppressing the rise of foreign races is almost the instinct of all Western elites. Therefore, Simon's approach to China will inevitably arouse the disgust of many Western nationalists. After all, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, China is too conspicuous. In front of the glass curtain of Shale Villa, Simon heard Anthony's words to the old man and said seriously, "The next few decades will inevitably be an era of globalization. Economically, if China, which is already developing rapidly, closes itself again, we may lose a lot, but it is they who will be hurt. Therefore, I am not worried about this. In my opinion, the more China is introduced into the global economic system, the less likely it is that some variables will change. As for the political level, Tony, what we need to consider now is not the politics of the United States or Australia, but the politics of the Westeros system. I think many of you have not yet gotten rid of this inertia of thinking." Anthony Johnston was slightly startled when he heard this, but nodded slightly after a moment. I couldn't help but feel the same as the old man. If it was the politics of the Johnston family, how great it would be. If there was no Westeros back then, it would definitely be Simon Johnston now. Alice, what a pity. In fact, after confirming Simon's identity a few years ago, the old man wanted to make this relationship public, even if it was only in a small circle, but he didn't do it in the end because of Simon's thoughts. He planned to let things take their own course. Since Simon had made up his mind, Anthony didn't persuade him much, and talked about several projects that Simon was preparing recently, until Janet came again and reminded them that lunch was ready. Anthony Johnston came to North America, this time mainly to personally deliver the box of technical information of inestimable value. The Westeros system spent more than $6 million for the more than 2,000 pieces of information in the box, not to mention the immigration fees for secretly accepting some cutting-edge technical talents. However, this is still a huge bargain. Because the things in the box are the research and development results of the former Soviet Union's national strength, and the value is simply inestimable. After completing this task, Anthony did not stay for long. After lunch, he set off again to Latin America. Johnston Holdings, which has also been expanding in recent years, is currently discussing some cooperation with Brazil, mainly intending to get involved in the privatization plan of Vale, the largest state-owned iron ore company in Brazil. Simon has been personally classifying the large amount of information sent by Anthony from the afternoon to the evening, confirming which information should be given to which team, or whether it is appropriate to take it out now. Whether it is SpaceX, Solar City or Fusion Times, Simon has no intention of starting from scratch. It would be stupid if he did not make use of the technology developed by predecessors with a lot of resources as much as possible. Therefore, the Westeros system directly poached the most important Southern design bureau in Ukraine. Not only that, Simon will also try to obtain the technical accumulation of NASA and other aspects through various means in the future. These are all treasures. Simon has no moral concerns about this. On the contrary, he believes that countries around the world have their own way of doing the same technology, unable to communicate with each other, and even in the end, many technologies are abandoned in the dust. This is the biggest waste of human resources. The planet we live on is really far less rich than people think. After being busy for an unknown period of time, Janet appeared in the studio on the basement floor of Shale Villa. She first stood behind Simon and looked at the monitor on the desk for a moment. When she saw the man come to his senses, she walked around the leather chair and sat directly in Simon's arms. Feeling the arm that was naturally around him, he leaned back and asked, "How much have you sorted?" Simon rested his chin on Janet's shoulder, smelled the good scent of a woman, operated the mouse with one hand, and said, "I only looked at more than 200 copies. There are still many, and I can't understand most of them. I just classified them. These materials are basically in Russian." Simon's Russian is not bad, but it involves professional knowledge. Because Russian is also a phonetic language, it is not a pictographic language like Chinese that can guess the meaning based on the shape of the characters. It would be very difficult to figure it out. But this matter cannot be entrusted to others. After all, it is too sensitive. Even the two Jennies or Gurley were not called to help. It is not because they don't trust them, but because they just don't understand Russian. Janet leaned on Simon's arms and watched for a while. After Simon typed some notes on a document to classify it, he said, "It's already past 7 in the evening. Let's have dinner first." Simon nodded, opened another electronic document and said, "Wait a minute, these are the last 2 files on this CD." Janet nodded, continued to accompany him, and said, "Will there really be no problem if we get these files?" Even with Janet's lawless nature, she actually knew that getting a whole box of information from Ukraine was even more serious than stealing 1 or 2 nuclear bombs. Simon shook his head and said, "If it was Russia, I would definitely not do it. Ukraine doesn't matter. After voluntarily giving up nuclear weapons, this country has been completely ruined. In fact, many people are doing this now. Look at these, they are all electronic files, and the real originals may have been taken away by others. Ukraine chose to be independent after the disintegration of the Soviet Union and voluntarily gave up nuclear weapons. Its economy was a mess. Now this country is a fat sheep in the eyes of many people, and everyone can divide as much as they can." Speaking of which, Simon still feels sorry for the other side of the ocean. China obviously didn't catch up with the feast of Ukraine in recent years, and can only reap some leftovers decades later, while Europe, the United States and Russia basically got what they should get. Unfortunately, the parties did not really use these technologies. The root cause is still interests. Or, to be more precise, it is unprofitable. Just like in the field of aerospace. Why does the United States keep buying the Road 180 rocket engine, which will be the most praised in the next 20 years, from Russia? In fact, it is not that the United States cannot make it. In this regard, the United States has a fairly complete technical reserve and has already thoroughly understood the Road 180. It even makes certain improvements after receiving the Russian engine before using it on its own rockets. Some people wonder, since you have the technology, why don't you make it yourself? Because it costs money. Making a rocket engine is not something that a group of people can do in a studio with tools. The more advanced it is, the more so. First of all, it requires a full set of talents and production systems, all of which cost money, and the American aerospace system, which has been accustomed to spending lavishly, can never reduce the cost to a lower level than Russia. As for the later re-emergence of Russia and the United States clamored to replace Russia's Road 180, but also found that even if there was technology, it would still be difficult to produce in a short period of time, and could only support SpaceX, mainly because all the related industrial chains had been scrapped, and if they wanted to pick it up again, they would still have to burn a lot of money. In comparison, SpaceX has established its own complete aerospace industry chain through more than 10 years of accumulation. This is like the masks during the epidemic, which is even simpler. Why can Europe and the United States still only rely on China? It is also because the industrial chain has been scrapped and cannot be restored in a short period of time. In a capitalist society like the West, capitalists are not willing to restore it. If a large amount of money is invested, the masks will be useless after the epidemic is over, and it will be a big loss. Therefore, even if the epidemic is over, the hollowing out of Western industries will be difficult to improve. Because it will lose money. Of course, except during wartime. This is not a simple interest. The mandatory wartime decree will allow Western countries to restart the industrial system in a short period of time. During World War II, Japan's sneak attack on Pearl Harbor was actually only half done. If they went a step further and attacked the U.S. mainland directly, so that the Americans could not mobilize the whole nation to produce aircraft carriers and warships like making dumplings, the outcome would be unknown. However, it was fundamentally due to the limitation of Japan's national strength at that time. They may have thought of it, but they could not do it. They could only sneak attack Pearl Harbor to temporarily abolish the U.S. Pacific Fleet to buy time. Think about the more than 20 years in the original time and space. The hollowing out of the U.S. industry has intensified. It is no longer the industrial power in the early 20th century. If something happens again, even with a compulsory war law, the industrial system is unlikely to recover in the short term. Without considering the use of nuclear weapons to perish together, if someone dares to seize this fatal gap and take the initiative, tut-tut. After processing some documents, Simon and Janet left the studio on the basement floor of Shale Villa together. After dinner, Simon did not go to the basement floor to be busy. Chen Qing sent someone to deliver the results of another round of selection of the National Style Art Troupe in the afternoon. The last 1,000 people, after this round of screening, only less than 300 people were left. The final 100 places will be decided by Simon himself. Janet also knew about this matter and also got involved with great interest. However, Simon did not arrange any more interviews. Instead, he took a very simple and rough approach to finalize the final candidates on the last list. Based on height. The initial recruitment conditions in the newspaper were 168 centimeters 172 cm, which was actually quite close. Simon got the last list, and that night, while watching TV with the two Jennies, he directly selected 100 girls according to the standard of the closest to 170 centimeters. In fact, this matter could be completely handed over to Chen Qing. Simon did not do this, mainly because he knew the temperament of a certain girl, and it was hard to say whether she would do something weird. After recruiting her for so long, Simon also found that Chen Qing was a person who was a little like him and a little like Janet. She was very capable and seemed very obedient. However, if the rebelliousness in the girl's bones was not suppressed as much as possible, she might make a big fuss one day. In the midst of all the busyness, time entered mid-March. The biggest news during this period was that General Electric's acquisition of Time Warner finally passed the review of the U.S. authorities. From the time GE and Time Warner reached an agreement at the end of October last year to the time the merger was officially reviewed by the Ministry of Justice, FCC, and other departments on March 15, more than 4 months have passed, which can be described as a bumpy road. The main reason is that GE's strength and the fields that Time Warner is involved in have caused the fear of all competitors. When Dina Reese acquired Metropolitan ABC, she actually encountered this problem, but it was basically properly resolved under Simon's successful mediation with all parties, so the time to pass the review was relatively short. The merger of GE and Time Warner was not so lucky. Whether it was GE's competitor Westinghouse Electric or Time Warner's peers in the fields of entertainment and telecommunications, they all jumped out to raise various objections during the federal review of this transaction. Then there were all kinds of wrangling to ruin the deal as much as possible. For example, Comcast, which has already taken shape but is not yet the top in strength, questioned that the new company might launch unfair competition against peer companies after the completion of this merger. Because once the two companies merge, GE will not only own a large number of other cable TV assets such as NBC TV and HBO, but also own cable TV operators such as Warner Communications, which are similar to Comcast. In this case, there is undoubtedly the possibility that GE will refuse to provide TV broadcasts to competitors such as Comcast in the future in order to suppress them. Even if GE will not do so openly, if it adopts differentiated pricing for operators in private, it will also cause serious unfair competition. In order to pass the merger review, GE must solve this problem. How to solve it? The best way is of course not to merge. In fact, even if there is no such merger, Time Warner Group, which owns the popular HBO and cable TV operator Warner Communications, has the possibility of such an operation. However, Time Warner has been doing these two businesses for many years, and it was basically the industry pattern tacitly accepted by all parties. However, once GE swallows up Time Warner, things will definitely be different. With the current surging wave of new technologies, coupled with the latest federal telecommunications bill that has greatly liberalized the telecommunications industry and began to encourage the integration of 3 networks, as long as GE is not stupid, it will definitely increase its investment in Warner Communications in the future and further develop towards a comprehensive telecommunications operator. This poses a threat to companies like Comcast. Therefore, even though GE has made various compromises in the past few months, it is still being dragged down by its competitors. GE will neither give up this acquisition easily, nor give up the Warner Communications business that it intends to bet on. It can only go back and forth. This lasted for more than 4 months, and in the end, it was a better move and successfully passed the review. Of course, many conditions were still paid. For example, in the operator business, GE made a series of public written commitments to ensure that no unfair competition would occur. As for whether this promise will be strictly enforced in the future, that is uncertain. Everyone knows that it is nothing more than a back and forth. Chapter 906, Another Oscar. Simon started buying GE shares very early. BlackRock Asset Management, a subsidiary of Cersei Capital, is now a major shareholder of GE with more than 5% of the shares and a seat on the board of directors. Because of his good relationship with Steve Ross, he also holds a small amount of Time Warner shares. In addition, the great success of the DC movie universe has led to a close alliance between Time Warner and Daenerys over the years. Simon did not feel any sense of crisis about GE's acquisition of Time Warner. On the contrary, Simon also hopes that Time Warner can develop better under GE and form a too-strong confrontation with Daenerys Entertainment in Hollywood. There is progress only when there is competition. This sentence seems cliché, but it is the simplest truth. GE's acquisition of Time Warner can be regarded as one of the important impacts of Simon's Big Butterfly on the American media industry. The completion of this acquisition actually means that the pattern of the American media industry has basically taken shape. Whether it is the 3 old TV networks or the 7 major film companies in Hollywood, they have basically found their owners. Even if there are changes in the future, it will probably be just a shift from one big owner to another. The core is oligopoly. Then, it is a further rise and fall in Simon's plan. The pattern of 3 established TV networks plus a new Fox is not easy to change. The focus is still on the 7 major Hollywood studios. Daenerys Entertainment has already secured its position as a giant in the industry. Time Warner is the only one that can compete with Daenerys Entertainment. The two sides are allies. The other 5 studios, especially the one Simon focuses on, will soon decline and become the de facto second-tier Hollywood film companies. Even bankruptcy and liquidation are not impossible. After all, some of the former Hollywood big film companies, such as RKO, have now disappeared. Nothing is ever permanent. New York. The merger was approved and the two companies began to merge formally. For this purpose, a celebration reception was specially held on the following weekend. Simon was invited to attend and happened to handle some work on the East Coast. Simon stayed on the East Coast the week before the Oscars. It was mainly about a trip to China next month. It was not related to the itinerary, but the business cooperation that will be signed during the visit next month. The first is a cooperation project with China's telecommunications industry. In the 1990s, the development of China's telecommunications industry entered the fast lane. By the end of 1995, China's fixed-line telephone users had exceeded 50 million, mobile communication users exceeded 3 million, and there were as many as 25 million wireless paging users. Although the penetration rate is far from comparable to that of the United States, the average growth rate of relevant data in the past 5 years has reached more than 100%, and the potential in the future can be imagined. The rapid expansion of the market scale has also made China's telecommunications industry face a very serious problem: lack of money. The telecommunications industry is a well-known capital-intensive industry. Whether it is fixed-line or mobile network, it is not something that any small company can afford. In China, although the telecommunications industry is a state-owned monopoly and the profits are very considerable, because the relevant industries are developing too rapidly, the self-owned funds of China's major telecommunications giants are simply not enough to meet the needs of market expansion. In the past few years, the Chinese government has repeatedly considered how to solve this problem. The entire national finance is very short of money. It is unlikely to get enough bank loans or fiscal grants. Issuing corporate bonds has been done, but it is impossible to issue bonds without restraint, so it is considered to go public overseas. After a whole year of discussion in 1995, the decision was finally made recently. The Westeros system has been paying close attention to various industrial changes in China. Simon noticed this last year and asked the Cersei Capital China Economic Research Institute team to follow up. In addition, Simon will visit China next month, and the two sides quickly finalized the intention of cooperation. To be precise, it should be 3 parties. The company that plans to go public is China Telecom. This is not the China Telecom that later became one of the 3 major companies, but the predecessor of China Mobile. However, due to the previous state-owned form, some of China's telecommunications departments are not separated from the government and enterprises, and there is no clear listing entity at all. Therefore, if you want to go public, you must first divest and reorganize the relevant businesses. This happens to be within the business scope of Apollo Management Company under SYNOPSIS Capital. In the original time and space, China Telecom, Mobile, went public in 1997, with a transfer ratio of 25% and a total financing amount of $4.2 billion. The funds obtained by taking the lead also made China Mobile the leader of the three major telecommunications companies in China. At that time, it was Goldman Sachs that operated this matter. Mobile started to take the lead in obtaining funds, and Goldman Sachs also obtained huge direct benefits through this IPO. SYNOPSIS Capital does not intend to get involved in investment banking business, but it is no problem to let Apollo Management participate in the divestiture and restructuring of China Telecom and earn consulting fees. As for the IPO, in order to further pave the way for Grace Spelt's husband, Simon made the connection with First Boston. Therefore, it is a tripartite cooperation between China Telecom, SYNOPSIS Capital and First Boston. In the past, most other overseas investment banks were very pessimistic about China Telecom, Mobile's overseas listing. Even Goldman Sachs did not have 100% confidence. It happened that the Asian financial crisis occurred during the IPO. If it were not for the Chinese businessmen in Southeast Asia who insisted on supporting the bottom at the critical moment, it would have almost failed in the end. In short, this is not a good deal. At least in the eyes of others who do not have the advantage of foresight, this is a big adventure. You know, although they are just providing services, it involves billions of dollars in IPO financing. If it causes losses to investors in the future, both SYNOPSIS Capital and the First Boston team cannot escape responsibility. Just like Bill Speld, who supported this project with Simon's support, is likely to be fired and his future will be ruined. This is a gamble. However, Simon has no concerns about this. Only he knew that many years later, looking back, all the companies or individuals involved in this project had made a lot of money, and it was not just pure monetary benefits. The move in the precarious situation in 1997 also accumulated considerable political capital for itself in China. Goldman Sachs later led a series of overseas listings of large Chinese state-owned enterprises, and the reason was the friendship accumulated in 1997. This time, Apollo Management and the First Boston team worked together to manage this IPO, which first of all meant that the two companies directly opened the door to the Chinese financial market. SYNOPSIS Capital can obtain huge profits through the initial consulting fees and subsequent stock subscriptions, and the First Boston team can also earn generous commissions from this large IPO issuance. After the IPO is successful, the two companies will definitely be able to obtain more business from China in the future. Bill Spert can basically lock in the position of the next head of First Boston, and even if he goes a step further in the future, it is not impossible to become the core of Credit Suisse, the parent company of First Boston. It can be said that it kills two birds with one stone. As the most important step in opening up the Chinese financial market, Simon specially attended this meeting and personally pointed out his ideas to Apollo Management. First of all, we must have a long-term vision and never exhaust all resources to make a one-time deal. Wall Street has a long history of bad deeds in this regard. If Simon does not personally watch, it is hard to say whether the two company teams will join forces to cheat China. No one is a fool. If you cheat once, it is strange that others will come to you again in the future. This time, the listing of China Telecom is definitely just the beginning. Therefore, both parties must cooperate quite frankly. The consulting fee can be set higher and the commission can be collected more. After all, this project is very risky, and both parties can understand it. However, we must also strive for more benefits for China as much as possible. After all, the other party is the customer, so we should not sit crookedly, and we must not collude to sell assets at a low price. In addition, there is a large commercial real estate project. This is also a top priority in the contract to be signed during the trip to China next month. The Levison Group under Westeros will build a large commercial center in BJ with an estimated investment of $1 billion. This is also a decision made after a detailed evaluation within the Westeros system. The main basis is the BJ International Trade Center project launched in 1985. This large commercial center invested by the Kuok family of Malaysia has been a great success since it was put into use in 1990. According to the survey of the China Economic Research Institute team of SYNOPSIS Capital, the International Trade Center is expected to fully repay all bank loans this year, 3 years ahead of the expected cycle, and the subsequent rent collection is basically pure profit. Because of the great success of the first phase of the International Trade Center, the preparation of the second phase of the International Trade Center has also started, and it is expected to start construction at the end of the year. In the original time and space, even 20 years later, the Kuok family of Malaysia can collect more than 5 billion yuan in rent from the International Trade Center every year, becoming the largest landlord in Beijing. The first phase of the International Trade Center has been successful, and the second phase of the International Trade Center is about to start. It stands to reason that it is not wise for the Westeros system to rush to develop commercial real estate now in the eyes of many people. After all, it will definitely collide with the second phase of the International Trade Center in the future. What if the commercial real estate market is saturated? Simon knows very well that this worry is completely unnecessary. China's future development is far beyond the imagination of many people. Just like the telecommunications field. Because of the rapid development of mobile communications around the world, although there are only more than 3 million mobile communication users in China at present, according to the growth rate of more than doubling every year in the past few years, many industry analysts are optimistic that China's mobile communication users will exceed 100 million in the next 10 years. In fact, after 10 years, this number has reached 400 million, which is more than the total population of the United States. Therefore, as long as it is properly operated, this $1 billion commercial real estate project is at most a matter of how much profit it makes. The Leveson Group used to focus on residential real estate and had little experience in commercial real estate development. For this project, Simon also integrated a team of a golden retriever real estate company that was completely controlled by the Westeros system with the Leveson Group. A large part of the golden retriever's real estate company's business is commercial real estate. After this integration, the golden retriever family was completely marginalized. Next, they can only be their own shareholders honestly. As long as they don't make trouble, they will have no problem being rich and prosperous for life. By the way, they can also engage in media entertainment and do some workplace reality shows. If they don't stop, Simon doesn't mind knocking the other party down completely. In addition to some other things, Simon stayed on the East Coast for a week and did not return to Los Angeles until March 25th. This is the day when the 68th Academy Awards was held. Simon not only attaches great importance to the results of this year's awards, but also the live broadcast ratings of this Oscar. In the past few decades, the Oscars have always been broadcast by ABC TV network, but this year is the first time since the Metropolitan ABC Group was acquired by Deaneries Entertainment. However, even if the organizers tried their best to invite him, Simon still did not attend the awards ceremony in person. He just watched the live broadcast at home with his wife and children. After all, the Westeros system is now everywhere, and Simon does not want to be everywhere. Speaking of which, this is also a necessity. Just like South Korea. Why is it the Samsung Republic? Because Samsung is everywhere in the lives of Koreans, and they are inseparable from food, clothing, housing, transportation, birth, aging, illness and death. The most popular and crowded job search in China later was to take the civil service exam, while in South Korea, it was to take the Samsung exam. Various Samsung job search trainings were blooming everywhere. As long as you enter the Samsung system, you will be superior to others. The Westeros system is also in this trend in the United States at present, mainly because the exposure rate of the industry involved is too high. If it were in the fields of water, electricity, and medical care, it might not be so conspicuous, but the focus is on technology and media. The whole world is now staring at the new wave of technology, and this industrial transformation is driven by the Westeros system. Not to mention the media field, movies, television, music, and the internet. Almost everyone is exposed to these every day, and the names of Deaneries, Ygritte, Melisandre, Cersei, etc. are too typical. The market value of these companies in the capital market is even more outstanding. It is not normal not to occupy a large media page that day. In short, just like the penguin Ali in memory, he can't be invisible even if he wants to, and ordinary people can't hide even if they want to. The award ceremony started on time at 6 p.m. on the West Coast. This year's host is still Billy Crystal. At the beginning of this time, Crystal appeared directly on a bat motorcycle, which actually foreshadowed many things. There was no suspense in the result. Less than 10 minutes after the opening, Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice won the first Little Golden Man among the 9 nominations, The Best Original Score. The soundtracks of the DC movie universe are all very brilliant, but in the past, due to the attributes of comic-adapted commercial films, they were naturally discriminated against by Oscar judges. This is the first Little Golden Man since the series was founded, which can be regarded as a compensation. After the Best Original Score, things are basically finalized. In the 3-hour awards ceremony, except for the performance awards, Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice still missed out. After all, it is a comic-adapted film, and the actors have little room to play. Except for the unexpected upset of River Phoenix's Joker last year, there was no other gain. However, the core Best Picture and Best Director were easily won by Batman v Superman. It stands to reason that the Best Director is a little empty, which is largely due to the role of public relations, but overall, the first film in North American film history that has exceeded $600 million and is still hitting $700 million in domestic box office. In order to make the award more worthy of the name, a Best Director is not excessive at all. In the end, Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice won a total of 7 Little Golden Men, including Best Picture, Best Director, Best Visual Effects, and Best Original Score, becoming the biggest winner of the 68th Academy Awards. As the dust settled on the award results, the domestic box office of this superhero blockbuster rebounded again in the following days. Many overseas markets that were still in the early stages of release even saw a wave of movie-watching enthusiasm due to the award-winning Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice. Chapter 907 IRIC 10. Chapter 907 IRIC 10. With the support of the Oscars, the continuous marketing of the film company, and the active promotion of movie fans, the box office of Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice rebounded by 37% during the week of the awards ceremony from March 22 to March 28, and the single-week box office returned to more than $10 million, reaching $11.49 million. This is the 14th week of the film's release, with a cumulative box office of $632.25 million. March 29, Friday. The North American Easter season begins this week. Deaneries Entertainment will release a total of 2 movies during this Easter season: Jim Carrey's new film Ace Ventura 2 released on March 29 and another new film in the Conjuring movie universe, The Haunting of the Mortuary 2, released on April 5. The original stalemate was barely resolved, and Jim Carrey returned to release the third film in cooperation with Deaneries Entertainment. Compared with the unparalleled popularity in the original Time and Space, this time Jim Carrey was almost completely hidden by Deaneries Entertainment, and he dared not do anything. After the 2 previous Ace Ventura and The Mask sold well, the production cost of this Ace Ventura 2 was still well controlled by the New World Pictures team at $30 million, and the film opened on 2,652 screens. In addition, there was also a Paramount production, Primal Fear, at the same time. This crime suspense film, which also cost $30 million to produce, tells the twists and turns in the murder of an archbishop. The original film starred Richard Gere. Because of Simon's Big Butterfly this time, Richard Gere, who had been on a downward slope in the late 1980s, missed the opportunity to turn around in Pretty Woman. Now he has completely failed. The film company chose Sam Neill, the male protagonist of the Jurassic Park series. However, the most outstanding part of the original film is actually Edward Norton's stunning performance. Because it was a Paramount project, Simon did not deliberately interfere, and Edward Norton still got his own role, which probably fulfilled the saying that gold will shine sooner or later. The film opened on 1,983 screens. In comparison, it is not difficult to see the obvious gap between other Hollywood studios and Deaneries Entertainment in terms of distribution strength. Even for movies of the same level, the opening screen scale is hundreds of screens different, the starting point is different, and the final box office can be imagined. With the arrival of the Easter season, Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice, which just won a full load at the Oscars, still maintains considerable popularity. And it is another opportunity to advance. According to the current box office trend, the publicity and distribution teams of the 2 companies predict that the cumulative box office of Super Batman Wars is expected to reach $650 million after the 2-week Easter season. With a domestic total box office exceeding $650 million, it will be quite easy for the film to recover another $50 million with a long-term screening that is enough to support the summer season. However, the most watched news on March 29 was the new product launch conference of Tinkober at 2 p.m. that day. The venue for Tinkober's new product launch this year was the large conference center that had just been opened in the Agrit Park in Mountain View. Simon arrived in San Francisco in the morning and showed considerable attention to the conference, but he did not spend time to attend it on site. This did not affect the unprecedented grand occasion of Tinkober's new product launch in 1996. Compared with previous years, with a continuous enrichment of product lines, the biggest difference of Tinkober's new product launch this year was that it lasted for 3 hours, from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. The technology media, financial media and other guests from all over the world did not feel it was long or boring. The 3-hour conference started with a regular upgrade of iCom series, iPlayer series and other products for an hour and a half. Although there was no eye-catching breakthrough, it was still remarkable. The subsequent hour and a half was the highlight. The digital video camera product that Tinkober has been preparing for more than 2 years has officially been launched. iRec 10. Or, to be more precise, it is a complete set of software and hardware products and services around the iRec 10 digital camera. The first is iRec 10. This digital camera directly hits the highest video clarity standard of 360p, which is the biggest selling point of iRec 10. You know, in this era, the clarity of traditional home film cameras converted into digital signals is only about 240p, which is also the general clarity standard of TV programs at this stage. Although in the eyes of Simon, a latecomer, the 480-360 clarity format is still terrible, but in this era, this leap is equivalent to directly leaving the traditional home film cameras behind. This is also the main reason why the iRec series was once delayed. The prototype Simon saw 2 years ago also had a video clarity of only 240p. The Tinkober team actually considered first launching a 240p standard digital camera that is equivalent to traditional home film cameras, and then slowly upgrading it. However, if this is done, the first iRec product will inevitably lack some amazing selling points that can directly impact the market. In the end, they chose to directly sell the 360p standard. Of course, users can also adjust the shooting clarity to 240p or even lower, while getting longer shooting time. Upgrading 240p to 360p is definitely not just a simple hardware upgrade, but a complete set of system engineering. In order to ensure the best quality video picture effects and the most optimized video compression ratio, and to take into account cost factors, hundreds of software and hardware engineers have been busy for more than a year before they can come up with a final product that can be launched on the market. In addition to the highest definition standard of 360p, iRec 10 also provides 1G of micro hard disk storage space. Recording according to the 360p video standard can store 250 minutes of video time, which is equivalent to more than 4 hours. In addition, unlike iCom and iPlayer, iRec can also replace the micro hard disk module after the storage space is exhausted. Tinkober also released standard iRec peripherals with 1G and 2G capacity and replaceable micro hard disk accessories, which are mainly to meet the needs of users for long-term shootings such as traveling. In fact, for ordinary home users, 250 minutes is basically enough, because this is actually a PC peripheral. Once the capacity is used up, it only needs to be imported into the personal computer. With the popularity of burning optical drives, even if the computer movie capacity is limited, users can burn videos to CD disks for permanent storage. As for the pricing that everyone is most concerned about, the iRec 10 series also exceeded many people's expectations. Before this, as the Wind continued to be released, all media that had expected Tinkober to release a digital camera product this time generally predicted that the price of iRec 10 would reach about $1,000. Seagirl, who personally came on stage to introduce this product, revealed the answer under the gaze of everyone. $799. This is $300 higher than the two major series of iCom and iPlayer, but still lower than almost everyone's expectations. You should know that other electronic manufacturers that have launched digital video camera products in recent years, even for ordinary consumers, rarely charge less than $3,000, and slightly more professional digital video cameras directly reach more than $10,000. The $799 price of iRec 10 is simply a bloodbath-like dimensionality reduction attack. This price was also finalized after repeated consideration and even internal disputes. The hardware cost of iRec 10 has reached $600, and the price is $799, with a gross profit margin of only 25%, which is actually quite low in the field of electronic products. For example, within Tinkober, the gross profit margin of the previous generation item 50 reached 57%, and the gross profit margin of iPlayer 10 was as high as 49%. Therefore, the industry's initial forecast of a price of around $1,000 is actually the inclination of many people within Tinkober. However, in recent years, the lowest price of personal computers in the North American market has been reduced to hundreds of dollars. If the iRec 10 is priced at $999, reaching the 1,000 yuan level, it may still be far less than the digital video cameras of Sony, Panasonic, Kodak and other manufacturers that cost thousands or tens of thousands of dollars. However, as a consumer-grade digital video camera for the general public, such a price is obviously a bit high. I always remember seeing the media comparing how long it takes for the average salary of each country to buy an Apple phone, and then simply making a judgment that Americans can buy several phones with a monthly salary, while Chinese people need several months to buy one. In fact, it is not like this. It is mainly due to the difference in lifestyle and consumption concepts. For example, an American with a monthly salary of $3,000 first has to pay personal income tax, then insurance and pension, then rent, water, electricity, communications, then food, clothing, housing and transportation, and then, basically, there is nothing else. Therefore, Simon is not sure about the source of the joke that ordinary Americans cannot take out $400 in cash, and he does not understand why it is $400 instead of $500 or $1,000, but it is true that ordinary Americans cannot take out much cash. This is also why the US government had to give money directly to residents when the epidemic broke out later. Society is shut down, there is no salary, if you don't pay directly, you can't even pay for basic necessities, the whole family may starve. Once people are extremely hungry, they can do anything. Therefore, ordinary Americans who want to buy a $1,000 electronic product, in fact, just like the Chinese, need to be thrifty, and many people may even have to take out loans in installments. In short, $799 and $999 are definitely two concepts. The final sales difference is also in the millions. Moreover, this pricing is more about the layout of the entire Westeros system in the new technology field. In the final analysis, all of Tinkober's products are attached to the entire internet ecosystem, and all parties influence and promote each other. The iRec series of digital cameras is an important part of Simon's plan. Even if the hardware itself makes less money, as long as the product is a great success, it will promote the development of the entire internet ecosystem. In the second half of the 1.5-hour press conference, in addition to the core iRec 10, it is mainly centered on the ecosystem of this product. After iRec 10, the first is iCut video editing software. This is a supporting software product of the iRec series launched by Tinkober. It is mainly used for the post-production of iRec videos and provides functions such as video editing, subtitle editing, and adding BGM. Although it cannot be compared with the powerful functions of Ygritte Video Studio, the professional video software of Ygritte, and it cannot produce various video special effects, as a free software, iCut is enough to meet the needs of ordinary users. Of course, professional users will naturally pay to switch to Ygritte Video Studio. Then, there is the video editing material library launched on the broadcast platform, which provides users with a large amount of background music or sound effect materials that can be used for video editing, either free or for a fee. In the Western society that attaches great importance to copyright protection, broadcast does this not only to provide convenience for users, but also to avoid a large number of unnecessary legal proceedings. Finally, Jeff Bezos of Ygritte came to the stage and announced that the YouTube video platform under Ygritte was officially revised and open to all users. Starting at 5 p.m. on March 29th, the newly launched YouTube website is no longer limited to officially authorized content users. Any user can upload videos they create. Due to current network conditions, ordinary users can only have 500 meters of content space. According to iRec 10's 360p video standard, they can upload about 2 hours of video, and the duration of a single video is also limited to 10 minutes. Although there is an upload limit, this service will be completely free. Moreover, the 500M content space is not unchangeable. As long as the clicks on the videos created by users reach a certain level and the user level is upgraded, the content space they have will also increase. This is mainly to encourage users to create better content. There are exceptions to the restrictions. Social celebrities with a certain influence can directly apply for VIP certification, which is still free of course. However, as long as they are successfully added to the V, these celebrities will not be restricted by the upload space, including the video duration, and the new version of YouTube will no longer impose restrictions. Users can easily find loopholes in it. If the space of an account is used up and the account has not been upgraded, I can just apply for another account. Of course, no problem. However, just like playing a game, if you are willing to give up a level 70 account and run the novice village again to practice from level 1, no one will object, but the time and energy you spent on the level 70 account will be invalidated, which is not worth the loss. In fact, the upgrade standards set by the YouTube platform are not harsh. As long as you are attentive, you will soon get the same permissions as celebrity users. The main reason is that the current network storage and bandwidth resources are not abundant, so we hope that users can take the initiative to create better videos to avoid spamming to the greatest extent. Again, this is the most important point. The YouTube platform will open advertising sharing to all content creators. There is no threshold, no special application is required, as long as it is an original video, the official will open advertising sharing by default. Not only that, the new version of the YouTube platform will also open a sponsorship function. If users like a certain video blogger very much, they can directly provide cash sponsorship. The official will only deduct 30% of tax expenses, channel fees and other expenses, and the remaining 70% belongs to the user. Although the YouTube platform has not yet opened the individual user upload function, the advertising sharing model has been opened. Jeff Bezos gave a clear revenue calculation formula on the spot at the press conference, and the average revenue per 1,000 clicks is between $0.60 and $1.80. In order to give users the most intuitive feeling, Bezos also directly posted some income bills of content providers, including the advertising revenue of his boss's 3 singles Young and Beautiful, Blizzard and Box Last Day, which set the Guinness record last year. Among them, only Young and Beautiful, which has accumulated 1.37 billion clicks, has an advertising revenue share of up to $2.469 million. For Simon, more than $2 million now is not money at all. However, for most ordinary people, if they can complete such a phenomenal video, they can directly start to retire and enjoy life. 1.37 billion clicks seem to be a bit out of reach in the eyes of many people, but from another perspective, even if the income from all the videos you create for a year is only 1/10 of that of Young and Beautiful, the annual income is already quite high. Therefore, in the face of Jeff Bezos's inflammatory explanation, even many celebrity guests who were invited to attend began to be eager to try. These people know very well what advantages Bezos does not seem to emphasize the V certification can actually bring to them. It goes without saying that the official will definitely provide these accounts with more generous recommendation resources. The tens of millions of viewers who watched the conference via live video were eager to try it out, and countless people are eagerly looking forward to the official release of iOS 10. Chapter 908, Falling Flowers. In Mountain View, Bay Area, a Grant Park is in a conference center that can accommodate 2,500 people. The 1996 product launch conference of Tinkober ended, and the guests on the scene were still excited. The $799 iOS 10, iKit free video editing software, broadcast material library, the new version of YouTube, and the threshold-free advertising profit-sharing system. In the second half of this conference, any product is enough to become a news hotspot. What's more important is that this series of products directly constitutes a complete industrial chain. Even if many people don't understand the product ecology concept contained therein, compared with the simple entertainment and recording functions of traditional home film cameras, iOS 10, which can provide a wider range of applications on this basis, will undoubtedly increase its appeal significantly. At least one thing. In 1995, the cumulative sales of various types of film or tape home cameras worldwide were about 6 million units, and this time they will be directly crushed out by iOS 10. Because the 360p video clarity standard is not comparable to traditional home cameras that generally maintain 240p, the price of $799 for iOS 10, which is at the same level as traditional home cameras, is a decisive killer. The only survival space for traditional home cameras in the future is those old-school nostalgic users. As for the dependence on personal computers, this is not a problem at all given the current PC ownership in iOS 10's main target market. The official launch date of all kinds of new products of Tinkober for the new year is April 5th, a week later. However, because of the release of iRec 10, after a buzzing weekend, the stock market opened on the new Monday, and traditional home camera-related manufacturers around the world were bloodbathed. On April 1st, the stock prices of Sony, Panasonic, Canon, Kodak and other manufacturers fell by more than 10% throughout the day, like a somewhat miserable April Fool's joke. Although the lower-than-expected pricing of iRec 10 has aroused the objections of many Wall Street investors, and some analysts have criticized that this is a kind of irresponsibility to shareholders by Tinkober, which has been sacrificing its own interests to accommodate the overall layout of the Westeros system in the new technology field. But because of this new product, Tinkober, whose stock price has maintained a strong upward trend since its listing, rose again by 11.7% on the same day. As of the close of the U.S. stock market on the afternoon of April 1st, Tinkober's market value has reached $156.3 billion, and its market value has increased by $18.2 billion in a single day. All this is not over yet. In the new week, the Westeros system continues to launch a series of cooperation projects around the release of iRec 10. On April 1st, the YouTube platform Underagrit held a press conference, announcing that a total of 297 celebrities in the fields of film, television, music, fashion, etc. have entered various sections of the YouTube platform, and released the first user interactive video through the iRec 10 that was tried in advance. On April 2nd, YouTube announced that it had reached an agreement with Deaneries Entertainment. Deaneries Entertainment authorized YouTube users to use its various electronic game products to create game videos, and as long as they meet the limited terms announced by YouTube, they can be included in the original section that can obtain advertising revenue sharing. On April 3rd, Tinkober and Ygritte jointly announced the launch of the original video contest, covering all sections of the new version of YouTube, including music, fashion, film and television, dance, travel, food, comedy, technology, education, etc. The competition will start on April 5th when iRec 10 is officially released and will last for 3 months. It is required to use iRec 10 for shooting. The selection is entirely decided by audience voting, and a total of $10 million in cash rewards will be provided. On April 4th, Deaneries Entertainment hosted the iRec short film creation contest sponsored by Tinkober, which is open to professional film and television practitioners around the world who want to become directors. The period is also 3 months. Deaneries Entertainment will select 50 winners from all the contestants. In addition to the $100,000 reward for each, Deaneries Entertainment will also provide professional training for the top 10 and invest in the filming of feature films derived from their short films. In addition, all entries will be posted on the YouTube platform and will be highlighted. April 5th was the first day of the release of Tinkober's new products in 1996. It was an unprecedented event. Globally, iRec 10 was sold out in the United States, the United Kingdom, Japan, Australia and other markets where it was launched simultaneously. The cumulative distribution of 2 million units in the early stage of the product was sold out within 1 day, setting a record for the first release of electronic products. Because they failed to grab this electronic product in the first time, there were even riots at the sales sites in New York, San Francisco and other places. A large number of scalpers also went online in the first time, and the iRec 10 on the second-hand market was quickly sold for more than $1,000. The 200,000 online sales share of the Tinkober product store on Amazon was not only quickly sold out, but also directly accumulated up to 670,000 pre-order orders. Not only that, this week, in addition to the highly anticipated iRec 10, the sales of internet-related hardware products such as personal computers, ICOM, and iPlayer have increased significantly. The number of broadband installation appointments from ISP providers such as AOL has also seen a significant increase. Just one product has directly led to a full name trend. The first launch was a success. All these positive factors are directly reflected in the Nasdaq market this week. As of 4:30 p.m. on April 5th, when the U.S. stock market closed, Tinkober's cumulative share price increase in the 5 trading days this week has reached 27%. And its market value has soared from $138.1 billion before the opening of Monday to $175.3 billion. With Westeros' 57.7% stake in Tinkober, Simon's personal wealth has increased by $21.5 billion in just this week. And this company. Then comes the Easter weekend. In fact, before the sale, the weekly production of IREC 10 had reached 300,000. If desired, more stock could be prepared in the early stage. However, for the sake of turnover efficiency of funds and inventory, Tinko Bale did not do so. Because of a series of recent marketing plans and the launch of new products, everyone expected that IREC 10 would be very popular in the early stage of sales. However, it was still unexpected that the first batch of 2 million units would be sold out in one day, which was crazy. After the first day, the entire takeover was mobilized and urgently added production lines to factories in China, planning to increase the weekly production to 500,000. At the same time, because IREC 10 was out of stock, the official had to issue an apology statement and restart the hunger marketing strategy of regular sales. This is not a monkey trick. There are really not that many, and it is impossible to increase production too much just because of the hot sales. If the subsequent demand decreases and causes a backlog, it will be a disaster. The decline of many electronic companies is due to blind expansion. Therefore, Tinkober would rather sell less than increase production without restraint. Simon spent Easter with his family in Los Angeles and rushed to the East Coast the next day, April 8. Following Tinkober, Melisandre Company officially launched its IPO roadshow before listing on this day. Melisandre, which has unknowingly surpassed LVMH to become the world's largest luxury goods group, currently owns more than a dozen brands, including Gucci, Bulgari, Van Cleef & Arpels, CK, Vacheron Constantin, Burberry, CK, Latour, Christie's, etc. According to the prospectus submitted by Melisandre to the SEC, in 1995, the luxury goods group's cumulative revenue reached $8.36 billion and achieved a net profit of $1.51 billion. Among them, Gucci, as the flagship, had a revenue of $3.47 billion in 1995, accounting for 41% of the total revenue of the luxury giant, and a net profit of $630 million, accounting for 42%, making it the largest brand under the group. Before the IPO was launched, after negotiations with various subsidiaries, Melisandre also completed the stock swap with other shareholders of several core sub-brands such as Gucci, Bulgari, CK, and Versace, completely realizing the parent company's full control of these subsidiaries. After the replacement, Melisandre's shareholding structure changed to Westeros, the largest shareholder, holding 61.3% of the shares, still maintaining absolute control, Sofia Fessi holding 15.2% of the shares, the second largest shareholder, and other Gucci families, Bulgari families, Versace families, etc. holding a total of 23.5% of Melisandre's shares. Melisandre's total share capital also reached 1.965 billion shares after the replacement was completed and the stock was split to adapt to the IPO. Among them, Westeros held 1.204 billion shares, Sofia Fessi held 298 million shares, and other shareholders held the remaining 463 million shares. In this IPO, Melisandre is expected to issue 300 million new shares. The issue price submitted before the roadshow was $15, and it is expected to raise $4.5 billion. The total IPO valuation is $34 billion, which is about 20 times the price-earnings ratio. After all, unlike the current popular new technology companies, 20 times the price-earnings ratio is already a considerable level in the IPO process of similar luxury companies. According to this valuation, Simon's original housekeeper has a personal net worth of nearly $4.5 billion, becoming another super-rich woman around the Westeros family. East Hampton, the easternmost end of Long Island. In a manor on the east coast of the city, it was already April 9th. After participating in the launch event of Melisandre's roadshow yesterday, Simon was still busy today for the upcoming trip to China. Until dusk fell, he did not stay in the city, but took a helicopter to the manor in East Hampton. Mainly, 3 vases were sent from Ukraine. Last year, Simon proposed to the head of Rivni Media in Ukraine to form a female singing group, and named it Saint Girl Group according to memory. After screening from all parties and subsequent training, 3 girls were finally selected. Alexander Lyudayev, the head of Rivni Media, took the initiative to send the 3 girls to the United States. The public reason was to let them receive a period of professional training in the United States before preparing their first album. In fact, it was to let their boss take a look. The Black Hawk helicopter landed at the Linhae Manor. Chen Qing and Lin Su, who happened to be here today, had arrived in advance and stood on the lawn with several other maids to greet them. 3 fresh figures could be distinguished at a glance among the girls. Simon had selected them remotely and they were completely in line with his aesthetic taste. Compared with the saints group in his memory, the 3 girls in front of him were not the type of beauties with protruding fronts and curved backs. Of course, they were not short of curves, but they were just right. Their faces were also the kind of pure and innocent type that made people feel pity. One of them, named Anaya, had a baby face. Simon was too lazy to remember the surnames of the 3 girls. He just distinguished the names of the 3 girls based on their looks and the photos he had seen. Anaya, 19 years old this year, 172 centimeters tall, flaxen hair, the most obvious feature is a baby face, and the natural redness on her cheeks made the girl exude a special charm. Mira, 21 years old, 169 centimeters tall, black hair, eyes that appear dark green in the twilight, very distinctive. She is the shortest of the 3 girls, but has a pair of long legs with amazing proportions, the feeling that the waist is all legs. Cornida, 22 years old, 173 centimeters tall, standard Slavic girl's light blonde hair and light blue eyes, sharp and fair face, big eyes, small mouth, completely in line with Simon's aesthetic elf face. The 3 girls who have obviously received English training are not shy in front of Simon. When their boss approaches, they take the initiative to greet him. No matter how pure the appearance is, the personality is not shy. Otherwise, you won't get this job. Chen Qing, who is next to him, waited for Simon to greet the 3 girls, and then took the initiative to come over and hold the man's arm and walk towards the villa. For the vases that come and go like a revolving lantern around Simon, Chen Qing has now developed a very accurate ability to distinguish them. Which ones need to be befriended, which ones can be chatted with a few more words, and which ones don't need to be paid attention to at all. You can accurately locate them with a little understanding. The 3 girls this time were obviously the kind that didn't need to be taken care of at all. Chen Qing and the other 2 girls were here today mainly to deal with the dormitory for the dancers of the National Style Art Troupe. The 100 girls Simon personally decided on have already started the immigration procedures. China is still in the midst of a wave of going abroad, and people are racking their brains to come up with all kinds of ways to go abroad. Unfortunately, many people can't get a visa even after applying for 10 or 8 years. However, with the current power of the Westeros system, it is not a big deal to directly handle the immigration procedures for 100 girls. It is expected that this group of dancers will arrive in North America next month. After talking about what happened during the day and entering the manor villa, Chen Qing said again, "Boss, I still think that there is no need to directly handle immigration for them. At most, a work visa will be enough. You know, this is easier to control." Simon walked through the lobby of the villa to the stairs, came to the terrace outside a living room on the 2nd floor, and sat down on the large viewing sofa. It is the season of spring flowers in full bloom. The area around Donghae-Puden is full of greenery. You can see the sea while sitting on the sofa on the terrace. The sunset that has fallen into the sea level shimmers a magnificent orange-red at the end of the sky and earth. Simon crossed his legs, leaned on the sofa and felt the scenery around him. He said to Chen Qing, who was leaning beside her, "It seems that I made a mistake at the beginning. I should have applied for a work visa for you. This would be easier to control." Chen Qing rubbed her face against Simon's shoulder. "Boss, I'm different." Simon did not continue the topic. He noticed a silver band around Chen Qing's neck during her movements. He reached out and hooked out the jade pendant whose style he had seen before. He held it in his hand and played with it. He noticed the lifelike fox carving and 9-tailed seal characters on the jade pendant. He smiled and turned to Lin Su, who was sitting on the other side of the sofa. "Where's your jade?" Lin Su's original attention was on the 3 Ukrainian girls who followed and sat down on the other side. When she heard Simon talking, she reacted and shook her head, saying, "I don't have any." Chen Qing joked, "Boss, I can make one for Lin. It's called Dayu, and carve a red pearl fairy grass. It must be very appropriate." Simon easily got the joke and nodded, "Good idea." But Lin Su shook her head, "I don't want it." Simon was very easy to talk to this time. "Forget it, whether it's 9-tailed or Dayu, the men around them don't seem to have a good ending, and one of them is enough for me." Chen Qing followed with a smile, "Boss, how about this? I help you collect a set of 12 beauties of Jinling." "Okay." Lin Su next to her frowned slightly again. She certainly understood what Chen Qing meant by collecting 12 beauties of Jinling, just like the pair of sisters some time ago. Look at Simon and Chen Qing again. Yes, nine-tailed. And Simon took the coffee from Zoe and drank a few sips. Without any action, Chen Qing immediately took it, leaned over and put it on the coffee table in front of her, and quickly leaned over. Feeling the obedient and eloquent woman next to him, Simon glanced at his sight and smiled and said to Chen Qing, "Guess what Lin is thinking?" Chen Qing looked at Lin Su, with a smile on her face, and answered without hesitation, "Aiding the tyrant. P.S. I didn't think of the title when I uploaded it yesterday, but a poem popped up in my mind. I meet you again in the season of falling flowers. It's late spring again. The flowers of April are gone, and I meet you again in the season of falling flowers. This feeling can be remembered, riding a donkey into Jianmen in the drizzle." I've been a little confused recently. So, the title of this chapter, Falling Flowers equals Untitled. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 909, it's cold at the top. After being exposed by Chen Qing, and feeling the indifferent gaze of a man who seemed to be emotionless but seemed to contain some meaning, Lin Su felt a little flustered for some reason, and retorted, I didn't. Aiding the evil. This is a very serious accusation. And he, although hateful, is far from that level. At most, it's just, in those aspects, he likes to mess around a little too much. Simon looked at Lin Su's wandering eyes, leaned close to Chen Qing's ear and said something. The girl immediately stood up, and before Lin Su could react, she had already pulled her over and stuffed her next to Simon. There were others around, and Lin Su wanted to escape. After a little hesitation, she stayed inexplicably. A bewitching voice came from her ear, "Do you think I'm a good person?" Lin Su turned her head to protest. "Bad guy? Is there any need to ask this? But a certain guy didn't let her go. Answer me, and you will be punished if you answer wrong, right here." "Here?" Lin Su's eyes quickly passed over the three women on the sofa on the other side, and then paused, and then said in a mosquito-like voice, "It's okay." "Wrong answer. I'm not a good person. You have to know that all those who can reach the top of this social pyramid cannot be good people, because this world is cruel, 100 times crueler than you think. So many people are trying to climb up by any means, and good people will only be pushed down and crushed to pieces." As he said this, the man's tone became more teasing. "So, if you think that a superior is a good person, then there are only two possibilities." Lin Su was already a little confused, and only words like punishment, punishment, punishment and so on floated in his mind. He subconsciously asked, which two possibilities? "The first one, you were deceived." "Huh?" He responded subconsciously, but instinctively didn't want to know the second one, which might be a bit bad. However, the voice still came over, "The second one, you fell in love with that bad guy." Lin Su still turned his head, raised his eyes and glanced at the terrace guardrail not far in front of him. "Here. It shouldn't be a big deal if I jump down, right?" Then, the voice was like a devil from hell who could see through people's hearts. "It's okay, at most you'll break your legs. Do you want to try? It may be a little painful, but it will definitely be an unforgettable experience." Oh my god. Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Su simply raised her hands to cover her face. "I can't see. Can't see, can't see, can't see." It seemed that she didn't know how long it had been, and the man didn't go any further and let her pretend to be an ostrich. The night enveloped the earth, and the sky at the end of Long Island, which was not dyed by the lights and neon lights, appeared with stars, and then Chen Qing's low singing sounded again. "When will the bright moon be?" asked the blue sky with wine. "I don't know the palace in the sky. What year is it tonight?" Time seemed to slow down in this song, but in my heart I hoped it would be slower, preferably forever. Forever. Until someone came to remind me that dinner was ready, and I returned to the world. In the dim light of the night, the shadows of the trees around me danced, and the sea in the distance was slightly rippled, but there was no wheat field. Things that should be done still need to be done. After dinner, Chen Qing showed Simon a prototype of a personal computer that Excellence Technology had developed. Her boss only had time to take care of her small business now. In a study room on the second floor of the villa, the prototype brought from China was already on the desk, At first glance, at least by the PC standards of this era, the appearance was very beautiful. Plastic body, overall pure white design style. The current common CRT monitor, the screen is square and simple, 17 inches, 800-600 resolution. Vertical host, the design style is also bright, retaining the floppy drive, but also with a CD drive that has been rapidly popularized at this stage, and adding a front USB interface. Appearance. This is the only thing that Excellence Technology Company can do with its heart and soul at this stage. Chen Qing also listened to Simon's advice, and then planned to refer to Simon's marketing idea of the artistic journey of a piece of steel plate. Simon originally proposed to design the host according to the later metal body style, but it is not realistic at this stage, because it needs to be matched with a monitor. This era is still dominated by big-headed CRT monitors. LCD monitors have already appeared, but not many can afford them. And it is unlikely the CRT monitors can be made into shells that match metal chassis. At present, they are all made of plastic. It all comes down to cost. If Zhou Technology wants to open up the market, it must reduce costs to the extreme. In the study, Chen Qing introduced the design details of the appearance to Simon, pressed the power button personally, and said, "Boss, I have contacted Intel several times. They said that at most they would give us the same quotation as other manufacturers. This is difficult to bring absolute advantages. After considering it, I think the best option is to choose AMD's processor. AMD just launched the K5 processor that is comparable to Intel's Pentium series 3 months ago. We got the sample last year. Although there is still some gap with Intel's Pentium processor, it is not obvious. The most important thing is that the quotation of K5 is only 1/3 of Pentium. I have talked to AMD several times. They have seen my business plan and given some additional discounts." The girl said this cautiously. You know, her boss is a major shareholder of Intel. According to some information she got, Westeros System also bought AMD's shares at the beginning, but later sold all of them because they were not optimistic about it. Even though they have been together for so long, they have already judged that their boss probably has such a broad mind. But, what if? Chen Qing is ambitious about this, and the Chinese market happens to be highly valued by her boss. If AMD of Excellence defeats Intel in China, it may not be a good thing. If Excellence Technology wants to succeed, it can't do without the tiger skin of Westeros System. Chen Qing just said that AMD gave further discounts after reading her business plan. In fact, she quietly played the banner of her boss, saying that the plan was guided by someone, and AMD took it seriously. Now the equity structure of Excellence Technology Company is that Westeros invested $1 million and held 50% of the shares, Chen Qing invested $600,000 and held 30% of the shares, and Emmanuel Brandt and Lin Su, who was forcibly pulled in by Chen Qing, each held 5% of the remaining 20% of the shares, and the last 10% of the shares belonged to the two technical and marketing backbones she pulled in from China, each holding 5%. These were all proposed by Chen Qing. Chen Qing can easily come up with a total of $2 million in startup capital, but business is not done that way. Especially after staying with her boss for a long time, Chen Qing can better understand the meaning of willing to give up. Only by giving up can you gain. If you don't give up anything, you won't get anything in the end. Simon leaned back in the leather chair at his desk, looking at the Windows 95 startup screen on the monitor on the desktop, and smiled. In fact, if you choose Intel, I will be disappointed, because this is completely following the old path of other manufacturers in China. China's PC market can be said to be in the early stage of market explosion, but the fierce competition is already a completely red ocean market. If you want to break through, you must find another way to overtake. Although he is a major shareholder of Intel, Simon will not deliberately favor any of the subsidiaries at his current height. The market is cruel. All companies must adapt to this cruelty. If Intel is defeated by AMD in the Chinese market, Simon will not be angry with Chen Qing at all, but will praise him. As for Intel, as a loser, it needs to bear the anger of the major shareholder. Chen Qing relaxed after hearing this, realizing that her original worries were unnecessary. She leaned towards Simon, leaned over the man, held the mouse, clicked and wrote down on the desktop that had already started up, opened a document, and said, "Boss, this is the configuration and cost information of this prototype. In addition to AMD's K5, we also configured an independent graphics card, But it is not the most popular ADI now, but the first graphics card launched by another company, Nvidia. I checked and both companies have investments from the Westeros system. In recent years, Simon has been making arrangements in the hardware field, and graphics cards are a very important part. In the original time and space, ADI and Nvidia were rivals, and N cards beat A cards. The current situation is somewhat different, because the Westeros system invested in ADI the earliest and also reached a cooperation with Intel. Now ADI is already developing the third-generation PC graphics card products, while Nvidia, which was founded in 1993, has just launched its first graphics card product for personal computers with the support of Westeros system funds. Simon still did not comment, but just smiled and carefully browsed the configuration information of this prototype. According to the comparison listed in the information, except for the CPU and GPU, the other configurations of this computer are quite excellent, comparable to Lenovo's official Pentium processor computer priced at 9,999 yuan. As for the cost, the total is about 4,500 yuan. After reading the document on the desktop, Simon looked up at Chen Qing beside him and said, "How much do you plan to price it?" Chen Qing deliberately put a striking question mark at the price list at the end of the document. When Simon asked, she smiled and said, "Boss, guess." Directly benchmarking the price, Lenovo's Pentium processor computer priced at 9,999 yuan. If it wants to achieve a blockbuster effect, then the price must also be quite attractive. Simon thought for a while, raised his hand and typed a few numbers at the question mark position at the end of the document, 4,999. When Chen Qing saw this number, she was obviously surprised. "Boss, you are really amazing. Although the processor is a little worse, the other configurations of this computer are not much different from Lenovo's 9,999 yuan product. If others guessed, it should be around 7,999, a difference of 2,000 yuan. With similar performance, it should be quite attractive to consumers. Going straight to 4,999 yuan, it feels a bit desperate. Price butcher 4,500 cost, 10% gross profit. If you don't pay attention, you won't even have a way to survive. And it is destined to follow Dell's direct sales strategy. However, Simon did not make a random judgment. On the surface, Excellence Technology is benchmarking Intel Pentium processor products with the same performance. However, in fact, the biggest rival is actually China's already considerable scale of assembled computer market, and the most popular processor in this market happens to be AMD. Excellence Technology's operating methods are actually the routines that Xiaomi used to harvest a market share of copycat machines later. Simon continued to discuss some hardware configuration issues with Chen Qing, and then said, "I have already told you about cost control. Now that we have produced the product, the next step is marketing. Do you have any ideas?" Chen Qing nodded. Excellence will first develop the South China market centered on Guangdong, mainly through large-scale information coverage of print media. The core sales idea is the hunger marketing that the boss once mentioned. Simon nodded slightly and looked at the document on the computer desktop. This comparison is very good, but it still requires users who have a certain understanding of computer hardware to experience it. So, have you ever thought about a more intuitive performance display? Chen Qing looked puzzled. Simon smiled and said, "Develop a special evaluation software to test and score all computers and even various hardware on the market. How many points do different CPUs have? How many points do different graphics cards have? How many points do memory, hard disk, motherboard, and even peripherals such as keyboard and mouse have? And how many points does the whole machine add up to?" This way, it is clear at a glance. Simon gave a little advice, and Chen Qing's eyes lit up immediately. He added, "But, boss, we definitely can't develop this software ourselves. Of course, it must be an independent third party." Chen Qing chuckled, and naturally put quotation marks around the name independent third party in his mind. There is no such thing as a real independent third party. They all want to make a living. Simon added, "Also, the first batch of Chinese websites in China have appeared, and the first data center built by a grid in Shanghai will be put into use in the middle of this year. At that time, there will definitely be a wave of Chinese websites. This, let's call it a running score software, which can be spread through the internet. By the way, build a website based on this software to update the computer accessories evaluation on the market in real time." After the IPO last year, Ygritte started the construction of the latest batch of data centers worldwide. The data center project in China was finally settled in Shanghai. Limited by the size of China's internet industry, the scale of this data center is not large. It is expected to be officially opened in June and provide WS and other services to Chinese users. The number of fixed-line users in China has exceeded 50 million. The scale of the first batch of internet users in the next few years will be considerable. The biggest problem now is that the basic supporting facilities of China's internet industry cannot keep up. Ygritte's Shanghai data center will solve one of the biggest obstacles. Just like the campus network of Stanford University in the original time and space incubated a large number of legendary websites such as Yahoo and Google, Westeros' first large data center in China is likely to play the same role. Chen Qing was actually paying attention to this matter, and said, Excellence's first product will probably be released in June, but this running software and website can be established in advance. Simon looked at the girl's thoughtful look, and said, Chen, you have to understand that excellence relies on cost-effectiveness to open up the market, which can only be a means in the early stage of entrepreneurship. If you want to develop for a long time, this method is actually not suitable. Only when a company has a considerable profit margin can it form a virtuous circle. Therefore, excellence must transform in the future. Chen Qing blinked and then smiled. Boss, I understand, so I don't plan to do it for a long time. As long as Excellence's market share reaches a certain size, I will start the listing and then withdraw as soon as possible. Just like Skilber. After all, Excellence has nothing of its own, and most of the profits belong to upstream component manufacturers. I don't plan to stay like this. Simon smiled and did not object. It's good that you understand. Chen Qing bent down with a curved eyebrow and hugged Simon's shoulder. Boss, I will let Westeros withdraw first at that time. This, I seem to have heard of it somewhere. But, well, it makes sense. Who wouldn't like such a subordinate? Chapter 910 TV War. When he woke up the next morning, Lindsay was the only one left on the big bed. Judging from the bright spring sunshine that came through the gap in the curtains, it was already late. This was a very large bedroom. It was big enough to fit 2 beds, one square and one round, forming a flat exclamation mark. He got up silently and first opened the curtains to let the sunlight fill the room. All his houses seemed so big that they were empty. Lin Su felt that it was difficult for people who were not strong enough to live in such an environment, at least that was the case for her. However, every time he went to a place, it seemed not empty at all. Colorful flowers. Just like the Grand View Garden and Dream of the Red Chamber. I just don't know if there is a verdict of my own. The ending should be good. Just like the dazzling women around him, A, B, C, D, Alice Ferguson, Sophia Fessy. On the stage he gave them, they defeated all the men in the world. Even she and Chen Qing are now the objects of admiration for many people. She dressed, washed, and put on makeup quietly like a cat. After she was done, she came out of the bathroom, but she still didn't leave the bedroom. In fact, she knew when the people around her got up, but she deliberately stayed last. She had been like this since he exposed some of her thoughts yesterday. And, he had always been a very restrained person, like a guy who could still eat 70% full in front of a table full of delicacies, but last night, all 70% fell on her. So it was really hard to get up. Still silently walking barefoot to the side of the big round bed, she couldn't help but sit down, turned her head and looked around. There was no bedding on the bed, more like a small stage. The blurred lights from last night fell from the top, and the 3 beautiful girls from Ukraine were like lilies in full bloom, delicate and beautiful. So I understood why he liked it. The bedroom door was suddenly pushed open, and Lin Su was startled and stood up subconsciously. Seeing that it was Chen Qing who came in, she rolled her eyes at her, and didn't know when she learned this common living habit of Westerners. Chen Qing came over with a smile. I thought you hadn't gotten up yet, so you were going to lift the quilt. Lin Su simply ignored her, raised her wrist and looked at her arm. It was already 9:30 in the morning. Chen Qing came to the round bed and sat down, still pressing her body on the mattress to weigh it, thinking of last night and having some aftertaste, but she quickly got up again and said to Lin Su, okay, there are a lot of people like you around the boss, who cares, let's go, work is the right thing to do, otherwise you can only be a vase around the boss. Lin Su was a little embarrassed and annoyed when she heard Chen Qing mention something, but she followed her out of the bedroom. She insisted on not asking. However, after going downstairs, Looking at the villa that suddenly became much emptier, she knew that he had left. Just now, she was ashamed to see him, and she felt empty in her heart when she couldn't see him. Maybe she was also the kind of little woman in Confucius' words. Chen Qing went all the way to the restaurant on the first floor of the villa, and Lin Su followed woodenly until she sat down at the dining table and then reacted again. The waitress served breakfast and left quietly. Chen Qing picked up a copy of the Wall Street Journal on the table and gestured to the breakfast in front of Lin Su. "I'll give you 10 minutes. We still have a lot of things to do before we leave this afternoon." Lin Su glanced at the breakfast, glanced at the pills on a plate, her face slightly red, and she didn't know what she remembered. She sighed silently, picked up the warm milk beside her and took a sip first. These small details were obviously noticed by someone nearby. Chen Qing's eyes did not seem to leave the newspaper in her hand, but she said, "What are you sighing about? If you are pregnant, it is actually nothing. It is just an extra child support. This kind of thing is nothing to our boss. However, you will have no way out at that time. With our boss's character, he will not allow the mother of his child to turn to other men again." Lin Su retorted in a panic, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Chen Qing shrugged, which was also a little habit of Westerners that she had unconsciously absorbed, or, you can actually not eat it. Lin Su picked up the tableware silently and ignored Chen Qing. However, 10 minutes later, when she left the restaurant, the small plate was still empty. After breakfast, the two rushed to the manor on the southwest coast of East Hampton that was about to be used as a dormitory for dancers of the National Style Art Troupe. In half a year, the transformation here has been completed. The castle-like main villa has a total area of nearly 10,000 square meters on 3 floors, 100 girls, an average of 100 square meters of space per person. You can imagine how spacious it is. The entire manor covers an area of 15 acres, equivalent to more than 6 hectares, which is 91 acres according to the area unit in China. It faces the sea and is surrounded by green trees, forming an independent space like a paradise. Chen Qing looked at it with some envy. In China, unless you go to the wilderness, it is simply a dream to own such a manor. Moreover, this manor seems to be geographically far away from the core of New York City, but it is definitely the top wealthy area in the United States where every inch of land is valuable. Only the boss can set aside 15 acres of space in such an environment just to provide it for the dancers around him to live in, and the key is that he can afford it. On the other hand, Chen Qing has a deeper feeling in his heart. This time it is finally the other way around. The Chinese girls who are about to move in are almost equivalent to the hostess of this manor. The girls' lives are certainly not self-sufficient, so there will be a team of up to 100 Ouija maids and guard stationed to take care of the girls' food, living, safety and defense. These are all foreign girls. In China, who can imagine letting a group of high-ranking foreign girls serve as bodyguards and nannies for themselves? Tisk tisk. However, she also recalled some of the evil thoughts of her boss that she had comprehended. She treated the vase next to her as a princess and tasted the scenery at the top of the pyramid. It would be extremely difficult to be Cinderella again. Perhaps many women around him did not want to go back to the past, so they worked so hard. In the afternoon, Chen Qing and her husband, who had walked around the manor in and out, finally came to the restaurant. They checked the tableware prepared for the girls one by one and saw the brand new red sandalwood chopsticks in the closet. These were specially arranged by Chen Qing to be customized from China some time ago. After thinking about it, she said to Anger Davis beside her, "Anger, get rid of these chopsticks." Initially, she wanted the girls to continue some Chinese habits. It was some kind of weird psychology. At this moment, she suddenly felt that it was unnecessary. In such a beautiful Western-style manner, knives and forks should be used. Putting a bunch of chopsticks was really a bit inconsistent. Simon asked Chen Qing and the other two to be in charge of the renovation of the manor. However, many things were still handled by Anger Davis, the housekeeper who was increasingly trusted by Simon. After all, she was professional and had plenty of time. Chen Qing and the other two were very busy and could not stay here all the time. Anger heard Chen Qing's instructions and nodded, "Okay, Miss Chen." Lin Su, who was standing on the other side, couldn't help but say, "You are wasting again. These chopsticks are very expensive." Chen Qing squinted at her, followed suit, and said to Anger with a curved mouth, "In that case, pack these chopsticks and let Lin take them when we leave later." Lin Su glared at her, "I don't want to." She was about to set off again to return to China. Of course, Lin Su understood what Chen Qing meant. These customized red sandalwood chopsticks were indeed very expensive, but no matter what, she didn't have the face to take a bunch of chopsticks home. It was too embarrassing. Anjiri Davis smiled and said, "Don't worry, Miss Lin, I will give these chopsticks to those who need them. They won't be wasted." Lin Su hummed and took the step. Chen Qing looked over and asked, "You mean, donate it?" The housekeeper nodded, "Yes, this is a routine arranged by the boss and the lady. Some unneeded things will be donated to charity organizations. We have a special team to handle this matter." Chen Qing frowned and shook her head, "I don't care about the rest. These must be destroyed and not donated indiscriminately." Angry was stunned for a moment, but still nodded, "Okay, Miss Chen." Chen Qing did not explain anyway. Anyway, in her mind, people should use what kind of things? If these expensive rosewood chopsticks fall into the slums or among the homeless, it would be a waste of resources. It would be better to destroy them. Finally, after taking a look around the large kitchen that could provide food for hundreds of people, Chen Qing walked out with satisfaction and asked the housekeeper another thing, "Have you arranged the English teachers? I hope that after they arrive, they can receive the most professional English training as soon as possible." Angry said, "We are still in contact. Miss Chen, I can interview them in person next time you come." Chen Qing nodded and added, "Remember, first of all, she must be a woman, and then, it's better to be beautiful." Angry agreed and said, "I am mainly selecting international students from China, mainly because they can speak Chinese." "Yes, that's it." Chen Qing was very satisfied, and reminded, "Do a good background check. I don't think you need to remind me of this, right?" Angry smiled and said, "Of course, the Westeros family has always had a special team doing this." Lin Su frowned slightly when she heard the conversation between the two. Chen Qing also understood. Indeed, if this matter was not done well, the Westeros family would have been infiltrated into Sieve long ago. Since she came to her boss, except for a betrayer of the Westeros maid who was publicly exposed by the media earlier, it seems that there has been no problem with the Westeros family's surrounding service team. When she was first recruited by the man, Chen Qing occasionally had a thought, isn't he worried that she and Lin Su are spies? Now think about it, this thought is completely redundant. If he was not sure about this, the two of them would never be brought to the United States by him. There is indeed no problem between her and Lin Su. Even Lin Su, who still has a lot of feelings for her motherland, has never done anything that is not good for him. Although she has been a matchmaker between him and the authorities, she has never forgotten her position, not to mention that many things were arranged by him. Think about the many details after coming to the United States. Perhaps, he even knew the true character of all the women around him, because there was obviously a special team of psychologists to evaluate these. She had seen this kind of test during the selection process of the National Style Art Troupe. In the end, the 100 girls selected from the 260,000 candidates were screened for not only solid dance skills and clean backgrounds, but also their personalities. At least a girl like her who was restless and ambitious in her bones would definitely not be selected. Because it was the private dancer team of her boss, what was needed was a woman like water, not all kinds of restlessness. After finishing the work here, in the evening, Chen Qing and Lin Su took a few followers and set off to China again. In addition to a series of affairs that needed to be dealt with in China, this time it was mainly to prepare for the trip to China for her boss. The first stop was Shanghai. Every time Chen Qing returned from the United States, she would feel an obvious gap, in terms of environment and humanities. Just like urban architecture. Most of the blocks in Manhattan are very old, and there are many buildings that have been built for more than half a century. However, those building blocks are very well integrated with the style of the entire city. This is especially true in the suburbs. Whether it is the luxury houses in East Hampton or the ordinary wooden houses, they all have a natural feeling that blends in with the surrounding environment. In China, there are really all kinds of abruptness. Chen Qing also knows that this is largely due to the dense population of China, but in any case, urban planning could have been more attentive. It's just a sigh, and I don't have the heart to pay attention to these. As soon as I landed, I was surrounded by a non-stop schedule. Moreover, Chen Qing has been paying close attention to the price war in China's color TV industry during this period. This is also the first industry price war in China since the reform and opening up. It is of great significance and far-reaching influence. In March, Changhua Group suddenly announced a large-scale price reduction across its color TV brands, and played the slogan of unity to resist foreign enemies. The excuse was to resist the expansion of foreign color TV brands in China. This is also the reason that people still talk about it many years later, and it actually achieved its goal. However, the final result of the price war, in addition to the sharp decline in the market share of foreign color TV brands in China, more local color TV brands died directly. Changhong, TCL and other companies completed the reshuffle of the Chinese color TV market and became industry giants with a stable position in one fell swoop. Before that, as China's overall economic situation continued to improve, the national demand for color TVs increased significantly. Under the trend of lucrative interests, a large number of large and small color TV manufacturers have emerged in China in the past few years. There are more than 60 domestic brands. In the end, 90% of the manufacturers disappeared from people's sight. These are all later. The price war in the color TV industry has just begun. Except for TCL, which followed Changhong in announcing a price cut, most other manufacturers have not yet reacted. Many companies are accusing Changhong of disrupting the market order and even calling on the government to intervene and stop it. Because of the strong demand for color TVs, the seller's market in this industry has lasted for more than 10 years. Prices have remained high and profits are lucrative. Isn't it good for everyone to make money peacefully? Why fight a price war? SYNOPSIS Capital China Economic Research Institute noticed this industry shock at the first time and began to follow up. The same is true for Chen Qing, who has gradually developed a keen business vision. Chen Qing, who is still studying for an MBA course, realized that this color TV price war seems to have little to do with the layout of the Westeros system in China, but in fact it is closely related. The biggest connection is the VCD industry that has exploded this year. Countless Chinese manufacturers have flocked into this market, just like the color TV industry. The same is true for the computer field. It can be imagined that the result of this price war in the color TV industry is basically the future of the two major fields of VCD and computer. Both industries are overheated, both are profitable, and both are chaotic and disorderly. Therefore, as long as you can understand the ins and outs of this price war in the color TV industry, you can be at ease in many fields such as VCD and computer in the future. Chen Qing specifically asked her boss for permission to obtain real-time research reports from the SYNOPSIS Capital China Economic Research Institute team. Chapter 911, Finale. Zhang Yuanqi has been living in this mansion in Maohutuang, Nanluoguxiang for more than half a month, and he has quickly adapted to his new life. There is no reason not to adapt. The work is extremely simple, mainly cleaning. 7 girls, 5 in the house, according to the planned schedule, or a corridor, or a courtyard, only 2 or 3 hours a day, exactly 1 cycle a week. Not only is it easy, but the salary is also shockingly high, $1,000 a month, $1,000. And it is directly settled in US dollars, and the money earned is foreign exchange. According to the current exchange rate of US dollars to RMB, it is equivalent to 8,300 RMB, and as the capital of China, the average annual salary of urban workers in Beijing is only about 750 yuan. That's right, 1 month is equivalent to 1 year. Therefore, even if they are quite outstanding in appearance and education, it is difficult for them to feel that they are being misused when doing their current jobs. How many people want to be misused but don't have the opportunity? The signed contract is only for 5 years. After working for 5 years, they can earn the equivalent of 50 years of salary for ordinary people, and they can retire directly at that time. What's more, the monthly salary of $1,000 is just the most basic treatment. Because there are all kinds of benefits that seem a bit magical. Covering food, clothing, housing and transportation. After joining the company, Zhang Yuanqi first received a resettlement fee of $5,000. It was the first time in his life that he saw so much money. Then, a lot of customized clothes for each season, all said to be handmade and airlifted from Italy. Each person also has a food allowance of $100 per month, as well as a dormitory apartment in a building near Chang'an Avenue, which overlooks most of Beijing. They also have their own room in the courtyard, and they can choose between the two freely. And, finally, 2 cars shared by 7 people, although they don't know how to drive and are still earning. This is still not over. There is also regular beauty care every week. The location is a beauty salon run by foreigners in the China World Trade Center, and the price is shockingly expensive. Also, Probably because they knew that their jobs were too easy and they had a lot of free time, their employers also provided them with various optional training programs. Basically, they could learn whatever they wanted. She asked the person in charge who helped to deal with this matter, jokingly, whether they could learn to fly a plane. The answer was, yes. Yes. Okay. But everyone chose to learn to drive first. After all, it would be a waste if they didn't drive the 2 cars provided for them. Zhang Yuanqi made the same choice. Finally, he also retained his student status at Peking University. It didn't matter whether he went to class or not, as long as he took the exam every semester, he could get a degree. Zhang Yuanqi thought that if he wanted, it shouldn't be difficult to get a degree even if he didn't take the exam. After all, this place is. It's even more amazing when you think about it. One day, she was called here by her sister for no reason. Then, Miss Chen said bluntly that her sister had made a mistake and could only use her to make up for it. Either she chose to work here, or they would be driven out of the city together. At first, they were all scared to the point of weakness. What happened? Zhang Yuanqi was very smart. It was just that the first time she came to this mansion, she realized that what Miss Chen said was true. The other party had the strength to do so. Then, before she even reacted, the other party had arranged everything for her, leaving no room for resistance. The only thing she fought for was to keep her student status. Now, more than half a month has passed, and she suddenly realized that this matter was not important at all. In such a turbulent era, academic qualifications are really nothing. Just like what Miss Chen said. For a person, besides the fate that comes with birth, the most important thing is opportunity. Those who can enter this mansion to work are equivalent to getting the most precious opportunity in the world. She didn't believe it at first. Until she finally figured out who she was serving. Since she got this job, some things are not really secrets, but the people who come into contact with them are very tight-lipped, and they have been repeatedly reminded that the most important thing about this job is to keep their mouths shut. However, there are too many details for her to check. Of the 7 ladies in the mansion, only she expressed strong curiosity about this matter. After all, she was always unwilling to be forced to do this job. So Zhang Yuanqi began to quietly explore the answer. Of course, there is a formal employment contract for this job, but there is no clue from the employment entity of the obviously shell company in the contract. Then there is the mansion where they work. The standard 5-courtyard quadrangle, together with a garden of the same size next to it, compared with many other houses in Nanluoguxiang that are already quite dilapidated or even reduced to a slum. This one has been completely demolished and rebuilt in the past year, and it was rebuilt based on the original materials according to the original plan of this mansion, so it is more expensive. So, what exactly is this place? There is a lot of information to check on this. At the very beginning, this was the residence of Wen Yu, an important official during the Guangxu period of the Qin dynasty. Wen Yu, an official of the Wu'ang Palace Grand Secretary of the Guangxu period, was a first-rank official with great power. Other celebrities with the same official title and position in the Qin dynasty include the famous Nalan Mingzhu, Fu Qiangan, Zheng Gufan and others. After the fall of the Qin dynasty, Feng Guozhang, one of the 3 great warlords of the Bian government, once lived here. Then, during the Japanese puppet period, the owner of the mansion was replaced by Zhang Lanfeng, the commander of the puppet army. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, this place once became the location of the North Korean embassy in China, and later served as the family dormitory of some important government agencies in Beijing. Until 2 years ago, the mansion changed hands again. And it was a change of ownership of the 5-story main house with a garden-style garden on one side, with a total area of more than 5,000 square meters, which is larger than many other famous historical celebrity residences in Nanluoguxiang. In this city today, there are simply not many people who can live in a private house of this size. Because they can't buy it even if they want to. Obviously, this private house was specially approved by the state. Who has the ability to get the state to approve such a private house? Is there really such a person? Very rich and powerful? Until one night recently, sitting in front of the personal computer configured by the mysterious employer for their dormitory and browsing the internet, I saw a rumor on the foreign internet that a super rich man with a net worth of more than $1 trillion might visit China publicly, and suddenly reacted. Simon Westeros. Before entering university, Zhang Yuanqi was like a frog in a well. After entering university, in this year, The girl has heard too many people around her talking about Simon Westeros. This young man, who is only 28 years old this year, has risen in the past decade. Starting from Hollywood, his first movie run Lola Run has achieved a global box office of more than $400 million. Then he founded Deaneries Entertainment, which is now the most powerful media giant in the United States with a market value of more than $300 billion. Not only that, the Westeros system has also contributed to the advent of the internet era. Even in China, if you pay a little attention, you can find many things related to Simon Westeros. The information industry that the country has begun to focus on promoting. The VCD industry that has risen rapidly since last year. A series of imported blockbusters that have continuously broken domestic box office records for several consecutive years. And so on and so forth. Someone's personal wealth of $1 trillion exceeds China's GDP output of $730 billion in 1995. Really rich enough to rival a country. When the truth was completely revealed, Zhang Yuanqi no longer had any grudges about being forced into this job. This is working for Simon Westeros. Chen Qing and his group came to the capital again, and it was already April 12th. Entering the mansion in Maohutuang, Nanlua Guxiang, Chen Qing keenly noticed a change in a certain girl's attitude. She had traveled a long way and chose to take a bath first. She asked the Zhang sisters to help her run the bath water. After soaking in the big bathtub, she did not let them leave. She reached out and supported the chin of Zhang Yuanqi, who was called in front of her. Have you figured it out? Zhang Yuanqi knelt on the edge of the large marble bathtub, raised his chin along with Chen Qing's strength, and showed a somewhat flattering smile. Sister Chen, are those all true? What? That is. A, B, C, D. Chen Qing withdrew her hand, smiled and nodded. Of course it's true. They were all just maids around Mr. Westeros at first, just like you. So, now believe what I say. Get this job. You are equivalent to getting a super high starting point that others can't strive for in 10 lifetimes. Zhang Yuanqi leaned forward slightly, lying on the edge of the bathtub in a coquettish and charming manner, looking at Chen Qing with beautiful eyes and said, it feels so magical, unimaginable. Zhang Shanwu, who had been informed of some of her discoveries by her sister, also knelt at the end of the bathtub. Her eyes lit up when she heard the words, and she quietly pricked up her ears to listen. At first, she felt a little guilty for involving her sister, but during this period of time, especially after realizing the identity of their service objects, her mindset completely changed. Her sister should thank herself. When she first met Chen Qing and heard her say those words in French, Zhang Shanwu's reaction was actually a bit deliberate. She wanted to attract some attention, but she almost made things worse. Fortunately, the result was good. After all, that was Simon Westeros. It would be easy for such a big man to help her go abroad. Since she was very young, because of some experiences around her, Zhang Shanwu yearned to go abroad. That's why she applied for Xi'an International Studies University later. When she first applied for this job, she was also preparing to go abroad, because the recruitment information showed that the employer was a foreign company. There are many ways to go abroad in this era, and getting a job in a foreign company is also the most important channel. In any case, she didn't expect that the person she served would be Simon Westeros. It doesn't even matter whether you go abroad or not. After all, the current living standards are probably the same as those of foreigners. Thinking of the 4 girls A, B, C, and D around Simon Westeros that my sister just mentioned, with a net worth of hundreds of billions of dollars, even if it is completely incomparable to Simon Westeros's personal assets, it is enough to make people jaw-dropping. They are both maids, but the two of them, even if 10 billion yuan is fine, 1 billion is enough. Chen Qing in the bathtub noticed a light in the sister's eyes and felt that she had met her kind. They are originally the same kind. The sisters look weak and delicate, but they are not much different from her in their bones. If it was before, Chen Qing might have tried every means to suppress the other party when she found this, but now, she doesn't have such thoughts. Because the stage around a certain man is big enough. Since they are of the same kind, they are both smart enough and have similar personalities, and her current status is enough to suppress the 2 women, so she can use them completely. After a little calculation, she suddenly missed her boss. She glanced at the 2 women beside her and raised her chin slightly. Come in, take a shower with me. When Chen Qing arrived at BJ and began to make final preparations for Simon's trip to China, The 2-week North American Easter season ended on April 11th in the United States. The most popular one is Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice. The film earned $8.87 million and $9.41 million in the 2-week Easter season, and once again achieved a slight decline of 6% during the Easter week. After 16 weeks of release, the cumulative box office of Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice has successfully exceeded $650 million, reaching $650.53 million. With a cumulative box office at this point, there is not much suspense about the domestic impact of the $700 million threshold. Overseas, the Superbat war is already a phenomenal attribute, and with the blessing of the Oscar award, the latest cumulative box office statistics have exceeded $960 million, leaving only a small gap from $1 billion. The industry expects the film's total overseas box office to be around $1.2 billion. With $700 million in North America and $1.2 billion overseas, the global box office of Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice will eventually reach $1.9 billion. In 1995, the total global box office worldwide was only $17.6 billion, and it is expected to be between $18 billion and $19 billion in 1996. Now, just the movie Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice accounts for 10% of the global box office, which shows the strength of the DC movie universe series. There are many reasons why Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice has achieved such outstanding results, including the popularity of DC superhero comics accumulated for more than half a century worldwide, the continuous foreshadowing of the DC movie universe in the past 7 years, and the excellent quality of the film itself. However, $1.9 billion worldwide still exceeded everyone's expectations. At first, many people thought that the only way to break the box office record of Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice was to have Justice League with further superheroes in the future. As the global box office figures of the film continue to break through, more and more people believe that even Justice League may not be able to achieve such amazing results again. As for other types of films, it is even more difficult to reach the height of Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice. On the other hand, the Superman Wars has entered the later stage of release, so it did not have much impact on the new films in the Easter schedule. Not only that, the success of Rush Hour during the Valentine's Day schedule even had the factor that the Superman Wars stimulated the film market. The Superman Wars successfully activated the film market, but did not hinder the performance of other films. Therefore, Deaneries Entertainment's 2 new films in this Easter schedule, Ace Ventura 2 and The Haunting of the Morgue 2, both achieved expected box office success. Chapter 912 Peter Jackson. Chapter 912 Peter Jackson Malibu, Deaneries Studios. The time is April 12th. This is the 12th day since Peter Jackson arrived in Los Angeles. Yesterday, he received a notice that Simon Westeros wanted to meet with him to discuss the movie he was preparing, The Terror Ghost, and another production plan for the Lord of the Rings series. So he didn't rest well all night, repeatedly weighing how to deal with meeting a young Hollywood tycoon. The agreed time was 4:30 p.m., and Jackson rushed to Deaneries Studios an hour in advance. Arriving too early is often not as pleasant as being late. Peter Jackson, who is actually very smooth in character, did not ignore these details. After parking the car in the administrative area of Deaneries Studios, he did not go directly to the number 1 office building, but sat down in a cafe inside the studio in the administrative area and bought a copy of The Hollywood Reporter. He read the recent current affairs in Hollywood while drinking coffee to kill time waiting. The North American Easter season ended yesterday. This issue of The Hollywood Reporter is mainly a summary of the Easter season. In addition to Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice, which has broken the domestic box office of $650 million, there are 2 new films produced by Deaneries Entertainment, Ace Ventura 2 and The Mortuary 2. Jim Carrey's new film Ace Ventura 2, which opened on March 29, earned $45.51 million in the first week, and fell 40% in the second week, earning another $27.27 million. 2 weeks after its opening, the sequel to Ace Ventura, which made Jim Carrey famous on Easter 2 years ago, has accumulated a box office of $72.78 million. According to the tiered profit-sharing rule, Deaneries Entertainment easily recovered all the $50 million production and promotion costs in 2 weeks and achieved profitability. Then came The Mortuary 2 on April 5th. In the first week of its opening from April 5th to April 11th, The box office performance of the fourth film in the Conjuring movie universe series was even better. With the same production and promotion scale as Ace Ventura 2, it earned $51.69 million in 7 days. Another member of the billion-dollar box office club is set in stone. The Conjuring movie universe series that Deaneries Entertainment has focused on in recent years, although the commercial volume is far from comparable to the DC movie universe series, but counting the previous The Conjuring, The Mortuary Haunting and The Conjuring 2, the entire series of 4 consecutive movies have achieved over $100 million, which is a miracle in Hollywood. What's more, the cost of this series is low enough. Even if the global box office of the first 3 movies is in the range of $200 million to $300 million, it may not be as good as the local box office of the DC movie universe blockbusters, but on the other hand, the production cost of this series, taking The Mortuary Haunting 2 as an example, is only $30 million, which is also just a fraction of the production cost of Super Batman vs. Superman. Deaneries Entertainment has excellent control over the production cost of the DC movie universe series. The production budget of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice still reached $135 million, which is comparable to Batman, The Dark Knight Rises 2 years ago. Looking at the news in The Hollywood Reporter, Peter Jackson, who has ambitions in this circle, felt his heart surge. 8 years have passed since I went to Melbourne and was unexpectedly hired as the assistant director of Batman Begins. The talented young man who had just emerged in Hollywood has now stood in a position that everyone can only look up to. Peter Jackson has not stopped his steps over the years. Whether it is the funny Crazy Fat Baby variety show or the recent pseudo-documentary Forgotten Movies, they have achieved a certain response in the industry. 2 years ago, Sinful Angels also won the Venice Silver Lion Award. If you really enter this industry, you will understand that the total number of movies produced worldwide each year is in the thousands, and most of them fail to make a splash. Therefore, no matter from which aspect, as long as your film can attract attention, it is a success. Moreover, Peter Jackson could clearly feel that he had been in the side of Deaneries Entertainment, or more precisely, Simon Westeros, for these years. From the original Crazy Fat Baby variety show to last year's Forgotten Movies, as well as Over the Line and Sinful Angels in between, 8 years and 4 movies, Deaneries Entertainment was very active in contacting him for cooperation every time, which made the most difficult threshold for many filmmakers to cross the funding project smooth sailing on his side. The latest script Ghost of Terror and his proposal for the Lord of the Rings series are obviously the same. This time it is even clearer. Simon Westeros wants to meet with him, and it is obvious that the other party has not forgotten the assistant director on the set of Batman Begins. Always paying attention to the time, Jackson arrived at Simon Westeros' office in the No. 1 office building of the administrative district on time at 4:25. Just after waiting in the lounge for a while, a young man whose appearance has hardly changed in these years soon appeared, which surprised Jackson a little bit about the other party's punctuality. In the Hollywood circle, people are conscious of their status. Whether it is many studio executives or big stars, being late is almost the norm. Many people obviously do this on purpose to show their attitude. However, Peter Jackson soon understood. Simon Westeros does not need such a lowbrow trick. In comparison, the other party is in his current position and can still do this, which makes people admire him even more. Thinking of this, Jackson quickly stood up and smiled and stretched out his hand to Simon, who was walking over. "Hello, Mr. Westeros." Simon shook hands with Jackson and said with a smile, "Just call me Simon, like we did on the Batman set. By the way, how are you doing recently?" Peter Jackson also smiled. "Not bad." He did not ask the other party a question as usual, mainly because of some instinctive restraint when seeing a superior. "And how is Simon Westeros doing? Is there any need to say it?" Simon did not deliberately greet Jackson too much. After greeting, the two entered the office and sat down together in the reception area. Girlie, who followed and placed 2 documents in front of Simon and Jackson respectively. Another female assistant served coffee to the two and then left quickly. Simon flipped open the materials in his hand and went straight to the point. "Let's talk about Ghost first, Peter. I have read the memorandum of your production meeting on this project last week. Everyone positioned the film as another Ghostbusters, which is a good direction. However, I found a problem, that is, the scale between horror and comedy is very critical. Just like Ghostbusters, although it is ghost hunting, it is positioned as a fantasy comedy, not scary, and the overall experience of the audience watching this film is very joyful. Ghost is positioned as a horror comedy, and you have also described a lot of horror scenes in the script. If you are not careful, there may be an embarrassing situation that is neither scary nor comedic. Have you thought about this problem? Peter Jackson did not expect Simon to be so direct and almost failed to keep up with the train of thought, but he quickly cheered up and said, "Of course, Simon, I have been discussing this issue with the team recently. It has been determined that the film will tend to be a comedy style, that is, comedy will prevail over horror. Moreover, we have also paid attention to your question just now. Everyone thinks that the key is to determine a suitable male lead. We have been selecting actors these days. The original version of The Phantom Flame starred Michael J. Fox, the star of the Back to the Future series. The film ended in failure. Although there were many reasons, the failure to cast the male lead was indeed a factor. Although the popular Back to the Future series also had comedy elements, Michael J. Fox was positioned more like a teenage idol star. By the mid-1990s, he was an outdated idol star and did not have the potential to be a comedy star. The reason why he was chosen was mainly because the producer of The Phantom Flame was Robert Zemeckis, who is the director of the Back to the Future series. There was obviously a personal factor involved. Compared with Fox, The Phantom Flame needed a real comedy star. Simon thought about this information and asked, "Are there any suitable candidates at the moment?" Peter Jackson nodded and explained, "What I need is a male protagonist who is about 30 years old and has the temperament of a loser. These days, we have considered male stars such as Dana Vicker, Rob Lowe, Michael Fox, Frank Whaley, and have conducted some auditions. So far, Dana Vicker's performance is better. Dana Vicker is another male protagonist in the Toy Story series alongside Mike Myers, but he has been suppressed because of Myers' identity as the core creator." Simon thought back to Dana Vicker's performance in the Spy Kids series and shook his head, saying, "In terms of loser temperament, Vicker is indeed fine. However, the protagonist of this script is a small-time person who relies on his psychic ability to defraud, so he also needs some grassroots shrewdness. In this regard, Dana Vicker is too stupid." Having rejected Jackson's inclination, Simon did not discuss it with him again. After a little consideration, he said, "The comedy style of Ghost in the Sky tends to be black, so the male lead's performance cannot be too extroverted, and a kind of restraint and contrast is needed. So, I'll give you two candidates, one is Ben Stiller, and the other is Adam Sandler." "Well, Adam seems a little stupid, so let's choose Stiller." As he said this, Simon quickly wrote a name on the document in front of him, tore off a corner and handed it to Peter Jackson. "I don't know much about his current specific situation. You can contact him yourself. I believe it should meet your needs." Peter Jackson took it and said seriously, "I will do it as soon as possible." Any director wants to have the control over his own work, but Peter Jackson put himself in a very positive position. He knew that he had no room for bargaining with Simon. Moreover, the film talent of the young man in front of him was definitely not comparable to those studio executives who were lawyers and accountants. The other party's level of selecting actors was definitely far higher than his, and it was definitely not an amateur guiding an expert. Simon handed the note to Jackson, then remembered something and wrote another line on the document, tore it off and handed it to Jackson, saying, "Also, let me recommend you another movie. It's a Hong Kong movie called M.R. Zombie. It's a standard horror comedy style, and it was the box office champion of Hong Kong movies in 1985. I suggest you watch it a few more times, it can bring you a lot of inspiration. By the way, there is also the heroine. According to the setting of the script, I suggest you find an actress with goddess temperament." Peter Jackson took two notes in a row and put them in his hand carefully. He was almost a little overwhelmed and asked subconsciously, "Goddess temperament?" Simon said, "It's the kind that makes people feel a little unattainable at first glance, like Cindy Crawford." "Simon, are you saying that you want me to choose a supermodel?" "Of course not. The heroine of this story is not a vase. She still needs acting skills. At the same time, she must be stunning and pleasing to the eye. In the end, the heroine and the hero are together. The counterattack of the loser can bring a sense of satisfaction to the audience." Peter Jackson is not one of those self-righteous filmmakers. Hearing Simon say this, he felt enlightened. "So, Simon, what do you think of Miss Nicole Kidman?" "Nicole is too tall and has a cold temperament, which is not suitable for comedy." Simon said, thinking for a while, and said, "Maya Sara, yes, that kind." Peter Jackson recalled who Maya Sara was. The most famous movie of this actress was called No Time to Read, one of the best-selling movies in 1986. He also saw it in New Zealand that year. Moreover, the male lead of this movie was named Matthew Broderick. Jackson still knew some of Simon Westeros' past. Just when he didn't know how to respond, Simon also remembered this. It was not The Grudge with Matthew Broderick. A little star who had completely disappeared in Hollywood was not qualified for him to remember until now, but No Time to Read was a movie 10 years ago. Maya Sara in the movie was indeed stunning, but now he didn't know what she looked like, because the other party had not made any movies that Simon remembered after No Time to Read. Simon casually pressed the phone on the side table next to the sofa, and Girl A pushed the door open and came in. Simon ordered, "Maya Sara, the heroine of Spring is not a day for reading, I want her latest photo." Girl A nodded and turned to leave. Simon turned to Jackson again. "Let's continue, Peter. I think you should be able to feel Deanery's support for you over the years, all of which I arranged personally." As expected. Even though he had guessed it in his heart, Peter Jackson still showed an expression of surprise and joy. With gratitude, he stood up slightly and said, "Thank you, Simon." Simon waved his hand to signal Jackson to sit back down, and said, "Of course, I must also tell you that you are just one of them. Before you, people like Michael Bay, Brett Ratner, etc., they all belong to this category, and there are also failures among them. The reason why I am optimistic about you is, first of all, that you are very pragmatic. This is very important in Hollywood, because many filmmakers, as literary and artistic creators, they are not lacking in talent, but are often too aloof and stubborn, and it is difficult for them to cooperate well with Hollywood. Movies are never a job that can be completed by a single individual. If a filmmaker cannot pragmatically coordinate the entire team to complete the project, no matter how talented he is, he cannot display it. Secondly, on the basis of pragmatism, you are not lacking in talent. Both the original Crazy Fat Baby variety show and Sinful Angels, which won the Venice Silver Lion Award, have proved this point. Therefore, I hope that Ghost of Terror can be a start for you to break into Hollywood. Who is Michael Bay? The first movie, The Assassins, made over $100 million at the box office, and Jurassic Park 2 even made more than Spielberg's first movie. Who is Brett Ratner? Last year, he directed The Man from Earth, written by Simon, and it was a small test, earning more than $200 million in North America. Then he directed Charlie's Angels, adapted from Charlie's Angels, which was also very popular. As for others, Peter Jackson can think of many names. All the filmmakers in Hollywood who are still trying to climb, including himself, probably hope to be one of them. Unexpectedly, Simon Westeros had included himself in the list. Peter Jackson didn't know what to say for a moment, and couldn't help wanting to get up. But remembering Simon's gesture just now, he fell back on the sofa, still leaning forward slightly, and said, "Simon, I promise, I will do my best to complete Ghosts." Simon nodded with satisfaction. "Well, about Ghosts, since the style that tends to be comedy has been determined, my last reminder is that you need to change your cult style accumulated from early films such as Strangers of the Universe and The Fat Boy Show as much as possible. Okay, that's it. Let's talk about your idea of filming the Lord of the Rings series. First, tell me, why do you want to make this movie?" Peter Jackson realized that this was the highlight of the conversation when he received the invitation to the meeting today. He sorted out his thoughts and said, "Simon, I didn't come into contact with Tolkien's work until I was 17 years old. It was the 1978 animated version by Ralph Bakshi. Because the Tolkien series is very famous, everyone went to watch it, and I followed into the cinema, but was very disappointed. Not long after, I traveled from Wellington to Auckland. Because I had to take a long train, I bought a copy of The Lord of the Rings. That trip completely changed my mindset. Along the way, I read Tolkien's magnificent epics while appreciating the scenery along the way, the snow-capped mountains, the boundless grasslands where the sky and the earth meet, and the rushing rivers under the peaks and cliffs. At some point, I felt that my hometown should be the Middle-earth described by Tolkien. If possible, one day in the future, I must depict those stories on New Zealand soil." Chapter 913, A Thought. Just like many of the main creators of the Marvel Cinematic Universe are comic book fans, if you want an IP to be successfully adapted into a film or TV series, the creator must first have a good understanding of the work itself. If you pay a little attention to the behind-the-scenes of the entire Middle-earth series, You will find that Peter Jackson is not a die-hard fan of Tolkien's Middle-earth series. He is just like many people. He likes it very much after reading it and inevitably has some ideas. Most people tend to forget their ideas after they have them, but Jackson really sets out to implement them. The familiarity with the novel series, the solid film skills accumulated over a long period of time, and the attentive and pragmatic attitude ultimately created a big screen legend. These factors seem simple, but there are very few people who can do it. In the office, Simon listened to Jackson's obviously prepared speech and nodded slightly. I have read the proposal you submitted. The idea of splitting the novel, The Lord of the Rings, into 2 parts for continuous shooting is very good. This can save a lot of costs. The shooting location is to be determined in New Zealand. However, as long as the shooting environment and tax refund benefits meet the requirements, there is no problem with this. My idea is that since it is to be split, it can be divided into 3 parts according to the original work and shot in 3 consecutive films. Peter Jackson actually prepared a whole set of speeches. Hearing Simon's words, he was a little stunned. Simon, so you agree? Simon shook his head. It's just an intention, Peter. You have to know that the most common thing in Hollywood is uncertainty. 90% of the projects disappear without a trace in the course of time. Therefore, first of all, I want to see the results of Ghost of Terror, just as a test. Secondly, you can start writing the movie script from now on, according to the standards of the trilogy. In the future, I will also see the animation samples and live-action clips you make according to your own ideas. If the trilogy is launched at the same time, even if the investment budget of each is $70 million, the trilogy will be $210 million. So, Peter, if you fail, Deaneries will still be Deaneries, and Peter Jackson may no longer be Peter Jackson. You have to understand this. Simon's tone was flat, but Peter Jackson was trembling with excitement or fear, and his fingertips were slightly numb. With Deaneries Entertainment's current influence in Hollywood, if this project costing more than $200 million failed, Jackson knew that he would never have any place in this circle in the future. However, everything actually has 2 sides. What if it succeeds? After a few seconds of silence, Peter Jackson forced himself to calm down and looked Simon in the eye. His tone was firm. Simon, I will cherish this opportunity. Simon was very satisfied that Jackson could recover so quickly under the pressure of his words. Very good. Then, someone will contact you about the commission agreement for the script. Let me talk about my personal views first. Just as he was about to continue, there was a knock on the office door. Girl A came in with a stack of photos. Boss, this is Maya Sarah's photo, and a resume. Simon paused the topic, took the photo information handed over by Girl A, and handed a stack to Jackson, and then looked at the photos in his hand. After flipping through a few photos, he was a little disappointed. I remember when I just came to Los Angeles, Spring is Not a Good Time to Study was being released. The production cost was $6 million, and the North American box office alone reached $70 million. As the heroine of the film, Maya Sara also became the dream lover of many teenagers. 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Maya Sara in the photo is still very beautiful, with a score of more than 80 points, but she no longer has the stunning look that made people's heart beat faster, and there are obvious signs of plastic surgery, and it is not a very good plastic surgery. Simon picked up the resume again and opened it. Maya Sara is 29 years old this year. Except for Spring is Not a Good Time to Study 10 years ago, none of her other works have caused any response. Many films in recent years are marked with a label of TV movie. It is difficult for an actor to have a chance to turn over after falling to the point of shooting TV movies. Since it does not meet his requirements, Simon would not waste time on these details. If it were any other time, he would directly reject it and let Jackson choose a new heroine. However, at this moment, he inexplicably felt some nostalgia for the passage of time. 10 years. It was also his starting point. It was rare to be sentimental, so he decided to give the other party another chance. The original version of The Terror was indeed a failure, but this time, many things have changed. Even if it is not too successful in the future, relying on his own guidance and the publicity of Deaneries Entertainment, it is very likely that the domestic box office will exceed $50 million. Reaching this standard, as the heroine, Maya Sara will be able to step out of the TV and movie circles again and get more opportunities in Hollywood. The voice of Girl A sounded again in my ears. Boss, CAA said that Maya Sara is in Los Angeles. If you need her, she can come here within half an hour. Putting down the photo, Simon shook his head and said to Allison, "No, send a copy of the script of The Terror and let her prepare it." Then he turned to Jackson, "You can arrange an audition in 3 days. You don't need to worry about my opinion. Be strict. If she is okay, it will be her. If not, choose someone else." Peter Jackson agreed verbally, but he had another calculation in his heart. Unlike Simon's sudden little sigh, Jackson was very satisfied after seeing the photo. After all, the production cost of The Terror was only $30 million. It was just a medium-level production in this era. First-line actresses could not be invited. At first, he only wanted to find a second or third-line vase. Maya Sara, who has more than 10 years of acting experience, is completely above the standard. As for the difference between the photos in his hand and those 10 years ago, Jackson did not have the same feeling as Simon. And he secretly made up his mind to choose the other party as much as possible. This is the wisest choice in terms of human relations. Although Simon Westeros does not need to consider his opinions, if the boss's suggestions are adopted and the project is successful, it can bring some potential human returns anyway. After the episode, Simon and Jackson continued the topic of the Lord of the Rings series. Girl A sorted out the stack of photos and left the office. Just as she came to the outer room, another assistant reminded her that Michael Ovitz of CAA was on the line. In the heyday of CAA in the late 1980s, Michael Ovitz's phone could be directly called to any senior office of the studio without going through an assistant. Although it is still possible now, it is different for Simon. Girl A previously contacted David O'Connor, Ovitz's former assistant. As other CAA veterans continue to retire or leave, O'Connor and other new generation agents have become independent. Allison just didn't expect Ovitz to receive the news so quickly and call her to give a general introduction of the situation. Girl A sent a script to CAA according to Simon's instructions. Century City, CAA headquarters. In less than 5 minutes, the script of Horror Ghost in the email was copied and distributed to everyone in a conference room. It was actually a coincidence. When Girl A called, David O'Connor was about to attend a work summary meeting of CAA senior management on Friday afternoon. A certain actress who was barely a third-tier actress was not David O'Connor's turn to pay attention to. The former assistant of Ovitz is now in charge of clients at the level of Tom Hanks and Robert Redford. However, O'Connor couldn't ignore the call from Simon Westeros' office. In order to personally get Maya Sara's photo and send it to Deanery's studios, he delayed the meeting. Michael Ovitz, who personally presided over the meeting, certainly did not blame anyone, and was quite concerned about the matter. After all, Simon rarely asked the agency directly for information about actresses, and it was often Linda Vargas, Simon's personal casting director who had followed him for many years, who was responsible. Perhaps Deanery's would make another big move. Everyone did not know that if it were not for someone's sigh of emotion, there would probably be no further consequences. CAA's intelligence-gathering capabilities have always been very strong. While the script of The Terror was distributed to the CAA executives in the meeting room, various information was also collected, including Peter Jackson's basic information, the general outline of the Terror project, Jackson's meeting with Simon at this time, and news about the Lord of the Rings series. The original topic of the work summary meeting had been shelved. Each of the CAA executives held a copy of the Terror script in their hands and quickly flipped through it. After about 10 minutes, Michael Ovitz put down the script first and looked at his watch. It was already 5 o'clock. Time to get off work. No one mentioned this. For a qualified agent, there is basically no difference between working and leaving get off work. Sometimes, even in the early morning of weekends, when the phone rings, you have to get up from bed to help clients deal with things like taking drugs, getting drunk and fighting because of partying. After everyone put down the script one after another, Ovitz asked, "What do you think?" David O'Connor, who was across the conference table, said first, "The script is average, but it may be revised later. Moreover, I think the key to this matter should not be the Ghostbusters, but the Lord of the Rings, or the entire Middle-earth series." Michael Ovitz nodded slightly. This is also his idea. According to the information collected, New World Pictures positioned the Ghostbusters as another Ghostbusters series, but just looking at the script, the difference between the two series is very obvious. The story framework is more like the Ace Ventura series, which just released a sequel recently. Ace Ventura made Jim Carrey famous. The male protagonist makes a living by helping people find lost pets and is inadvertently involved in various conspiracies. In Horror Ghost, the male protagonist accidentally gains psychic powers and helps people catch ghosts for a living, and is also involved in a series of events. Both projects are comedies. Both protagonists are unlucky. In the end of both stories, the male and female protagonists defeat the villains and live happily together. Standard Hollywood commercial film routine. As soon as O'Connor finished speaking, Jay Murray, another gold medal agent on Ovitz's left, said, "It's obvious that this Ghost in the Shell is just a practice run for Jackson by Westeros, just like Assassin's Creed before Michael took over the Jurassic Park series, and Brett Natner, who produced The Man from Earth and the Victoria's Secret fashion show before filming the Charlie's Angels series, and the Oriental director of Mission Impossible 2, who also filmed Broken Arrow before that. Richard Lovett, who was also a new generation of CAA and had been promoted to vice president, sitting in a corner of the conference table, said, "Jay is right, but I think Westeros should pay more attention to Peter Jackson. If I remember correctly, all the copyrights of Tolkien's Middle-earth series are in the hands of Deaneries Entertainment, and they were bought together with DC's Batman, Superman and the entire Marvel copyright. It was probably after the stock market crash in 1987, and Westeros made a lot of money at that time. So, what do you think of it?" When Richard Lovett said this, everyone was excited. Tolkien's Middle-earth series of novels, The Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit and The Silmarillion, completely constitute a Middle-earth world with an independent and huge worldview. Whether it is the elves, dwarves, hobbits, humans, orcs, etc., there are a lot of stories to be explored in this series. What is this? It's obvious. Simon Westeros plans to create another Middle-earth movie universe after the DC movie universe and the Conjuring movie universe. If this is true, CAA must be 12 points in spirit to deal with it. Just like the DC movie universe that is currently in its heyday. Simon Westeros originally distributed the main roles to major Hollywood agencies in order to pursue balance. It can be imagined that if the main creators of the entire DC movie universe are mainly WMA's clients who have a good relationship with Westeros, whether it is CAA or ICM, as well as other second and third tier agencies, they will not have an easy time now. The pay for the leading actors in the DC movie universe is indeed not high. This is something that makes many Hollywood filmmakers feel unbalanced. However, this low level is only relative to the amazing box office of a series of films in the DC movie universe. Putting this aside, at this stage, most of the main creators of the DC movie universe are paid at the same level as first-line filmmakers. Not only that, the super popularity of these people also allows them to absorb other resources in the circle, such as advertising endorsements and other film contracts. Adam Baldwin, the actor of Batman, has a personal income of $32 million in the past year of 1995, thanks to various endorsements and the salary of participating in the DC series and some other films. Among them, the salary for Batman vs. Superman was only $9 million. And this year, although there is no DC series to participate in, just a current success of Batman vs. Superman will definitely not be less for the producers. At the beginning, 5 contracts were signed at a low price, and now there is only one left. Many people thought that Adam Baldwin would not renew the contract, or even if he did, he would have to offer an outrageously high price to make up for the loss of the 5-package contract. But according to rumors in the circle, in fact, Adam Baldwin is now actively communicating with Deaneries, hoping to continue to increase cooperation. Because the last film, Justice League, may not be released until around 2000 according to the DC movie universe's plan. In the 4-year gap, if Adam Baldwin does not take the initiative to maintain his popularity, even a series of advertisers behind him will not agree. In addition to Adam Baldwin, other actors in the entire DC series, Brad Pitt who plays Superman, Will Smith who plays Cyborg, Valeria Golino who plays Catwoman, Nicole Kidman who plays Poison Ivy, etc., have been the focus of Hollywood in recent years. In the era of eyeball economy, super high attention actually represents tangible benefits. If Simon Westeros really wants to create a Middle-earth movie universe after the DC movie universe and the Conjuring movie universe, CAA must let its clients try their best to fight for the role anyway. Because this is the most core resource of Hollywood now. The people in the conference room paused for a moment because of Richard Lovett's awakening, but someone still raised an objection. If you want to develop a movie universe, why doesn't Deaneries Entertainment develop Marvel? As soon as the words came out, facing a series of glances, the person concerned reacted. This question is too stupid. The popularity of the DC movie universe is still at its peak. Even if it has to share with Warner, the benefits are lucrative enough. At this time, Deaneries Entertainment may be able to monopolize Marvel, but what about DC? It can't just get rid of it. If the two go hand in hand, it will cause serious internal consumption of resources. Tolkien's Middle-earth series is different. Because of differences in audiences and other aspects, the DC movie universe and Tolkien's Middle-earth series may compete with each other for some resources, but it will not cause too serious internal consumption, just like the DC movie universe series and Deaneries Entertainment's Jurassic Park series at this time. They can coexist completely. Everyone discussed it again. Now that this is confirmed, the next step is how to deal with it. Michael Ovitz, who has completely given up the idea of switching to a big studio, finally decided to take charge personally. Since Simon Westeros can invest in a film specifically for the development of the Middle-earth series to let the director he likes practice, CAA can also train actors in a targeted manner. After all, in the Middle-earth series of novels, various characters are clear at a glance. And there are many of them. Now we start to select actors for suitable roles and train them. By then, even if Simon Westeros still wants to balance the resources among the major agencies, as long as the candidates provided by CAA are good enough, they will definitely be able to get more shares. After the meeting, Ovitz also specially assigned the company's vice president Richard Lovett to try to contact Peter Jackson. The New Zealand Directors Agency contract is signed under WMA. If they can poach him, it would be the best. If they can't poach him, it would definitely not be a bad thing to have more contact and build relationships. After finalizing this matter, everyone continued some of the original meeting topics. When the meeting ended, it was already past 6 in the afternoon. Ovitz finally went out and saw Mark Ferguson, an agent under the company, waiting outside with another black-haired girl. The girl was Maya Sara. Chapter 914 Hollywood is a Circle. Seeing Ovitz coming out, David O'Connor, who was originally talking to Maya Sara, nodded to him and left first. Some things are best arranged by the boss himself. Motioning the two to follow him back to the office, everyone sat down, and Michael Ovitz handed the script to them and said, "I just want to remind you that this is the script that Simon Westeros personally picked. The audition will be in 3 days. You two must study this script thoroughly even if you don't sleep in the next few days. Some people may only have this one chance in their lifetime. If you mess it up, it will be gone." Although CAA is a cross-agent system, agents are closely linked, and no one can absolutely control certain clients, but agents of different levels are still clearly distinguished. Although Mark Ferguson and Maya Sara are not at the bottom, they are also the kind that Ovitz would not pay attention to on a daily basis. When he said this, they were all a little trembling and inevitably excited. The script that Simon Westeros personally picked, the whole of Hollywood understands what it means. If Maya Sara can get the role, her career, which had no hope, may be revitalized, and Mark Ferguson, who is already 37 years old this year, can also take advantage of the opportunity to make a further step. The two of them made promises one after another, and Ovitz turned his eyes to Maya Sara and asked casually, "Maya, do you have a boyfriend now?" Maya Sara didn't know why Ovitz asked this for a moment. She felt that her calf was kicked by her agent. She was still a little confused. After a little hesitation, she honestly said, "I am dating Jason Connery recently, the son of Mr. Sean Connery." Michael Ovitz smiled a little formulaically and nodded. "Jason is good. Well, that's it. Remember to prepare for the audition seriously." After that, he stood up and saw him off. Mark Ferguson said goodbye to Ovitz respectfully, and just as he walked out, he glanced at Maya Sara, who was holding a script beside him and looked happy. He became more depressed and walked silently all the way until he arrived at the underground parking lot of the CAA building. Mark Ferguson came to his black Chevrolet and pressed the remote control car lock, but suddenly he couldn't help it anymore and kicked it hard. Bang! Amid the reverberating muffled sound, a large part of the door on one side had been dented. This middle-aged man, who was close to 40, short and a little bald, still didn't calm down after the kick, and kicked several more times in a row, and cursed something quickly in a low voice as if venting his anger. Maya Sara looked at the agent who suddenly exploded, and her originally happy expression turned into horror. Not knowing what happened, she could only step back a little, until the agent vented his anger and got in the car, She hesitated to open the door and sit in the passenger seat. The black Chevrolet drove out of the parking lot, and Maya Sara finally asked, "Mark, did I do something wrong?" The agent, who had calmed down a little, looked straight ahead, and involuntarily raised his foot to step on the accelerator, but then let go dejectedly. "What do you think?" Maya Sara said hesitantly. I don't understand." Mark Ferguson suddenly sneered, still not looking at her, and said in a hard voice, "Do you think you can get extra care if you tell Mr. Ovitz that you are dating Jason Connery?" Maya Sara didn't say anything. She really thought so. As the first big name signed by CAA that year, Sean Connery's position in this talent agency has always been quite transcendent. It was Connery who opened up the situation for the grassroots team of Ovitz and others. In order to show respect and gratitude to this veteran 007 actor, CAA headquarters has always reserved an office for him. Maya Sara met Connery's son Jason Connery while filming an HBO TV movie last year. After being pursued by him, they soon fell in love. Of course, she wanted to use the relationship of Jason Connery's father Sean Connery to help herself get some resources. Even if she still failed to turn things around in the end, marrying him would be a good choice. After all, although Jason Connery relied entirely on his father's relationship to get into Hollywood and was considered the least capable second-generation star, Sean Connery was still very rich and would leave it to his son in the future. Mark Ferguson saw that the woman next to him had obviously not reacted yet, and couldn't help reminding her, "Then have you ever thought about why Mr. Ovitz asked about this just now?" Maya Sara was stunned. The agent reminded her here, so she was certainly not hopelessly stupid. This kind of thing is actually very common in Hollywood. The atmosphere fell into silence again. After the car drove for a while, Mark Ferguson sneered, "Do you understand? Simon Westeros, that's Simon Westeros, huh? Think about Sandra Bullock, Nicole Kidman, Valeria Golino, Famke Janssen. Think about these people, and then think about yourself, Maya. Now do you understand what you missed?" Maya Sara certainly understood. Her face turned red and white, and then she took out the script that had just been put into her bag and said to her agent, "Mark, this script, haven't I already got the script? I will break up with Jason tonight." Mark Ferguson wanted to sneer again, but he still held back a little dejectedly. Maya Sara missed it, which actually meant that he, the agent, missed it. "This script must have been pointed out to you by Westeros, but if Westeros's purpose is very clear, that is, he is interested in you, do you think Mr. Ovitz needs to ask you that question just now?" Maya Sara's expression flickered for a moment, and she understood it completely. The joy she had just received the script disappeared. Since the script of Ghost of Terror was personally sent to her by Simon Westeros, it means that the big shot noticed her as a little actress. However, the other party obviously did not express a clear purpose, such as inviting her to dinner. The subtext of Michael Ovitz's question was not to ask her if she was single. In Hollywood, even if she was married, it didn't matter. The other party was actually testing whether she was willing. If she was willing, Ovitz might find an opportunity to send her to Westeros. Then, as long as she hooked up with that man, even if she was 29 years old now, with the other party's energy, she would still have the opportunity to be on par with the series of actresses just mentioned by her agent. This is 1,000 times and 10,000 times better than hooking up with Sean Connery's useless son. As a result, she messed it up. It was still because of Sean Connery. If I hadn't mentioned Jason Connery's name just now, and hadn't involved Sean Connery, even if she said she was married, a CAA boss would have continued to help her connect with Simon Westeros. It happened to be Sean Connery. In fact, because of the rapid changes in the Hollywood landscape in recent years, Sean Connery, like many old Hollywood big names, has entered a trough in his career. Now Hollywood is dominated by a large number of new generations, with the main creators of the DC movie universe as the core. However, Sean Connery's significance to CAA is really too special. Just like the office permanently reserved for Connery at the CAA headquarters, Sean Connery is a symbol of CAA, a benchmark for CAA to show its attitude towards star actors. Therefore, Michael Ovitz will not do anything that may damage the relationship between CAA and Connery. Introducing the other party's son's girlfriend to another Hollywood bigwig, let alone being exposed in public, even if it's spread privately, will seriously damage CAA's reputation. After all, many people will think, "Ovitz, is this how you treat a benefactor who helped you achieve your career?" Even if she had the opportunity to get in touch with Westeros through this project, considering certain factors, Michael Ovitz might have created obstacles in turn. Thinking about entering this circle at the age of 17, wasting so many years, and being 30 years old soon, she is still just a third-tier actor who is still going downhill, and just now, she missed a chance that may be the last time in her life to rise to the top. Maya Sara felt more and more empty inside, her nose was getting more and more sour, and her eyes were getting more and more bitter. It was the end of the workday in Los Angeles. In the busy traffic on Santa Monica Boulevard, some oncoming drivers could only notice a black-haired woman in the passenger seat of a Chevrolet covering her face, wondering what sad things had happened to her. Hollywood is a circle. Compared with CAA, Simon, as the most powerful spider king at the core of this big web, is more informed. The following weekend, news about the Middle-earth movie universe came back to Simon's ears. Many people, both inside and outside the circle, asked him about this news directly or indirectly. If Daenerys Entertainment really wants to create a Middle-earth movie universe, it will definitely involve interests from all aspects, and the level of this series will basically be equivalent to the DC movie universe, and it will no longer be as small as the Conjuring movie universe. Therefore, for example, Warner must be worried that the DC movie universe, which is firmly in Simon's hands, will be marginalized, and whether the DC movie universe will be sacrificed for the benefit of the Middle-earth movie universe. The first thing that major talent agencies consider is how to get a share of this big plan. There are other film companies. Everyone's life is so difficult. If someone releases a giant beast, can they still survive? To be honest, Simon planned to bring the entire Middle-earth series to the big screen a long time ago, but he did not consider the so-called Middle-earth movie universe because it was not suitable. Whether it is the long-standing Marvel and DC, or the Warrens who have been paranormal investigators for decades, they have accumulated a lot of materials for the creation of the two major movie universes. In comparison, Tolkien's Middle-earth series, although the setting is grand, the overall story is clear at a glance. Even the Hobbit trilogy in the original time and space is actually well known to be deliberately filled in and far-fetched. This novel could have been told in one movie. It is certainly not impossible to force it to expand into a movie universe. However, doing so will only add another assembly line to Hollywood, and what may be lost is the waves and heaviness of the Lord of the Rings trilogy that is enough to be recorded in the history of movies. Simon does not intend to do this. At least, Simon does not intend to do this before Peter Jackson's version of the Middle-earth epic is completed. What will happen in the future? We will talk about it in the future. Of course, except for a few people who need to explain a few words, Simon does not intend to clarify the misunderstandings about the Middle-earth movie universe, which is not a bad thing for future movie series. April 15th. Monday. After a short weekend, a busy week is here again. The most watched event in the Westeros system this week was originally the listing of Melisandre Company on the New York Stock Exchange on Friday, April 19th. However, on Monday, a sudden public shareholding report of Westeros Company attracted widespread attention from all parties. This is a fulfillment of Simon's agreement with Warren Buffett last year. During the negotiation and acquisition of Metropolitan ABC Group, as a major shareholder who played a decisive role in the transaction, Simon and Buffett reached a tacit understanding that they would increase their holdings to become a major shareholder of the company with a shareholding of more than 5% on the eve of this year's Berkshire Hathaway annual meeting, so as to use the reputation of the Westeros system to enhance investors' confidence in Buffett, and most importantly, reduce the pressure from all parties that Buffett has encountered because of his refusal to invest in technology stocks. In the late 1990s, because of the refusal to invest in the new technology field that was in a frenzy, Berkshire Hathaway's stock price continued to fall. Many shareholders jumped out to accuse Buffett of missing the best investment opportunity of this era, and some people threw eggs at Buffett at the Berkshire Hathaway annual meeting. Simon opened the new technology wave in advance. Warren Buffett, whose investment philosophy has not changed, still insists on rejecting technology stocks. In recent years, he has faced increasing pressure. Fortunately, through Daenerys Entertainment's acquisition of Metropolitan ABC Group last year, Berkshire Hathaway became a popular shareholder of Daenerys Entertainment Group by exchanging shares. In the previous takeover IPO, Berkshire Hathaway also participated in the subscription of new shares worth $60 million. These operations that rely on the popularity of the Westeros system have somewhat eased the pressure on Buffett. This time, The Westeros system directly stepped forward and raised the Berkshire Hathaway shares that had been quietly absorbed to 4.9% to 5.1%, and publicly reported to the SEC. In fact, Simon personally stood up for Buffett and supported Berkshire Hathaway's business strategy. With Berkshire Hathaway's single-day stock price increase of 3.5% on Monday, at least no one will throw eggs at Buffett at the 1996 annual meeting next month. New York. Simon flew here yesterday afternoon and was at ABC headquarters in the Upper West Side all day Monday. The first season of American Idol ended its last episode on March 28, with an average cumulative audience of 33.6 million. Because of the high attention paid to the official events in the second half of the season, the total of 32 episodes was nearly 2 million more than the 31.7 million in the first half of last year. The peak ratings of the last episode even reached 51.3 million, which is a miracle. With such a hot performance, of course, we can't stop there. While directly launching the second season, we also added 4 special programs after the end of the season, mainly behind-the-scenes footage, award-winning interviews, etc., which just finished airing last Thursday, and the average ratings of the 4 episodes also reached 23.9 million. Counting the more or less shameless scraps of the extra 4 episodes, the entire first season of American Idol, just the revenue from the interstitial advertisements in the program, has reached $690 million, and the revenue from other program title sponsorships and overseas TV stations purchasing production rights has also reached $170 million. The entire American Idol project has earned a total of $860 million so far. Excluding the total of $230 million in project production and publicity expenses, the gross profit of this reality show in the first season alone reached an astonishing $630 million, and it is expected to contribute more than 1/3 of the profits of Deanery's entertainment television department in fiscal year 1996. It is simply amazing. Therefore, Simon did not dare to underestimate such a hen that lays golden eggs. In the morning, he personally participated in the summary of the first season and the planning meeting for the second season. Then, the afternoon schedule was equally important. It was still a meeting, and the 2 teams of Deanery's television department and Ygritte Portal participated together. The topic was the Atlanta Olympics, which will open on July 19th. This year is the 100th anniversary of the Olympics, which is of great significance. Speaking of which, Simon was also depressed. The broadcasting rights of this Olympics were already won by NBC in 1993 with a bid of $456 million. At that time, Simon could not interfere with ABC's decision. Tom Murphy and Warren Buffett were both conservative and stingy in spending on sports events, so naturally they could not compete with NBC. This year, I will definitely miss it. Deanery's Entertainment has increased its sports business layout and invested heavily in ESPN. It will definitely not be able to sit idly by in the future. This is a later story. Although there is no broadcasting rights, Deanery's cannot remain indifferent. The Olympic Games cannot be broadcast, but news interviews can still be done in a big way. In order to cooperate and reduce costs, Deanery's and Ygritte will team up to conduct television and online reports at the same time. The meeting had just begun when Jeff Bezos, who flew to attend the meeting in person, mentioned a piece of bad news. There is great resistance from NBC regarding the negotiation of online broadcasting rights for the Olympic Games. The other party initially requested a 6-month window period. After several consultations, they are still insisting on 45 days, that is, 45 days after the closing of the Olympics, before we can put the event videos on YouTube. If it is a movie or TV series, it is not a problem. The timeliness of sports events is too strong. In 45 days, the popularity of the Olympics will have completely disappeared by then. Moreover, the offer of the Olympic Committee is also stuck at $120 million. I don't think there is any need to continue negotiations. Jeff Bezos was talking about the negotiation between Ygritte and the International Olympic Committee on the purchase of online broadcasting rights for the Olympic Games. It was not about live broadcasting. Live broadcasting of large-scale events such as the Olympic Games is not realistic under current network conditions. Instead, it was about the YouTube platform broadcasting rights of major event videos. After all, the core of this large-scale sports event is the competition. Because of the huge commercial interests of the sports industry in Western society, copyright is extremely important. The copyright of the Olympic Games belongs to the International Olympic Committee. Whether it is NBC or other national TV stations, they only purchase the broadcasting rights. Since the broadcasting rights have been missed, the Westeros system is considering trying to put the videos of major events on the YouTube platform as soon as possible. Now, it is obvious that things are not going as planned. Ygritte wants to get the right to broadcast the video of the game online, and the biggest obstacle is NBC, which spent a huge amount of money to buy the broadcasting rights. The other party proposed a window period similar to the concept of movie distribution, 45 days, which seems to be much shorter than the 3-month window period of movie theater distribution and video recording, but for sports events that focus on effectiveness, this is basically worthless. After all, sports events are all about heartbeats, and the focus is often on the results. When everything is settled, except for a few particularly exciting games, the public will no longer have any interest in most games. Ygritte did not expect to get the right to broadcast the event video in real time, and also considered the window period. However, the reasonable window period that can be accepted here is 3 days, and the longest cannot exceed 7 days. NBC insisted on 45 days. The difference is too big, and the offer of the International Olympic Committee obviously has the tendency to slaughter fat sheep, so there is really no need to talk about it. Simon, who was personally presiding over the meeting, waited for Bezos to finish speaking. He wanted to express his opinion directly without wasting any more time. He paused for a moment and then looked at everyone. Does anyone have any opinions? Tell us. Chapter 915. Get a camera. In the meeting room on 66th Street in the Upper West Side, Simon, who had unconsciously begun to pursue efficiency, was glad that he had not made a decision just now. Everyone spoke freely, and various proposals made Simon suddenly enlightened. Although it was impossible to obtain the online broadcasting rights of this Olympics, Ygritte could take advantage of the popularity of the Olympics to obtain the event videos of many previous Olympics, so that it could carefully select and produce various event collections. Another ABC executive suggested that Ygritte's attempt to purchase the online broadcasting rights of the event videos of this Olympics was a misunderstanding, because this violated YouTube's operating philosophy of insisting on being a platform only. This also made Simon reflect. When this topic was over, Simon glanced at a Chinese idiom on the document in front of him. Listen to both sides and you will be enlightened. Then he quietly erased it. The initial episode allowed Simon to appropriately relax the discussion time on subsequent related topics, and the meeting was not over until 5 o'clock when it was time to get off work. After brainstorming, everyone proposed many new ideas on how to use the Olympics based on the original plans, which led Jeff Bezos, who was originally planning to leave tomorrow morning, to temporarily change his schedule and stay until tomorrow afternoon. After the meeting, as Deanery's East Coast team in Greenwich Village gradually moved here, Simon, Bezos and Ygritte walked out of the conference room side by side in the red brick building that was already the East Coast headquarters of Deanery's Entertainment. Finally, they discussed a few things about work, and Ygritte said, "Simon, our teams on both sides are holding a cocktail party tonight. Do you want to come?" Simon shook his head. "I have a dinner appointment, Mickey Cantor." Jeff Bezos, who was walking on the other side, heard this name and subconsciously said, "The new Secretary of Commerce." Yes. If it weren't for the appointment, he wouldn't have left work on time today, and he must have arranged some more work. The matter was still about Simon's upcoming trip to China. Everything was ready on the Westeros system side, but there was a problem in Washington. Earlier this month, on April 3rd, Ron Brown, the U.S. Secretary of Commerce, who led a trade and investment delegation to the Balkans, encountered a plane crash in Croatia, killing all 35 people on board. I won't talk much about the conspiracy behind the scenes of this plane crash. Anyway, Clinton's 8 years in office were full of strange things. And just last Friday, April 12th, the president signed and appointed the new Secretary of Commerce, Mickey Cantor, with great efficiency. This is the president's confidant. He served as the chairman of Clinton's campaign team during the 1992 election. After Clinton took office, he was appointed as the U.S. Trade Representative, responsible for participating in major federal international economic affairs such as the WTO establishment negotiations and the U.S.-Japan auto trade negotiations. Simon has seen the other party's information. The evaluation is average. Mickey Cantor, who was born as a lawyer, is a good political player, but his economics are not satisfactory. A typical example is the U.S.-Japan auto trade negotiations chaired by Mickey Cantor. The two major trade negotiations in the United States in the past 20 years were both aimed at Japan. The first one was the U.S.-Japan semiconductor trade negotiation. Although the United States did not gain any advantage in the end because of the relocation of its domestic semiconductor industry, it hit the Japanese semiconductor industry hard, indirectly leading to the rise of the Korean semiconductor industry. Then there was the U.S.-Japan automobile trade negotiation last year. This time, although the two sides reached an agreement at the last minute, the United States actually returned with nothing. Japan has saved its automobile industry and is still strong many years later, while the domestic automobile industry in the United States continues to decline. This negotiation may be due to the fact that the Japanese have learned lessons from the semiconductor industry and are determined not to give in. The negotiating strategy errors of the U.S. delegation are also an important reason. Mickey Cantor was in charge of this negotiation. Simon was happy to see this. When dealing with a government level, Simon always likes relatively mediocre people. Although those who can climb to the core of national power are not too simple-minded, it is better to be relatively mediocre than too smart. The three chatted and entered the elevator with several followers. This is the 10th floor of the building. When the elevator descended to the 8th floor, it opened again. A group of well-dressed and well-made-up women appeared in front of everyone. Among them were Kathy Hilton and Kris Jenner. They were obviously the main actors of The Real Housewives of New York. The women were chatting with each other until they found Simon in the elevator. They all stopped talking and looked over. There was no time to say hello. Kris Jenner was the first to react. In addition to Simon, Iger and Bezos, there were 5 other people in the elevator, including Lady A. It seemed that at most 2 more people could squeeze in. Kris Jenner grabbed a seat. Kathy Hilton, who was closest to the elevator door, had a slight flicker in her eyes, but she still rushed in. She turned around and walked directly to a man. Kris Jenner said to the people outside the elevator, "What a pity. Let's wait for the next one." Then she reached out and pressed the elevator door. As the elevator began to go down again, Kris Jenner turned around and greeted Simon without caring what the few people who had just been pulled down thought. "Mr. Westeros, it's nice to see you again." Simon also smiled. "Yeah, you guys today." Kris Jenner said, "This season of The Real Housewives of New York is about to end, and we came here to record an interview." "Oh, I've seen the ratings report. It's a great season." "Thank you." Seeing Kris Jenner and Simon chatting enthusiastically, Kathy Hilton, who had been competing openly and secretly with the other party since joining The Real Housewives of New York, quickly got rid of her hesitation just now and took the initiative to interrupt and said, "Simon, I heard that you are going to visit China soon." "Huh? Even you know about it?" Simon actually wanted to keep a low profile as much as possible about this matter, but he failed to do so after all. Kris Jenner immediately took over the conversation. "I heard that China is great. I have to go there if I have the chance." "Simon, where do you think I should go first if I go to China?" Simon felt the scent of the woman's perfume in front of him, which was obviously mixed with some other meaning. He subconsciously glanced at her chest and said casually, "Actually, I don't know much, but the Great Wall must not be missed." Kris Jenner noticed the man's gaze and smiled more charmingly. Just as she was about to continue, the elevator door opened. "This is the basement floor." Robert Iger and Jeff Bezos were very tactful and left automatically. In addition to Girl A, Simon also had 2 other personal bodyguards, as well as Kris Jenner and Kathy Hilton, who followed naturally. Seeing the 2 women around him hesitating, Simon asked, "Did you drive?" Kris Jenner said without hesitation, "No, parking is tight here, we came by taxi. Simon, can we get a ride?" "Of course." He walked towards 2 identical black Mercedes-Benz cars. The bodyguard had already opened the door of one of the cars, and Simon gestured to the 2 women, "You can take that one, the driver will take you home." Simon, who pays attention to safety issues, now has at least a group of 4 bodyguards around him, so he travels in at least 2 cars. Kris Jenner followed him. "Simon, can I take one with you and chat with you? We may not be on the same way." "Definitely on the same way." After saying so, seeing Simon get in the car, he did not object. Kris Jenner glanced at Kathy Hilton and followed the other side door opened by the bodyguard. After that incident, Kathy Hilton, who had been on edge for a long time, had originally planned to take another car. After being stimulated by Kris Jenner's last glance, she simply followed. Kris Jenner in the car saw her coming and patted the middle armrest of the back seat of the luxury car proudly. "If you want to get in, You can only sit in the front passenger seat. As she was talking, Girl A had already got on the front passenger seat. Kris Jenner was even more proud and raised her eyebrows at her, but soon she heard the man next to her say, "You two are women, it's okay to squeeze in." Kathy Hilton, who was able to marry into a wealthy family, was only better than Kris Jenner. She just couldn't make up her mind because of some concerns. Now she heard the man say that and was provoked by Kris Jenner, so she squeezed in directly. The car started. Simon glanced at the two women who were crowded together next to him, closed the partition between the back seat and the front seat, and said to them, "I have an appointment with someone to have dinner together at 6 o'clock. It's quite important. You are not suitable to go together. But you can have dinner later at another place over there, it's a club." The two women who were pressed together looked at each other, and it was Kris Jenner who spoke first, and glanced at the man subtly. "Simon, I'm not in a hurry to go back after dinner." Simon smiled and looked at this mature woman who was just in her early 40s and still maintained fair skin and did not go astray in tanning. "By the way, did you give birth to a child last year?" "A girl," Kris Jenner said. "Actually, but Bruce wants a child." Simon's eyes subconsciously swept across a part of the woman. "What's her name?" "Kendall," Kris Jenner said. "This is the name Bruce gave him. He said it means Valley of Light. It's a bit uncommon. In fact, I think it's good to call her Kylie. But he is the father of the child after all. It's not bad, I prefer distinctive names." Simon said this with a somewhat strange expression. Kendall Jenner. After she appeared, many things have changed. Moreover, with the probability of certain things, except for name, this Kendall Jenner is definitely not the same Kendall Jenner anymore. This is probably the case after the summer of 1986. But think about it again. Unlike Robert Kardashian, the father of the three Kardashian sisters, who has a mediocre and somewhat ugly appearance, the children of Kris Jenner, who has a flight attendant, and Bruce Jenner, who has an Olympic champion background, will definitely not be bad in appearance. In the past, Kendall Jenner and Kylie Jenner were both top beauties when they were young and keeping up with the Kardashians. Kendall Jenner later became the only one in the Kardashian family who was good-looking. As for Kylie, she has transformed herself into the style of Kim Kardashian's second sister. Kris Jenner actually noticed something strange in Simon's expression, but she didn't investigate further. Instead, she had another idea after hearing the man's words. "Simon, I heard that you named Dakota Johnson, the daughter of Don Johnson and Melanie Griffith. Everyone says that you are the godfather of that girl." When Kris mentioned it, Simon thought of this little gossip that was widely circulated in Hollywood. Just like Spielberg had a lot of goddaughters, because he named a little girl and attended a baptism ceremony, it gradually spread that Simon was the godfather of Dakota Johnson. Think about it, the little girl is already 7 years old this year, and he has only seen her a few times. However, Simon was too lazy to clarify. The main reason is, well, someone actually likes being a father. Seeing Simon just smiled and didn't object, Kris Jenner leaned over a little. "Simon, you should be on the East Coast recently. Maybe, how about tomorrow? I plan to hold a party at home. Are you interested? By the way, you can see Kendall, a very cute little girl." Simon shook his head directly this time. "I will go back to the West Coast tomorrow morning." Kris Jenner thought it was an excuse. "If I remember correctly, Melisandre will be listed on the 19th. You should attend, right?" "Yes, but I will rush over when the time comes." Simon is really busy recently. He will fly to San Francisco tomorrow, then return to Los Angeles, and rush to New York on Friday to attend the premiere of Melisandre. Then, he will set off to China on Saturday and arrive on Sunday local time. He can only rest a little after the schedule on Monday and Tuesday next week. In fact, many people in the elite class are in this state of frequent flyers who are busy for most of the year. Simon is relatively good. Of course, I have thought about not running around so much, but some things can't be done just by thinking about them. The Westeros system is now too big. Even if Simon doesn't care about some financial gains and losses, if he lets it go and becomes a hands-off boss, it is likely to cause a domino effect due to some unexpected emergencies. The collapse of many large companies is due to the negligence of the leaders. Of course, the situation will not always be like this. The main reason is that the Westeros system is too conspicuous now, and the industrial layout is still relatively concentrated. For example, technology and entertainment account for a large proportion, and if the financial business dares to let go, It will become a big bomb that may explode at any time. However, as long as the integration strategy of the Westeros system and the US economy is implemented smoothly, the deeper this matter is promoted, the more Simon can get rid of the complicated affairs. At that time, the risk of the Westeros system is the risk of the United States. The dollar kidnaps the world, and then it is the risk of the whole world. In order to avoid the risk from affecting themselves, countless people will actively or passively safeguard the interests of the Westeros system. Kris Jenner didn't have high expectations for inviting Simon, and after a little insistence, she gave up and said, "By the way, Simon, I've also uploaded some videos of the IREC 10 recently released by Tinkober and the YouTube event, and the number of hits is not bad. Can we really develop this aspect in depth?" The IREC 10 digital camera went on sale on April 5th, and it has only been 10 days. However, in 10 days, including the 2 million units that were sold out on the first day of sale and the overtime replenishment of Tinkober's supply chain, the global sales volume has exceeded 2.5 million units. Because this is an internet hardware peripheral, coupled with the cooperation between Tinkober and Ygritte, it means that millions of video creators have been added at once. Even if ordinary users on the YouTube platform have capacity restrictions, they can be cleared and deleted after all, and at most they can register a few more numbers. Therefore, the content increment has suddenly ushered in a blowout in recent days, including the users who do not create videos but simply browse the website. Many people have seen business opportunities. Elite, under Simon's guidance, has started a program to cultivate influencers through its new media operations department, which has been established for more than a year. Unlike Instagram, which can only be monetized through marketing cooperation, YouTube can directly obtain advertising revenue. Of course, marketing cooperation is also a big part of it. If you enter the market now, you can grab more resources before many other people react. In the original time and space, the influencer economy did not become popular until the mobile internet era. Before that, there was no shortage of influencers, but it was usually difficult to monetize. In the final analysis, there is still a lack of mature business models. Now, Simon has directly helped Grace open up her mind, how to cultivate influencers, how to monetize traffic, how to bring goods, including the operation methods of different channels such as social platforms and video platforms. In the future, perhaps relying on the YouTube platform alone, Elite will be able to cultivate a series of big influencers with an annual income of tens of millions. At present, the income of the top models is actually at this level. This is also a good direction for Elite to move from a simple model agency to diversification. After all, others have been deeply involved in actors and sports for too long, and it is definitely more suitable for the blue ocean market of the internet to scramble for space. Moreover, as long as Elite succeeds, there will definitely be a large number of followers. These content creators can earn money from the internet and also nourish the entire internet ecosystem. Inside the car. When Simon saw Kris Jenner asking about it, he thought about how the Kardashian family used to be everywhere, which was actually content, so he didn't mind asking a few questions. Of course, this is a better opportunity. Unlike the regional limitations of the television industry, the internet is global. The number of internet users in the world has reached 500 million, almost twice the total population of the United States, and they are the middle and upper classes with the strongest consumption power. Look at the market value of Ygritte, and you should understand how broad the business opportunities are in this field. Kris Jenner's eyes lit up quickly when she heard Simon say this, and even Kathy Hilton, who was squeezed on the edge, couldn't help but prick up her ears. "But, Simon, I have no idea what to do. Can you explain it to me?" Go back and study the channel classification of YouTube carefully. It is actually very clear. Different fashion, food, fitness, travel and other channels, as long as you grasp one point, patiently study user needs, and carefully produce the content they want to watch, as long as the accumulated subscriptions reach millions, the income will definitely be no less than that of your current reality show. Kathy Hilton finally interrupted, "Simon, then what do you think we are suitable for?" It's very simple, it's still a reality show. You must be quite familiar with this aspect now. Of course, this will definitely conflict with the show you are currently participating in, but in fact, you only need to make some adjustments, Simon said, pointing at Kathy Hilton. For example, didn't you open a decoration design studio? Then make a reality show around this theme. This should belong to the home channel. You need to figure out the specific production ideas yourself. The key is not to be rigid and professional, otherwise the audience will not like it. Kathy Hilton seemed to have realized something. Kris Jenner couldn't wait to ask, "Simon, what about me?" Simon looked at the woman and couldn't help but have some bad taste. "You have 4 daughters now." Huh? Yeah. Then try to make a reality show around your daughters. In addition, because it is an online platform, it has a high degree of freedom and low cost. You can shoot with a handheld camera at home, and at most you need to hire a professional video post-production. Each video does not need to be too long. In fact, no one will watch it if it is too long. 10 minutes is enough. Kris Jenner continued to ask, "Simon, I still don't quite understand how to do it specifically." Simon said, "Get a camera and pull your daughter out. Hi, everyone, I am Kim Kardashian. My dog has given birth to a baby. I will take everyone to see it." The 2 women next to him had black question marks on their heads. "What the hell is this?" Simon said again, "Okay, let's change it. Get a camera and pull your daughter out. Hi, everyone, I am Paris Hilton. In this video, I will share with you a delicious dish, grilled chicken wings. Alice, it is so unteachable. It is a pity to waste such a good idea." Simon no longer pays attention to the 2 stupid women, takes out his mobile phone and dials. After a moment, Grace's voice, which is obviously low and full of joy, comes. "Simon, why did you think of calling me?" "I suddenly got an inspiration. Come, I'll teach you." This was repeated over and over again. Grace was obviously much more understanding than the 2 women next to her. She smiled and agreed, saying that she would find someone to try as soon as possible and send a sample to Simon to see first. Although they didn't know who Simon was talking to, seeing the serious look of the man next to them, Kris Jenner and Kathy Hilton secretly took it seriously. After all, this was Simon Westeros' suggestion. Even if it sounds a little unreliable, what if? What's more, as the man said, the cost is very low. Even if it fails, it doesn't matter. It just so happens that this season of The Real Housewives of New York is about to end, and the next is the summer break. A few months is enough time to toss around, and both of them are smart and ambitious women, and they don't lack daughters. It won't lose any meat to pull out 1 or 2 and try it. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 916 Dinner. The destination is a 37-story red brick building at the intersection of 63rd Street and 2nd Avenue in the Upper East Side. 2 months ago, the 2 projects of Solvay and Troy were finalized. Sophia was responsible for building a network of connections between private clubs. The first one was quickly finalized because someone happened to transfer this failed business club and took it over. The name is very low-key. Since it is on East 63rd Street, it is called 63 Club. Simon is not satisfied with this. Although it occupies the top 3 floors of the building, it is not private enough because it is a public office building with many companies stationed in it. It is also a bit old, and it is impossible to renovate a dedicated elevator. Therefore, it will only be used as an external club for executives of various New York subsidiaries of the Westeros system to entertain VIPs or hold small-scale business receptions. The original business club had this function, so there is no need for major changes. Simon can use it this time to avoid entertaining guests in his private residence. He has always been resistant to this. It is still what Janet said a long time ago, the territorial instincts of the lion. At 6 o'clock, Mickey Cantor, who had just taken office last Friday, arrived on time. He was a short brown-haired man in his 50s who looked even older. When he smiled, his nasolabial folds were very deep, and with a pair of big ears, he looked a bit like Mr. Bean. Meeting a young tycoon for the first time, Mickey Cantor was very enthusiastic. He wanted to hug him in a familiar way. As soon as he raised his arm, Simon held one of his hands. He changed his gesture, and there was no abnormality in his expression. "Simon, nice to meet you." Simon smiled. "Me too, Mickey. Although Ron's departure is regrettable, I still want to congratulate you on your promotion." "Thank you." After a few simple greetings, Simon made a gesture of invitation. The 2 of them went to the restaurant on the 1st floor of the club under the guidance of the other 2 Way family waitresses. While walking through the corridor, Mickey Cantor noticed that the young man next to him had a clear feminine scent, which was quite strong. Obviously, it was not a simple touch. Looking at the two slender young girls in front of him, he could not help but envy them. However, Mickey Cantor knew that Secretary of Commerce was already the pinnacle of his career. Because of his unsatisfactory performance in the U.S.-Japan automobile trade negotiations, Clinton gave him this position as a pre-departure reward, allowing him to accumulate some resources and contacts in this position, so that he could easily engage in related private positions after leaving office. Therefore, even though he was envious and even a little jealous, Mickey Cantor did not dare to have any disloyalty in front of Simon. The gap in power and status was too big. In Mickey Cantor's opinion, it was the most correct approach to help the other party coordinate this trip to China as much as possible, so that he could gain a lot of favors from the Westeros system, and it would be no problem to easily attach one or two directors of the core companies of the Westeros system after leaving the office in the future. During this period, Simon Westeros has been making frequent moves in this regard, such as supporting former Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld to run a pharmaceutical company. There are many benefits. A very generous young man. The two entered the restaurant and sat down. This is a window seat with an excellent view at the southwest corner of the building. In the afterglow of the sunset, you can see the Westeros building under construction not far away, towering into the sky. The dinner dishes have been arranged in advance. The waitresses first served appetizers and red wine, and left quietly without stopping. The dinner will last for an hour, and there is no rush to get to the point. Mickey Cantor picked up the cutlery and pointed to the Westeros building in the sunset outside the window. Simon, this building should be capped soon, right? This is the 35th floor of the building they are in, about 150 meters, and the Westeros building a few blocks away has a designed capping height of 622 meters. At this time, the helicopter pad at an altitude of about 560 meters in the design has begun to be installed. Since the construction began, because of Simon's stringent requirements for building quality and his increasingly wealthy personal wealth, the construction of the Westeros building can be described as luxurious, and has long exceeded the original budget of $1 billion. Just to imitate the high-altitude helicopter pad of the Avengers building in memory, initially due to cost considerations, it was planned to use a high-strength lightweight aluminum alloy material. Regardless of the cost, the Westeros building construction team selected a new type of titanium alloy material from the Oak Ridge National Laboratory directly under the U.S. Department of Energy. The hardness is 20% stronger than the common structural titanium alloy in the aviation field, and more than twice as strong as the aluminum alloy material initially considered. It also has excellent toughness and ductility, which is completely in line with the building environment above 500 meters. The Westeros building construction team invested $20 million just to obtain the production license for this material and transform a smelting workshop in a factory in Tennessee that can produce this titanium alloy material. The cost of the complete apron structure is more than $200 million. In order to avoid Simon's accusation of excessive luxury after the information is leaked, all people involved in the project signed a strict confidentiality agreement, and few people really know the cost of the apron construction. In the restaurant, Simon also looked up and said with a smile, "It will be topped out by the end of this year, but it will take another 2 to 3 years to move in. I really hope I can go up and take a look then. Then I'll extend the invitation now, Mickey. I hope you won't forget it then." "Oh, it's an honor. By the way, how tall is the building?" 2,040 feet. "It's amazing. I don't think there will be any other building taller than it in the next 50 years. The world is always changing, it's hard to say." Simon smiled and changed the subject appropriately. "I heard that things are quite chaotic in Washington recently." Mickey Cantor immediately sighed again. "Yeah, Bill just got the veto power on an item by item, and everyone is against it. I also think that this power will not last long. And Ken Starr, he's completely crazy now. The special court only granted him the power to investigate the Paula Jones case, but he has now extended this matter to everyone related to Bill. It's completely political persecution. In fact, the key to the problem is Paula Jones. Why doesn't the White House try to reconcile? Now even Paula Jones wants to get out of this, but you know the Republicans won't allow this to happen." Simon could only shrug with regret. After checking privately, he found that the White House had an intern named Monica Lewinsky last year, and she was recommended by Ron Perlman. Now it is 1996, and everything that should have happened has already happened. There is a high probability that the Zippergate will happen again. Simon is now capable of intervening in this matter. But he didn't do it. In the final analysis, this is an internal struggle in the Washington Circle, and it has little direct interest connection with the Westeros system. Simon will not get any benefits if he intervenes, but will get into trouble. The two chatted about various recent topics until the waitress appeared again to serve the main course. Mickey Kent took a sip of red wine and finally said, "Simon, I must be frank. Even if you are optimistic about the Chinese market, there is no need to lead a large number of Westeros system senior officials to visit China. You should understand the significance of this matter and the subsequent impact. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, China has become the most important strategic opponent of the United States. I don't think it will be good for us to help China." Simon was not angry at Mickey Kent's straightforward opinion. He still smiled and said, "Mickey, I think since the emergence of nuclear weapons, it has been difficult for major powers to have confrontations like the two world wars half a century ago. Think about how the Soviet Union collapsed, not because of war." Mickey Kent was unable to react for a while. Simon pointed out directly, "In my opinion, the real confrontation between major powers in the future will be an economic confrontation." In fact, with Simon's pessimistic attitude towards human society, he did not believe what he said. Since nuclear weapons were born, nuclear wars are bound to occur. Human reason has never been reliable. Of course, these words will not be said to anyone casually. Just like what is happening now. You should say the same thing to the person you meet. Mickey Cantor said, "Then, Simon, you should not do this." Simon was still very patient. "Mickey, do you remember how the United States controlled the political and economic structure of Western Europe after World War II?" With this reminder, Mickey Cantor finally reacted. If the United States only relied on its status as a victorious country, it would never have the strong influence in Western Europe at this time. The key to the matter is called the Marshall Plan. Simon looked at Mickey Cantor's understanding expression and said, "So, sometimes, when others help you, they are not really helping you. The aiders may get more benefits. In China, we are actually quite backward. Japan has been increasing its investment in China in the past 20 years, and it has now penetrated into all aspects. It's a very simple truth, Mickey. If a person owes you money, owes you a favor, and his child is still working in your department, do you think he has the confidence to become your enemy?" Mickey Cantor did not forget that the core of this visit was to establish a good relationship with Simon Westeros, so he just mentioned it casually to express his attitude as a core senior of the United States, and did not mean to dissuade Simon. However, after listening to Simon's words, he also thought he understood the other party's mind. Of course, he still didn't agree with it in his heart. He didn't continue to argue, but talked about more specific issues. In this case, "Simon, what are your expectations from my consultation with the Chinese government this time?" Simon has always understood a truth. If you give too much, you often don't cherish it, and even take it for granted. Therefore, in the upcoming trip to China, the Westeros system is the red-faced party, while the Washington authorities represented by Mickey Cantor are naturally the white-faced party. This time, they will hold consultations with the Chinese government in the three major fields of technology, entertainment, and finance that are closely related to the Westeros system, involving many aspects such as further opening up the film market and protecting intellectual property rights. In fact, the actual benefits that the Westeros system should get have been obtained in various cooperation agreements reached before. Just like the large commercial center that will be built in the Chinese capital, in the finalized agreement, the price of the land approved by the Chinese side is basically half sold and half given. Moreover, for the $1 billion investment, even if the finances are tight, the Chinese government still agreed to give $300 million of low-interest loans, and the remaining $700 million can be obtained by the Leveson Group from overseas banks that are quite optimistic about this project. All the way back and forth, it is all about making money out of nothing. The current Westeros system has a large amount of cash reserves, and it is easy to take out $1 billion, but Simon understands better that the real estate industry should really be played like this. Only by being able to spend other people's money to engage in real estate can it become bigger and stronger. These things were not a secret to Mickey Kent, and Simon did not hide them. "Mickey, you should know that the benefits that the Westeros system can obtain have already been agreed with the Chinese government in advance. So, you just need to be tough enough when you go there this time." Mickey Kent understood and smiled. "I understand, I am the bad policeman." Simon smiled. In fact, None of us are good policemen. As the two were talking, the sound of high heels came from the entrance of the restaurant. Girl A brought a tray over. Mickey Kent looked over and saw that the tray contained, well, probably a cup of milk. He was a little confused. Girl A's expression showed no flaws. She walked closer, picked up the cup on the tray and put it next to Simon. Boss, this is what you wanted. After that, she nodded slightly to Mickey Kent in a formal manner and turned to leave. Mickey Kent listened to the sound of Girl A's high heels fading away, and looked at Simon opposite with a strange expression. He became more confused, but it was not convenient to ask more. Simon held the glass, stroking it with his fingertips and gently turning it on the table, but he didn't pick it up. He said to Mickey Cantor, "Sorry, the woman is ignorant. I will teach her a lesson later." The glass of milk opposite was obviously warm, and a faint fragrance wafted over. Mickey Cantor couldn't help but sniff slightly, thinking that it didn't seem to be milk, and he couldn't tell what it was. After hearing what Simon said, he shook his head and smiled. "It doesn't matter." "Then, let's continue." Simon seemed no longer in a hurry to eat, his palm still wrapped around the glass, as if feeling some residual warmth. "Mickey, although your task is to express your attitude, you can't get nothing out of it. I hope you can talk about 3 things, all about movies." Mickey Cantor nodded, motioning Simon to continue. Simon said, "First, we require China to develop restrictions on foreign investment in building cinemas in mainland China." Mickey Cantor was embarrassed when he heard this. "Simon, this doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. You should understand the situation in China. When it comes to the cultural industry, they have always been more conservative than other aspects. If it were 10 years ago, it would definitely be like this," Simon said. "Now the chances of negotiating are very high, because the Chinese government has agreed to allow Hong Kong and Macau capital to build cinemas in mainland China. We just need equal treatment." Mickey Cantor didn't know much about this matter. However, since Westeros said so, it should be true. At first, someone said that he only needed to go over and express his attitude, and thought that this trip would be easy. Unexpectedly, the first request was so difficult. Then, "Simon, I can only say try my best." Mickey Cantor nodded and asked, "Then what?" "Secondly, we require China to reform the cinema chain system." Mickey Cantor was confused again. Cinema lines are commonplace in the United States. However, just like ordinary people have heard the names of many government departments but don't know what the functions of these departments are and how they operate, Mickey Cantor only has a vague concept of cinema lines. It is probably a film broadcasting consortium composed of many cinemas. At this time, in front of Westeros, of course, he can't be so ignorant. After thinking for a while, he said, "Simon, this kind of film industry reform should have nothing to do with us." Of course it is related. This involves the third point. While reforming the cinema system, you need to convince China to connect the cinema ticket sales network. At this point, Simon took the initiative to explain, "Mickey, in the past year, Hollywood movies accounted for 5 of the top 10 box office lists in China. However, according to our investigation, due to the backward projection system and serious management loopholes, a large part of the box office of these movies was concealed. Reforming the cinema system and requiring the cinema to be networked are all for the purpose of making the market feedback of Hollywood movies in China more transparent." "Simon, if I remember correctly, the box office volume and the share ratio of Chinese movies are so low that they can be almost ignored." "Mickey, do you know how many landlines China has now?" "Huh? I happened to be paying attention to this matter recently, and I was deeply touched. Now it is 50 million, but just 5 years ago in 1990, the number was only 10 million. This is the potential. China is a huge market with a population of 1 billion. As long as the industry can be regularized and the market potential of 1 billion people is unleashed, nothing is impossible." Mickey Cantor nodded and remembered something else. "In this case, Simon, I think you should be more concerned about China's piracy problem. In fact, the American Software and Information Industry Association contacted me the day before yesterday, hoping that I could discuss this issue in this consultation with China. Moreover, they are also lobbying the White House and Congress that if China continues to allow piracy, corresponding sanctions should be imposed." As he said this, Mickey Cantor's face, which was somewhat similar to Mr. Bean, showed some not-so-obvious amusement. Speaking of piracy, the most criticized issue in the past year was the music piracy of the Tinko Bell iPlayer player. In the first year of its release, the sales exceeded 20 million, creating a miracle. In the same year, the catalysis of the iPlayer player and the proliferation of online pirated music due to the popularization of the internet directly caused the global record sales to plummet by 23%, which can be regarded as a pioneering achievement. In addition, there is the VCD player that has quickly become popular in China. This is also unique. When this machine first appeared a few years ago, all Western electronic giants were not optimistic about it, so they did not pay too much attention to it. I didn't expect it to explode in China. Then, after some research, everyone quickly realized that the reason was still piracy. Simon also noticed Mickey Cantor's expression, and continued to smile and slowly stroked the cup in his hand. Mickey, I know what you are thinking. Whether it is the iPlayer in the United States or the VCD in China, it is an inevitable trend in the digital age. Even if I don't do it, similar products will still appear. In this case, I can only try to let it develop in a controllable direction. Chapter 917 The Fish on Land. The meeting with Mickey Cantor ended at 7 o'clock in the evening. After seeing him off, Simon did not go upstairs immediately. Instead, he turned to the hall on this floor used for cocktail parties and sat down on a sofa by the glass window. From here, you can overlook most of New York. The lights are already on. The densely packed city buildings are inlaid with large patches of bright lights, like an inverted sea of stars. Suddenly I felt like a fish. A fish on the shore. Just like the novel I read in my previous life, a fish on the shore is no longer a fish. These days, every time Simon meets with someone, the most frequently asked question is why he wants to go to China. Or, to be more precise, why do you want to visit China with a large number of Westeros system executives? Because everyone understands that Simon's doing this is equivalent to standing up for the Chinese economy. A super rich man standing at the top of the world's wealth has clearly expressed his optimism about the Chinese economy. Under the pursuit of capital, the effect achieved is far more effective than the Chinese government's 100 calls for reform and opening up. Simon Westeros is optimistic about China and is investing heavily. What reason do others have not to follow suit? Or, who thinks they can make more money than Westeros? It can be imagined that Simon's trip to China can almost be regarded as a new starting point for the Chinese economy. However, in the minds of most Western elites, China certainly cannot rise, just as Japan is not allowed to rise. Because everyone knows that the resources of this world are not unlimited, and the strength of others may mean that they are weaker. What's more, there are deeper factors such as skin color and race. Therefore, many people really don't understand. Even if Simon is very optimistic about China's economic development prospects, low-key investment is, there is no need to do it so obviously. With the current size of the Westeros system, the various concessions given by China for Simon's visit can only be regarded as small favors. If a real Westerner is in Simon's position, he may not even look at it. A waitress walked over lightly and brought a cup of coffee. She hesitated for a moment, and saw that her boss did not respond, so she had to retreat quietly. Simon held the warm coffee in his hand, still looking out the window, but the book came to his mind again. The male protagonist with the rough fate is the fish that came ashore. Before setting off, he refused to swear loyalty to mankind, because he had not experienced any happiness in love in his short life, so he did not recognize his responsibility to mankind. However, at the end of the story, he still took great risks to leave 3 fairy tales for the earth that implied a way out for mankind. Now, Simon is equivalent to directly giving a set of curvature engines. In comparison, Simon obviously could ask for more, but he did not do so. Just like the 3 film industry reform clauses that Mickey Cantor had just instructed to negotiate, if China can do it, the Chinese film industry, which is already extremely depressed at this time, will benefit more. As for the fields of financial technology, Simon simply did not mention it, but just asked Mickey Cantor to express his attitude and put some pressure on the other side of the ocean. Pressure is motivation. Otherwise, with China's fragile and vulnerable technological and financial strength at this time, even if a small gap is open now, it may be a dam collapse in the future. But that's all. After all, the standpoints are different. It is not Simon's American standpoint at this moment, but the Westerosian standpoint. From this standpoint, whether it is China or the United States, or even all other countries on this planet, they are all Simon's hunting grounds. Because Simon is the most special fish that has come ashore in this world. Not only has it crossed space, but also time. Fish that have crossed space have many of their own kind. In this world, Among fish that have crossed time, at least Simon only knows one of them. Perhaps, if he finds a second one in the future, he will not feel happy, but will decisively take action to ensure his uniqueness. Just like the Lion King on the grassland, who absolutely does not allow other male lions to enter his territory. Girl A entered the hall from the door and saw her boss leaning on the sofa by the window in a trance at first sight, and she could not help but stop. The man not far away was not bored, empty, lonely and lonely at this time, because she knew that he had always enjoyed this feeling, like a high god looking down on all living beings indifferently. After following him for so long, Girl A confirmed that her judgment was correct. And he does have the qualifications to look down on everyone. Whenever A sees her boss so lost in thought, she can't help but immerse herself in it. Suddenly, she realized that so many years had passed without her noticing. At the very beginning, she applied for this job just for a better salary. Then, she was attracted to him, but it was not so pure. It was like a man seeing a beautiful woman, and a super rich beautiful woman. However, men's mentality in this situation is often to conquer and possess, while women are often the possessed party. And he seemed to have everything as a matter of course, and he also had enough financial strength and even charm to make women fall into his trap and unable to extricate themselves. In addition to love, they can get anything from him. In fact, she had thought about leaving him and recreating her own life like the other letter girls at the beginning, and he never forced it. When did it start to change? Probably, it should be the night of Sundance 2 years ago, or it was just a qualitative change after a long period of accumulation, and it was her initiative. From then on, she had no intention of leaving at all, and only wanted to stay by his side, become a thin vine wrapped around him, and accompany him to feel the wind, frost, rain, snow, and the 4 seasons. In fact, she knew about the Stockholm Syndrome that has been gradually confirmed in recent years. She didn't think it was a big deal. Because in her opinion, most people in this world have a hostage complex to some extent, or are bound by family, or by interests, or by life, and no one can be truly free. According to the theory of genetic instinct that he often mentioned, this may be an instinct of the weak to rely on and obey the strong in order to make their genes more likely to survive. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but curl her lips slightly. It seems that there is really nothing in this world that can't be explained by his theory of genetic instinct. She walked over lightly and came to his side. The man naturally handed over the coffee cup in his hand. She took it and put it on the coffee table next to her. Her body was embraced by a big hand, and she snuggled in his arms. She also kicked off her high heels, raised her face and kissed him lightly on his jaw. She knew that he liked women looking up in this way, and she also liked looking up like this. Simon withdrew his gaze from the city night view outside the window and saw the girl in his arms. "You are naughty again today." Girl A rubbed her cheek against Simon's chin. "Yeah, but there's still plenty of time to punish little Allie tonight, but Ms. Hilton said that she needs to go home before 9 o'clock. Boss, do you still want to go up? What do you think?" "Whatever the boss wants." Simon smiled, hugged the girl leaning in his arms, and looked out the window again. Have you ever thought about leaving? The boss wants to change a new assistant. Just thinking, you may feel that staying with such a man is destined to have no results, so you must leave to pursue a more desired life." Allison rested her head on Simon's shoulder and looked at the brilliant lights outside the window. "Boss, what kind of life do you want?" "The life I have now." "What a coincidence, me too." "Huh." Girl A kissed Simon on the cheek again. "Boss, go up quickly." "Well," Simon stood up and picked up Allison. "You come too." Early the next morning, Ang Lee drove from his home to the Upper East Side. It was only 7 o'clock in the morning. Simon was already waiting in a cafe on East 62nd Street. Not counting the bodyguards and the boss and his wife who were guarding inside and outside, he was the only one in the cafe during the busy breakfast time. After greeting, Ang Lee sat down opposite Simon with some restraint. Although he had not eaten breakfast yet, he only ordered a cup of coffee. His eyes quickly noticed the book Simon was reading when he just entered the door, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. He immediately understood why Westeros suddenly asked to meet him. Seeing the other party looking at him, Simon said, "It seems that you have guessed it, Lee. I know from the memo from Highgate Pictures that you are interested in this novel. To make a long story short, Highgate Pictures can provide you with all the necessary conditions. I hope you will put aside the ice storm that is being prepared and shoot this movie first. Since the wedding banquet, Ang Lee has always had a very pleasant cooperation with Deanery's Entertainment. If it were any other situation, if the big boss of Deanery's Entertainment personally spoke, he would not mind which one to shoot first and which one to shoot later. But this time was different. Because Ang Lee also happened to notice that Simon was about to visit China, after a little hesitation, he said, "Simon, I am indeed very interested in this novel, but I have no idea about this project at the moment, and the ice storm has already started casting. Or, can I start preparing for this project next year?" Simon looked at the middle-aged man opposite him who was not very good at speaking, and said, "Lee, let's be frank. You should also know that I will visit China soon." Ang Lee nodded honestly. "Then, I guess you are worried that this project will be labeled politically, right?" Ang Lee paused, but still nodded. Even though he has lived in the United States for many years and has won a series of top honors in the film industry, it should be natural, but Ang Lee has always insisted on not becoming a citizen. In Simon's opinion, this is 100 times better than those double-faced people who have secretly changed their nationality and shamelessly shouted in China that they are Chinese. Simon never underestimated the influence of his big butterfly. However, a major event that was supposed to happen on the other side of the ocean in March this year did not happen, no matter why. However, cross-strait relations are still at a freezing point in the past few years. In short, Ang Lee does not want to get involved in any political involvement. Simon certainly understands the other party's concerns and said, "Lee, I don't deny that this project is related to my trip to China, but you can rest assured that there are no political factors involved. Moreover, if we start preparing now, writing the script, scouting the location, selecting actors, determining the shooting plan, etc., the actual start of shooting may be at the end of the year. I hope that this project will be released in the summer of next year. There will be a year between them. During this process, Deanery's Entertainment will not make any public statements linking the two events, so you can rest assured. The statement is quite good. But how can I rest assured?" Ang Lee thought for a moment and asked, "Simon, if that's the case, then why do you insist on shooting this movie in advance?" Simon looked at him and said seriously, "First of all, Lee, I am very optimistic about your ability. I believe that the effect of this movie will definitely not be worse than Sense and Sensibility. Then, secondly, I hope that through the performance of this movie in the North American market next year, it will indirectly promote the Chinese government's attention to the film industry." These are all true words. In fact, it can be regarded as another fairy tale given by Simon to China. At this stage, China's domestic film market is almost in a state of collapse. Take the number of moviegoers as an example. In the 1980s, the annual number of moviegoers officially announced by China reached a maximum of 29.3 billion, but in the 1990s, this number had plummeted to about 300 million. Even if the former adds data such as free screenings in rural areas, the latter is greatly underestimated due to the serious phenomenon of concealing box office revenue in the market. The data gap of nearly 100 times between the two data is shocking enough. In 1995, even though a series of Hollywood blockbusters were introduced, China's total box office for the whole year was only a pitiful 970 million yuan. Among them, there may be reasons such as the large-scale popularization of televisions and the rampant piracy, but it is undeniable that, in the final analysis, the Chinese government did not pay enough attention to the film industry. How did this situation change? In the original time and space, Titanic was a node, with a global box office of more than $1.8 billion, equivalent to nearly 15 billion yuan. A movie was equivalent to 10 times the average annual box office in China in the 1990s. This made China see that movies can make so much money. Then, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon released in 2000 once again made China see that Chinese language movies can make so much money worldwide. So, around the millennium, the Chinese government finally made up its mind to revitalize the film industry. Not only were measures such as the theater chain system, theater networking, and the introduction of foreign investment in theaters rapidly promoted, but because of the success of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, in order to enter the international market, China also ushered in the era of blockbusters, and large-scale investment in production movies such as Hero, The Promise, and The Banquet emerged one after another. This time, the extremely high global box office of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice has already given China enough stimulation. What Simon needs to do is to come up with another strong dose of medicine, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, in advance, and combine it with a series of film industry reform clauses that Simon instructed Mickey Cantor to negotiate with the Chinese government. This will be enough to allow the Chinese film industry to enter a recovery period about 5 years earlier. After all, it is impossible to explain too clearly, so Ang Lee obviously still doesn't understand and is a little unconfident. Simon, I don't think Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon has such great power. Simon affirmed, Lee, all you have to do is do your best. Deaneries Entertainment will handle the rest. And, well, this project is not the only option. After hearing the second half of Simon's words, Ang Lee relaxed instead. He knew that he didn't have much room for bargaining with the young man opposite him, so he nodded. However, Simon, if you want to make this movie well, maybe it's better to shoot it in mainland China. If you feel it is necessary, everything will be kept confidential before the project is completed, including your itinerary to shoot in mainland China. In short, Lee, I just hope you can produce this movie that showcases Chinese traditional culture in advance. I think you should be happy to see this. So, do you have any other questions? Ang Lee wanted to say no, but when he remembered a detail just now, he hesitated a little and said, Simon, don't you think my project is more suitable for the end of the year, so it will be easier to impact the awards season? Lee, the release date is important, but it is never a decisive factor. Moreover, this project is more commercial in nature, and only by putting it in the summer can more people see it. The real reason is that Titanic will be released at the end of next year. In front of the big ship, any other project will be crushed. In fact, the initial release date of Titanic is next summer, but Simon does not think that a serious procrastinator can complete this project on time, and has already moved the film to the end of 1997. Simon actually also considered the award factor. Even if Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice has already shined at the Oscars this year, as long as Titanic achieves the same dazzling results as in the original time and space, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon will still not have much chance, so it is still like in the original time and space, focusing on nominations. In this case, it doesn't matter whether it is released at the end of next year or not. The box office promotion brought by the awards season can be compensated by Deaneries Entertainment with publicity and promotion, because the box office success of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon is mainly due to the fact that the film itself is excellent enough and just fits the aesthetics of Western audiences. The nominations during the awards season certainly bring gains, but they are basically icing on the cake. Ang Lee thought for a moment and said, in this case, the production cycle may be a bit tight. It will be released in late July or early August next year, so there's still plenty of time. Although it is not as good as June or July, you know, this is more suitable for a word-of-mouth movie to run in the long run. Many box office dark horses are born at the end of the summer season. Ang Lee quickly sorted out the thoughts in his mind again and finally nodded, then, I have no problem. Chapter 918 Oligarch. Simon left New York on Tuesday and stayed in San Francisco until Wednesday, mainly for interviews with Fusion Times in Solar City. He returned to Los Angeles that afternoon, stayed for a day, and came to New York again. April 19, Friday. At 9:30 a.m. in the New York Stock Exchange at 11 Wall Street in Lower Manhattan, Sophia Fessy led Melissender's core management and several other special guests to press the trading button, announcing that Melissender's stock officially began trading on the New York Stock Exchange. Unlike the crazy 151% surge in the stock price of Tinkover on the day of its listing, the stock price increase of Melisender on the first day of listing was much more mediocre. Of course, it was only relatively speaking. At 10:30, after 3 rounds of inquiries, Melissender's stock officially opened. Compared with the issue price of $15, the opening price was $19.25, an increase of 28.3%. The U.S. stock market is in a bull market cycle. Although Melisender is not inferior to the popular technology stocks, it is a Westeros concept stock after all. After the inquiry, the opening price rose by 28.3%, which is actually significantly higher than the average level. The industry expects the stock price of Melisender to rise by about 50% on the first day of listing, which is also the judgment within the Westeros system. Judging from the opening rise, it is basically the case. In the banquet hall of the Marriott Hotel near the New York Stock Exchange, there is a celebration reception at noon as usual. In fact, the celebration reception is more suitable for the evening. In order to cooperate with Simon's schedule, it was changed to noon. Simon will return to Los Angeles in the afternoon. Compared with the celebration reception for the listing of technology stocks, the biggest feature of Melisandre's reception is that it is eye-catching. The world's largest luxury giant is listed, and all the supermodels in the industry who can come to congratulate are all present. Those with a slightly lower status don't even have the qualifications to enter the door. Sophia, who was wearing a white OL suit and had an increasingly strong aura of a strong woman, stood with Simon holding a glass of red wine, and was talking about Melisandre's next plan. I plan to get involved in the field of luxury home furnishings, and the marketing department has already conducted some research. The global economy is recovering rapidly, and there are a lot of new wealthy people brought by the new technology industry. In the next 10 years at least, the luxury home market will develop very strongly, which will also drive the demand for top home furnishing products. Moreover, Melisandre's resources and channels around the world can be used directly. Simon took a sip of the champagne in his hand and said, "I don't know about this, you can do it yourself. However, your idea is definitely correct. Moreover, not just in the next 10 years, perhaps 20 or 30 years, although economic ups and downs are inevitable, the demand in the cutting-edge consumer sector will definitely be increasing." Sophia was a little puzzled. "Why are you so sure?" Simon said, "Judge based on the overall situation. First of all, we can be sure that with the advent of the era of globalization, the probability of a world war like that half a century ago will be greatly reduced. As long as there is no devastating war, social wealth will continue to increase overall. Then, it is an 80 out of 20 society. Because of the imbalance of social resources, the poor will become poorer and the rich will become richer. With the intensification of this differentiation, the top group of rich people are actually increasing." Sophia nodded. "That makes sense, but I think there must be something else, right? Yes, in the end, we will return to the repeated reincarnation of mankind for thousands of years, and there is no escape. Can't we try to change it? If we can change, there will be no reincarnation." Sophia frowned slightly and thought for a moment, then looked up at Simon. "It seems that it is really necessary for you to buy land on that island in Australia. I also think it is more important to leave a way for our children to immigrate to Mars, and it has already been implemented." "Oh," Sophia smiled, thinking of something, and said, "I had a video call with Jenny the day before yesterday, and Snow and Green both called me Dad. Then I just taught them a few words, and the children could call me Mom on camera. I didn't expect it." The day before yesterday was Wednesday, and Simon returned to Los Angeles in the evening. Given the time difference between the East and West Coasts, Sophia must have called them at noon, but it didn't happen. However, Simon certainly knew that the two youngest children could call them Dad, and he smiled at this time. "My children are of course very smart. The two little guys are just 8 months old now. Most children at this age have just learned some simple syllables. Although they are not as outstanding as Seattle, they can learn to call Mom and Dad at this time. They are indeed much smarter than ordinary children." Sophia's expression was a little mischievous and playful, "But I think Mel and Nick don't seem to be very smart. On the contrary, Zir, Snow and Green are more like you. Tell me, in the future, will Jenny be very crazy? Maybe you will have a headache too." Of course I understand what Sophia means. Although the 5 children will all be the heirs of the Westeros family, any large family needs a person in charge. As Janet's biological sons, Melbourne and Nicholas should have naturally become the core of the next generation. However, if a group of younger brothers and sisters are better than them, it will be a bit difficult to deal with in the future. Simon looked at the smug expression of the woman in front of him and shrugged. "Jenny won't go crazy. She likes Zir the most on weekdays." Sophia still looked at him with a smile on her face. "Then will you go crazy?" "No, if it really doesn't work in the future, drive out the extra little lions and grab the territory yourself, leaving one to inherit the family business. This is what people do on the grassland." Sophia rolled her eyes at Simon. She knew that the man would really do this, but she was not too worried. After all, the Westeros system is too huge. No matter how much her children can get in the future, it is destined to be a huge fortune in the eyes of outsiders. Even if she really doesn't get anything, she still has herself. Although the man said that she could leave Melisandre to Daniela and Gemma, as a mother, she would not ignore the other 2 children. Just wanting to embarrass him, not pursuing him, Sophia stopped there and changed the subject. "The Chinese girl next to you, Chen Qing, sent me some information about Chinese jade materials some time ago. She is a very good girl. She proposed a complete operation plan in the email. In ancient times, Chinese jade was an item that only nobles could use. We can first hype the value of jade through Christie's auction house, and at the same time operate this concept more widely, and then add jade jewelry to our jewelry brands. It's a good idea. The Bulgari team has already started to study this plan. Speaking of jade jewelry, Westerners prefer colored gemstones, such as jadeite, which is used more in Western luxury jewelry brands. Various types of jade produced in China have not received much attention. The main reason is the lack of cultural accumulation. After hearing Sophia talk about this, Simon smiled and said, she must have thought about doing it herself, but she probably felt that she couldn't do it, so she gave it to you as a favor. Do you think it's feasible too? Simon thought for a moment and said, the output of some jades in China is very large. Therefore, you need to first select a jade with a relatively small output so that it will be convenient to operate. I happen to know one. Simon didn't know how to translate it for a moment, so he could only use the Chinese name directly and continued, this jade is called Hotan jade seed material. You can continue to ask Chen for specific information. Simply put, this kind of jade can only be collected from riverbeds washed by flowing water, so the output is very small. Other jades are directly collected from mountains and calculated by tons. This kind of jade can only be mined in blocks, and it is difficult to have large blocks of material, so it is relatively expensive. If you really plan to operate it, you can start purchasing and hoarding a batch, then hype up the concept and slowly ship it out, and the profit will be very lucrative. In fact, Simon only learned about the information about the Hotan jade seed material some time ago, and it was introduced to Simon by Chen Qing when she was in charge of making jade nameplates for the girls of the National Style Art Troupe. However, the concept of speculation comes from Simon's memory of his previous life. Whether it is speculation on porcelain, puer, chicken bloodstone, Hessian jade seed material, etc., it is all this routine. Thinking of this, Simon asked Sophia, the idea I just mentioned should be commonly used in the auction industry. Sophia nodded, yes. In the 1980s, Impressionism was hyped, Van Gogh, Monet, Pissarro, etc., and then sold to the Japanese. At that time, 40% of the Impressionist works in the international market were snatched away by Japanese buyers. It was all targeted publicity by the auction industry. In recent years, the Japanese have stopped buying, even some of Van Gogh's works. The price has fallen sharply. However, you reminded me that this operation can also be used outside the auction industry. That's right. There has never been anything new, it's all routine. In the 1980s, it was the Japanese, and in another 10 years, it was the Chinese. Then the Chinese also learned this routine and started all kinds of speculation, even to garlic. Garlic didn't expect that there would be a day when it would be hyped. As they were chatting, they saw Bill Spult and Grace Spult walking together. The two stopped talking and greeted each other. Because they had to sign the underwriting agreement for China Telecom's IPO. Although Bill Spult was not the top leader of First Boston, he would go to China with Simon tomorrow because of his key role in this deal. Knowing that the two men might have something serious to discuss, Sophia said to Simon after a few pleasantries, I have something else to do this afternoon, Simon, I won't see you off when you leave, and remember to bring gifts back from China for Danny and Gemma. After that, she motioned Grace to go away with her. Grace only occasionally flashed some special soft light in her eyes when she greeted Simon. On the surface, there was no flaw. She walked away with Sophia and laughed. Simon and Grace's relationship has always been very low-key, but Sophia also noticed it out of the keen sixth sense between women, and got confirmation from Simon. Even so, the woman did not show hostility to Grace. After all, it was just in this banquet hall at the moment. If she wanted to be hostile, she might not be able to take care of it. After Sophia and the others left, the remaining two men talked about the next trip without any grudges, and occasionally entertained the guests who came to chat. This continued until 1 p.m., when the cocktail party ended. Simon came out of the Marriott Hotel in downtown and took a car directly to Kennedy International Airport to fly back to Los Angeles. In New York, the last trading day of this week ended quickly. As of the close of the afternoon, Melissender's stock price rose by 54.1% on the first day of listing, and the closing price was $23.125. According to the total share capital of 2.265 billion shares after listing, Melissender's closing market value was as high as $52.3 billion. Among the women such as Daenerys, Ygritte, and Tinkerbell who have already been listed in the Westeros system, Melisandre's market value of $52.3 billion is undoubtedly the lowest. This is still only relative. For example, it is still a poor Boeing in a corner. When Tinkerbell was listed in February, Boeing's market value was only $37 billion, and it has not been able to cross the $40 billion market value threshold recently. However, the value of Melisandre's market value is actually very high. According to the net profit scale of $1.51 billion last year, even if the market value reaches $52.3 billion, Melisandre's price-earnings ratio is only 34 times, which is relatively low in the New York Stock Exchange in the bull market at this time, because the global economic recovery is in the context of increasing demand for luxury goods, coupled with its own offensive development strategy. Melisandre's growth is very rapid. After the market closed that afternoon, many Wall Street analysts significantly raised the growth expectations of Melisandre's stock price in the future, believing that the company's price-earnings ratio should be able to reach more than 50 times, which means a market value of at least $75 billion. In any case, according to Westeros's 53.1% stake in Melisandre after listing, after the market closed that day, Simon's total value of Melisandre's shares reached $27.7 billion. It is another fortune worth tens of billions of dollars. Most importantly, through this IPO, Melisandre also received $4.5 billion in cash at one time, which is a huge amount of cash even in the luxury goods industry where profit margins have always been very high. In the next few years, whether it is the continued expansion of the two original aircraft carrier battle groups or the luxury home furnishing industry that Sophia intends to test, with sufficient capital as a backing, Melisandre will be unstoppable in the next few years. According to the information in memory, the luxury industry is actually just like the entertainment, telecommunications, and pharmaceutical industries in the United States. The last few years of the 1990s were also the last period for the luxury industry to be finalized in the original time and space. In the past, LVMH, Richemont, and PPR Group have all completed the final division of a series of brands in the luxury industry in recent years. After that, the industry structure was basically unbreakable. Now, because of Melisandre's sudden appearance, not only has LVMH, the world's largest luxury giant, been left behind by Melisandre, but the other two, Richemont, which mainly deals in jewelry and watches, and PPR, which used to be centered on Gucci, have simply not taken shape. Richemont has only one Jaeger-LeCoultre brand that can be shown off, and PPR is still mainly engaged in department store business. It can be said that from now on, the luxury industry will be dominated by Melisandre. As long as Melisandre sets her sights on a target, other brands simply cannot compete with it. Even if competitors forcefully obtain some of Melisandre's targets at high prices, it's fine if their strength is barely enough. If their foundation is insufficient, they may even be completely crushed by Melisandre. This is an oligarch. A true industry oligarch. What makes people in the game feel even more oppressed is that the Westeros system also has a series of such industry oligarchs, such as Daenerys and Ygritte. Chapter 919 The Westeros Effect 20. Chapter 919 Westeros Effect 2.0 Elite Headquarters next to Fifth Avenue in Midtown Manhattan, New York. In the past 2 years, the new Media Operations Department, which has become increasingly important within Elite, is conducting an interview personally hosted by Grace Spalt. This is Monday morning, April 22nd. The content of the interview is a suggestion that Simon suddenly called a few days ago. Grace has always blindly followed the words of a certain man and always spared no effort to implement them at the first time, even if she failed. What's more, in most cases he is the right one. According to Simon's suggestion, Grace efficiently asked the Elite team to discuss a set of targeted plans to create several internet celebrities, which was determined to be the ordinary girl plan, because the advice given by the man was to show a girl's life in a lifelike, ordinary, and ordinary way. Of course, this ordinariness must have something that is attractive enough to the audience. The internet has not yet gotten rid of the 1.0 era, and the YouTube platform has just been opened on a large scale. In fact, no one knows exactly what to do, and can only try to explore. Fortunately, the improvement given by Simon is sufficient. First of all, the selected contracted bloggers must have certain characteristics. It's not just about being beautiful. This is of course also important, but in addition to face, you also need to have a figure or a voice that can catch the audience's attention at the first time. The second is to accurately locate the audience. The user scale of the internet platform is very large, and no content can meet the needs of everyone. If anyone tries to do this, the result will only end in failure. Therefore, content creators must determine who you want to shoot the video for. With a huge base of internet users, any subcategory, as long as it is successful, the users gathered will be enough for a content creator to benefit from. The last step is of course to produce content. Although it is lifelike, it must have some real content in essence. Clothing matching, makeup skills, common sense of life, and even some catchphrases and witty sayings that can attract the audience, etc. These can actually be planned. Just like reality shows, they seem real, but they are actually scripted. At 12 o'clock, the morning interview ended and Grace left temporarily. Assistant Michelle Sonam followed a boss through the corridor of the company's office area, saying, "I think Christina Hendricks is very good. You know, Gray, her figure, the audience will not take their eyes off her once they see her, and her voice is very sweet. She has also studied acting, and she was very natural in front of the camera just now." Grace also agreed somewhat, but was a little regretful. "It's a pity that she will be 21 years old soon, a little old. I think it's okay. If she signs a 7-year contract, she will only be 28 years old by then. As long as she takes good care of herself, her image will not change much." Having said that, Michelle followed Grace up the internal stairs on one side of the corridor. After a little hesitation, she said, "Gray, I want to be in charge of this project personally. Do you think it's okay?" Grace glanced at her and smiled. "Do you want to be on your own?" Michelle Sonam was a little nervous, but still nodded and said, "Yes." Although she is Grace's first assistant, she can't always do this job. The promotion process of a talent agency is usually to work as an assistant for a few years before being upgraded to an agent. After the reform, Elite adopted a cross-agency plan similar to Hollywood CAA. The power of its agents was greatly weakened, and it was impossible to take models to change jobs. But it was better than being an assistant anyway. Grace thought for a moment and nodded. "Then you hand over to Sally. Also, Michelle, this project is very important. If you do it well, I will continue to promote you. If you mess it up, the consequences will be serious." Michelle actually guessed something and of course understood the importance of this seemingly unimpressive project. Seeing Grace agree, she nodded without hesitation. "Of course, Gray, I will do my best." Grace smiled at her encouragingly and continued, "Since you think that Christina Hendricks is good, sign her as soon as possible and choose another 4 girls. I will also connect you with YouTube's official promotion resources when I have time." Haha, with 5 girls, you actually have 5 chances, and there are also resources from YouTube. So, Michelle, you can only succeed and not fail. Michelle nodded again and said, "In this case, Gray, I can actually host the interview this afternoon. No, my schedule today has been arranged for this matter." As she spoke, she had already arrived outside Grace's office upstairs. Grace's second assistant, Sally Callan, had just brought lunch back. Seeing the boss appear, she stood up and greeted him. Instead of going directly to the dining lounge next door, Grace walked through the outer assistant office area and asked Sally Callan, "Is Ms. Levison still here?" Sally Callan nodded. "Yes, Ms. Levison has been watching TV this morning." Grace walked to the office door and ordered, "Distribute the lunch first, and you can also talk about what happened just now." Then she walked in. In the spacious president's office, a woman with a delicate face and elegant temperament was lying on the sofa in the reception area. She was wearing a very close-fitting aqua blue dress, like a lazy yet elegant Persian cat. It was Bryce Levison. Seeing Grace come in, Bryce pulled out the pillow under her head and patted it. "Gray, come and let me lean on you. You really should change a sofa. Do you want me to add a bed for you?" Grace rolled her eyes slightly, but still walked over and sat down next to Bryce's head, letting her pillow on her legs, and watching the TV not far away. The TV screen was from China across the ocean. The figure of a certain young man looked more and more majestic at the grand reception ceremony. Calculating the time difference, this should have happened more than 10 hours ago. In recent days, the world's attention has been attracted to the distant east with Simon Westeros's trip. It started 2 days ago. On April 20th, at 10 o'clock in the morning last Saturday, 2 Boeing 767 private jets and 3 Boeing 747 business jets took off from Los Angeles International Airport one after another. The destination was China. Simon officially started another trip to China. The 5 planes with a total of nearly 800 people shocked and surprised the global media. Therefore, it soon became a focus of media controversy. In the office, the two women looked at each other for a while, and Bryce Levison suddenly said indignantly, "Why are you so conceited, you little bastard?" Grace had a smile on her lips. She knew why Bryce said that suddenly, and said, "Since you want to go, why don't you come together this time, and you come to my place to make trouble? Then why don't you go?" "I'm busy." "Eh? What if I go?" "Well, Janet is here too." Grace looked down at her. "You seem very afraid of Jenny. Aren't you afraid?" "Why should I be afraid? You don't know how barbaric this woman is, she." Bryce paused, as if she remembered some unbearable past, and then said, "She actually hit me." Grace opened her eyes wide, very surprised. "Hit you? Not really? And, you, just let her hit you?" Based on Grace's understanding of Bryce's character, she is not a woman who is willing to suffer losses. Speaking of this, Bryce became even more angry. "If she does it herself, of course I will resist, but can you imagine, you know, there are many female guards in Westeros, very powerful ones." Grace felt a little uneasy when she heard Bryce say this, and couldn't help asking, "When?" And Simon doesn't know. So he's a little bastard, he doesn't care even if he knows. "Then you?" Grace thought for a while and said, "Did you break anything?" "No, if she broke anything, I would fight her," Bryce said, and seemed to react a little. "Shut up," and pointed to the TV screen again. "You know, I just saw a report that the Westeros effect happened again in Asia, and it's even funnier this time, haha." Grace was used to Bryce's cat-like temper that changed as she said, and didn't ask about what happened just now. She also knew what the Westeros effect was, so she changed the subject and asked, "Westeros effect, the Japanese stock market fell again. Not just Japan. Anyway. Haha, I want to buy some stock index futures and send him somewhere. He is simply the god of doom." The two women spoke in a relaxed tone in the office. In Asia, because of Simon's trip to China, Japan, South Korea, Singapore, Malaysia and other countries are not at all relaxed. It's like they are suddenly in an out-of-control elevator. Because the impact of Simon Westeros's trip to China happened almost immediately. Westeros effect. That's right, it's the Westeros effect that has frightened Japan every time in the past few years. And this time, not only Japan, but most countries and regions in East Asia and Southeast Asia have not been able to escape. On April 22nd, the first day of the new week, the Japanese stock market, which had barely escaped the quagmire of last year's plunge, took a sharp turn for the worse after opening. The deepest drop on Monday was 6.3% at one point, and the closing drop on the same day was as high as 4.9%. The Nikkei 225 index fell from 16,893 points to 16,065 points in one day. At the same time, stock markets in South Korea, Thailand, Singapore, Indonesia and other Asian countries plummeted, with a general decline of about 5%. Among them, the decline of the South Korean stock market was as high as 7.6%, which was simply terrible. On April 23rd, with a large number of emergency statements to stabilize the market, Asian countries that thought that the plunge yesterday was over found that they were wrong. Not only did the expected rebound not come, but as the Westeros system delegation signed a series of cooperation agreements with China that morning, the stock market curves of Asian countries did not even tend to rise, and plunged again. First of all, it was Japan, the largest country in terms of volume. The Nikkei 225 index plummeted again by 6.3% throughout the day, and had fallen back to 15,053 points at the close of the day, with a cumulative decline of 10.9% in 2 days. According to this trend, if the Nikkei 225 index drops by 0.5% again, the Japanese stock market will fall back to the darkest period at the beginning of last year, when the Japanese stock market fell into the 14,000-point range for the first time in 10 years since it hit 15,000 points in the 1980s. Many people thought that this would not happen again. However, in just 2 days, the Nikkei 225 index has been hovering around the 15,000-point threshold. South Korea, Thailand, Singapore and other countries have not escaped. Throughout Tuesday, the average stock market decline of Asian countries exceeded 7%, which was even worse than Monday. In sharp contrast to Japan, South Korea and other countries, the stock markets of China and the United States both hit their highest points. This sudden financial shock caught everyone off guard. A careful analysis shows that everything is logical. China, with a population of 1.2 billion, has a huge potential market size. In addition, the country's economy is in a period of rapid growth, which has already posed a threat to the economies of other Asian countries. Simon's trip to China directly eliminated the various concerns of overseas capital about investing in China in the past few years. In the next few years, a large amount of overseas capital will inevitably follow suit and enter China. Capital is also limited. With China's huge size, when a large amount of capital begins to turn, other Asian countries will be the first to bear the brunt. Economically developed countries such as Japan, South Korea, Singapore, etc. will not only face competition from strong European and American capital in terms of investment, but also face strong impacts from European and American manufacturers in the future, including the export of products from these countries to China. Before this, countries such as Japan and South Korea took advantage of the proximity. At present, countries such as Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia, etc., whose average economic indicators are slightly stronger than China, and whose low-end manufacturing industries account for a large proportion of industries, will inevitably be impacted by China, which has relatively lower costs, and then decline due to the loss of competitiveness. Therefore, the capital market gave the most direct feedback. In the original time and space, the development of other Asian countries also basically followed this trend. Japan's lost 20 years may have the internal cause of improper domestic economic policies and the external cause of strong suppression by the United States, but it is also because of the rise of China that its national destiny was taken away. As for Southeast Asian countries, they have basically lost their international presence after the Asian economic crisis and the rise of China. Simon's high-profile trip to China this time only catalyzed the trend of the next few years in a short period of time, thus causing the stock markets of these countries to plummet across the board. After the two-day public schedule, Simon disappeared directly from the public eye. In response to inquiries from various media, the official statement of the Westeros system was that the two began a private vacation and did not want to be disturbed. According to various sources, the couple is obviously still in China. This is undoubtedly another big difference. Freedom. If it is an official identity, how can you disappear whenever you want? Even if you can avoid the spotlight for a short time, no matter where you go or what you do, there will still be special records. Perhaps the outside world will envy the scenery, but people in the game understand that this feeling of having no private time is actually not good at all. And Simon and his wife want to avoid the attention of the outside world, as if they only recited a spell, and then disappeared. No one can find them. This has greatly relieved countries such as Japan and South Korea. The Westeros couple avoided the public eye, and the Westeros effect seemed to disappear. On Wednesday, April 24th, after many people stayed up all night, the Japanese stock market finally did not turn around and fall back into the darkness below 15,000 points after opening that day, but rebounded. The stock markets of other Asian countries may rise and fall, but overall it is far less tragic than the previous 2 days. In order to ensure that this good news will not be interrupted, many people contacted the Westeros system to test it, and very frankly and earnestly hoped that Mr. Westeros would not appear in public again in the near future. The Japanese side also took out real benefits. As long as Simon does not appear in public again, Sony, Panasonic and Canon of Japan can give up the patent infringement lawsuits they are launching against Tinkober regarding digital cameras, digital video cameras and other products, and the two sides will reach a settlement privately. In fact, this is both a favor and a step. After all, Tinkober was established too recently, and it does not have the deep roots of the old Japanese electronics manufacturers and technology layout. Until now, many of Tinkober's components have to be purchased from these companies. With the rapid rise of Tinkober, Sony and other manufacturers have felt threatened and have begun to frequently use patent weapons to try to suppress it in recent years. Unfortunately, the effect is not great. After all, the main market for Tinkober's products is still concentrated in the United States. Even if Japanese companies are right, the US government will be crazy to suppress another emerging electronics giant that has grown up in the country with great difficulty, according to the wishes of the Japanese. Simon had no intention to show up again. Since the other party was sincere, he let James give a positive answer. On the other hand, Simon's trip to China also had an immediate impact on China. The growth of the stock market was secondary. In the following days, many foreign investment projects that were originally under negotiation in various parts of China generally accelerated the progress of negotiations. Some cooperations that were originally only intentions also quickly entered the formal negotiation stage. Many large Western companies also quickly prepared to send investment inspection teams to China. Chapter 920 Personal Press Conference. Washington, USA. Time flies and it is already Friday, April 26. In the White House briefing room, Bill Clinton has reduced the number of personal press conferences he has held since he was caught up in the whirlpool of the Paula Jones case. Today is the first time in the past 2 months. Because the timing is good. Today, he will definitely not be questioned by reporters about what Kenneth Starr has dug up again, or whether the single veto power he just got some time ago is unconstitutional. The number of times the president personally holds personal press conferences is determined by the individual according to his schedule, and there is no mandatory regulation. However, Clinton is a politician who is very good at marketing his personal public image, and he knows that there are many benefits to maintaining direct contact with the media. In the first 2 years of his presidency, Clinton basically maintained a very stable frequency of holding personal press conferences once a month, but in the past year or so, he has had to reduce it to about once every 2 months. Amid the sound of shutters, the first reporter from the Washington Post who was called asked an expected question, just as Clinton had imagined. Mr. President, what do you think of Simon Westeros' visit to China this week? Clinton showed his long-trained friendly smile and affirmed, "This is a very great business visit." Simon's exchanges with Chinese officials will bring economic cooperation between China and the United States into a new stage. Moreover, this will also be a win-win situation. The growth of the federal stock market in the past week is the most direct proof. A very routine answer. The reporters in the audience thought so, and the second reporter stood up and asked a less friendly question. Mr. President, China entertained Simon Westeros with the etiquette of receiving a head of state. Do you think this is reasonable? When the reporter spoke, many people paid close attention to the possible micro-expressions on Clinton's face without blinking. Unfortunately, everyone was destined to be disappointed. The president's expression was still impeccable. China did receive Simon with a very high standard. However, given Simon's achievements, I think this is justified. Moreover, everyone knows that compared with a formal state visit, the difference is very obvious. I hope everyone will stop deliberately misleading the public. Mr. President, do you have a plan to visit China now? If so, will the size of your visiting team exceed that of Simon Westeros? No, my first term has been focused on restoring the federal domestic economy. If possible, I hope to visit China during my second term, Clinton said, smiling, and continued, as for the size of the visiting team, considering the interests of taxpayers, I will try to save money as much as possible. Mr. President, it is rumored that Simon Westeros' visit to China this time cost $12 million. Do you think this is a kind of extravagance that should be condemned? I don't think it's that much, and I don't understand where you got the data from, so I can't comment. In fact, everyone knows that the two questions just now are a bit provocative. Simon's visit is so large that it will definitely cost a lot of money. However, since it was the Chinese government that took the initiative to invite him, it is very important to know who paid for the expenses. Although someone is rich, he is not a sucker. Moreover, if inviting Simon Westeros to visit can bring such a boost to the national economy, let alone $12 million, it would be worth it even if it was 10 times the amount. Another reporter stood up and was still impolite. Mr. President, will Westeros' visit prompt Washington to speed up negotiations with China on joining the WTO? No, Clinton shook his head decisively. At present, our negotiations with China on joining the World Trade Organization are still in the early stages. The Federation will be very cautious about this negotiation in order to absolutely ensure the interests of the American people. So, Mr. President, China's accession to the WTO is a foregone conclusion, and the only question is the specific contract terms. For a huge market like China with a population of 1.2 billion, joining the WTO is beneficial to the whole world. I am looking forward to introducing China to join on the premise of safeguarding the interests of all WTO member countries, but I have to say that this is not a foregone conclusion. Everything depends on whether the Chinese side shows enough sincerity. Mr. President, What do you think of the impact of the Westeros effect on the stock markets of Asian countries? Clinton put on a perfect teasing smile, but his words did not stray. I noticed this a few years ago. It's very interesting. But frankly, I think this is just an overreaction of the market. Asian countries have always been long-term partners of the Federation, and their economic development is very good. The topic surrounding Simon's trip to China lasted for nearly an hour, and the questions prepared by the reporters were all answered. When he noticed that someone was beginning to lead him in a less pleasing direction, Clinton decisively announced the end of the press conference. Leaving the White House briefing room, a short, plump, black-haired female intern came over and handed Clinton a document, saying, "Mr. President, the Vice President is waiting for you in the Oval Office." Clinton nodded, and taking advantage of the girl's approach, he grabbed a handful of her from behind and whispered, "Come find me after dinner." The intern subconsciously glanced behind him, and saw two other White House staff members coming out of the briefing room together, but they both wisely ignored the president's actions just now. The intern blushed a little, but still agreed slightly and followed Clinton to the Oval Office. The intern named Monica Lewinsky handed over Clinton's latest approval rating survey report. Clinton was multitasking while walking and looking down to read it, and quickly sorted out his answers at the press conference in his mind to see if there were any omissions. The results were all satisfactory, especially the approval rating numbers on the report. Kenneth Starr's investigation into the Paula Jones case not only did not hit his public support rate, but even had a counter effect. The current figure has reached 61.5%, the highest since he took office. With such a support rate, as long as there are no major accidents, re-election is almost a foregone conclusion. Re-election is also the primary issue that Clinton needs to consider at present. Everything else has to stand aside. On the other hand, the report in his hand is actually from an online survey of Igrit. Unlike the small sampling errors of physical survey companies, the support rate report analyzed based on online data is very accurate. Clinton also knows that the Westeros system regularly provides him with these documents that are not known to outsiders, which is actually a reminder. At the personal press conference just now, Clinton always behaved very decently. However, it is impossible to say that he did not envy or even jealousy the young man's high-profile visit to China. However, Clinton's strong psychological quality successfully resolved all these negative emotions, because he knew that it was meaningless. If it cannot be resolved, or even evolved into actual actions, it will only bring him trouble. From a posthumous child of the bottom of the country to the high position of the federal president, one of the most powerful people in the world, Clinton's journey is far from as easy as the outside world imagines. His distinct goal-oriented personality allows him to always understand what he needs and what he doesn't need, so he won't accumulate these unnecessary emotions. Clinton knows that the only thing he has to do is to continue his power to the greatest extent. First, the second term. Then, like the Bush family, make the Clinton family a long-lasting political giant. To do this, he must unite all available resources. Therefore, as long as Simon Westeros can support his re-election and follow up, everything else is fine. As for the wealth and power that the young man has at this time, which is unattainable by everyone else, envy is useless, and thinking too much may even make people feel powerless. Arriving at the Oval Office, Vice President Al Gore stood up and greeted Clinton. Seeing the black-haired female intern who followed him in, he frowned slightly. After the intern served them coffee and left, only two people were left. Gore said bluntly, "Bill, I asked someone to recommend that girl to the Department of Defense. What do you think?" Clinton just took a sip of coffee. Hearing this, he paused for a moment and quickly nodded, "No problem." Even Gore paid attention to this matter. Clinton realized that it was time to let go, otherwise it might bring unpredictable consequences. Therefore, although he was a little uncomfortable with Gore's straightforwardness, he still agreed. Seeing Clinton agreed, Al Gore didn't say anything more. He turned to the topic and talked to Clinton about today's business. It was still indirectly related to Simon. As of yesterday's close, the Nasdaq index had reached 3,697 points. Last time, all parties jointly dispelled Simon Westeros' plan to suppress the rise of the Nasdaq index, but now, the rise of the Nasdaq is really out of control. The increase in 2 months has exceeded 10%. If it continues like this, it may be a big trouble if the Nasdaq collapses before the end of the year. Economic indicators are a core factor in the U.S. election. George Bush's failure in the 1992 election is the most obvious example. However, The two discussed for more than 10 minutes without any clue. I couldn't help but think of Simon Westeros's regular reduction strategy more than 2 months ago, which was actually correct. It's just that some things, everyone knows that they are right, but it is difficult to implement them, and even opposes others to implement them, because the general trend is like this. Now the whole Wall Street has fallen into madness. To be honest, the White House can use no more means than Simon Westeros, and it will not be more clever. The most direct way is to push the Federal Reserve to raise interest rates as Westeros suggested at the beginning of the year. Then what? Raising interest rates is the most unstable double-edged sword. If you don't pay attention, you will completely burst the new technology bubble. In this case, it is better to take a gamble and leave it alone, betting that the Nasdaq can survive November. After being at a loss for a moment, Gore looked at Clinton. Where is Simon now? Clinton shook his head. I don't know, but it must be somewhere beautiful in China. Maybe you should take the time to call him. Clinton hesitated a little, but still nodded. I will contact him as soon as possible. In fact, it is also understood that this call is not to ask someone for advice, because the other party has already made suggestions to them. Not only was it not adopted, but it also ruined someone's own decision. Therefore, this call, to be more precise, is just to seek peace of mind, hoping that someone can tell them that the Nasdaq can survive until the end of the election. Yangshuo, China. In the courtyard on the top of Dongling Mountain on the opposite bank of this small county town on the Li River. It is still morning on the east coast of the United States, but it is already late at night in China. In the past few days, Simon and Janet left the team, quietly climbed the Great Wall on Wednesday, and went to see the Terracotta Warriors on Thursday. After all, these iconic attractions are a must-see when you are in China. On Friday, which was this afternoon, the private plane first landed in Guilin and then arrived in Yangshuo. In the evening, Janet stood on the terrace of the mountaintop villa for the first time and looked at the strange peaks around. Even though she was born rich and had traveled all over the world since she was a child, she was still shocked by the creation of heaven and earth in front of her. Guilin's landscape is the best in the world. It is well deserved. She was very excited to enjoy the scenery until the sun set, and then tasted the various delicacies carefully prepared here. She also talked with Simon about the weekend plan. Finally, she lay on the bed and pestered Simon to tell her about the book Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon that the man had been reading in recent days. After all, he couldn't stand staying up late and just fell asleep. The whole journey was a comfortable private plane. Simon's physical fitness was much better than Janet's, but he didn't feel sleepy at this time. He hugged Janet, who was curled up in his arms like a cat, until the woman stopped mumbling, and then he flipped through the last few pages of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon under the bedside lamp, while sorting out recent things. After the 2-day trip, Simon had actually been paying attention to the follow-up feedback on this matter. Apart from the stock market turmoil in Asian countries such as Japan and South Korea, no other unexpected situations occurred. This is the best. As long as this week passes, the heat of public opinion will quickly decrease. Simon has never forgotten some potential risks that this visit may bring, whether political or economic. Therefore, not only is the scale of this visit very large on the surface, but privately, the Westeros family has also invested heavily in the operation of public opinion. Simon's goal is also to achieve a win-win result in the end of this visit. I don't know how long it took. The woman in his arms arched again, and hummed a few times, as if dissatisfied. Simon smiled, put down the book, and reached out to turn off the desk lamp. Apricot blossoms and spring rain in the south of the Yangtze River. When I got up the next day, there were no apricot blossoms and spring rain, but there was the beautiful scenery of the mountains in the misty spring in the small city of Yangshuo. This is also the south of the Yangtze River. On the terrace overlooking the small town on the other side of the Li River, Janet was wearing the hanfu that had just been delivered that morning. The color of the dress was a very light blue, with a few hand-embroidered lines on the cuffs and the front, and the rest of the dress was left blank, which had a unique charm. The material was still thicker pure cotton fabric, not silk gauze, which could resist the coldness in the morning mist in the mountains. With the help of the maid, Simon admired it in the mirror for a long time, and then forced Simon to change into the same style of couple outfit. Then they turned to the terrace on the cliff to have breakfast together. Chen Qing, who also changed into water-green hanfu, knelt beside the low table where the two of them were dining and served them. The hanfu style on the girl was tight-fitting, completely different from the wide robes and sleeves of Simon and his wife. It was a standard maid's outfit, and she put herself in the right position without leaving any trace. Seeing Chen Qing's dress, Simon was not surprised why she had become more and more popular with Janet in recent days. He had to admire the girl's versatility. Chapter 921 Eggplant. I asked 3 top chefs to try many times. One recipe was made according to the description in A Dream of Red Mansions, one was made with Western flavors, and the other was made based on a combination of other literature and materials. The 3 recipes we got in the end all tasted great. Madam, please try it first. In fact, eggplant fish is a dry vegetable after all, suitable for breakfast porridge, and it is not advisable to eat too much. In the past 2 days, I have prepared all the special foods from Guangxi, and you will definitely like it. Well, very good, I'm a little looking forward to lunch. What should I eat? I showed the menu to Madam after breakfast. There are dozens of dishes in total, and Madam can choose. However, there is a Bama roasted fragrant pork that is already being prepared. Bama is a place name, and this is a unique fragrant pig in the local area, which is very good. By the way, the Bama area is also a famous longevity town in China, and many people there can live to be over 100 years old. Really? Yes, there are official statistics. There are 30 centenarians for every 100,000 people in the Bama area, and there are even more people in their 80s and 90s. It is said that the mountains and rivers there are very nourishing, and many people will go there to retire after retirement. On the terrace of the mountaintop villa in Dongling, Yangshuo, Janet was obviously very interested in the topic raised by Chen Qing, and looked at Simon with sparkling eyes. Simon skillfully used chopsticks to pick up a dish of eggplant fish made according to the records of Dream of Red Mansions. He found it strange that he unconsciously liked the one with added cream flavor. Seeing Janet looking at him, he casually said, I think this is due to the regional longevity gene and has nothing to do with the environment. Now more and more studies have proved that lifespan is also hereditary. However, if you are interested, we can go and see it together. Janet is a very smart woman. After listening to Simon's explanation, she lost interest, but still couldn't help asking, how long do you think the 2 of us can live? At least for now, 90 years old should be no problem, referring to your father and grandfather. Who knows in the future? Raymond Johnston is 79 years old this year. The old man, who was almost 80 years old, could still ride horses and hunt, and he didn't look old at all. Janet's grandfather Nicholas Johnston lived to be 90 years old and died of natural causes. Therefore, Simon and Janet's genes have a considerable lifespan. Janet was a little distressed, but I don't want to be a 90-year-old woman in the future. Simon smiled and said, then let's hope that our research on human life sciences can achieve results. We will start to invest now, and maybe there will be a breakthrough in 30 years. Janet blinked, thinking that the little bastard opposite was doing it on purpose. 30 years later, according to the age of modern people and someone's status, Simon, who is less than 60 years old, can still be considered young and strong. She can't wait that long. Suddenly remembering something, Janet said to Simon, didn't you ask Jenny to set up Solvay College in Malibu? We are still looking for talented young people. I want at least half of them to turn to this field 20 years, at most. Simon nodded, okay, but you should also pay more attention and don't be so lazy all the time. Janet was not happy again. I don't want to get wrinkles from working so hard. Chen Qing ate her breakfast while quietly listening to the couple's conversation. She keenly noticed the strange connection between Janet's question, how long can we live, and Simon's answer, but some secrets of the Johnston family were not something she could know. When she continued to hear the couple talk about the research of human life sciences, her ears could not help but perk up. Immortality. This has been an obsession of mankind for thousands of years. With the knowledge of a modern person, Chen Qing naturally knew that the ancient emperor's pursuit of elixir of life was a futile joke. However, with the development of modern science, human beings have a deeper understanding of the essence of life. If coupled with the almost inexhaustible huge wealth of the Westeros family, perhaps some breakthroughs can be made in the future. Of course, immortality is still a fantasy. After all, nothing in this world is eternal. However, if you can live for dozens or hundreds of years longer, or keep your youthful appearance for decades longer, it should be no problem. Few people can refuse this temptation to live longer. Listening to the conversation between the two, when the couple took a break, Chen Qing said at the right time, Madam, I have recently found a total of 176 intellectually gifted teenagers aged between 6 and 12 in various parts of China. Preliminary tests show that their IQs are all above 140. I was going to mention this to my boss today. Before Janet responded, Simon was a little surprised, so many were found in such a short time. The Solvay plan was finalized in February, and now it has only been more than 2 months. Even though Chen Qing has always attached great importance to her requirements, it is impossible for her to spend all her time on this matter. Facing Simon's doubts, Chen Qing explained, "Boss, there are many classes and schools specially set up for gifted children all over China, which are easy to find. Moreover, there are 1.2 billion people in China. With such a large base, 176 is not too many. If the boss relaxes some of the requirements, it will be no problem to find thousands of people with an IQ of more than 130. In fact, there is no shortage of people with high IQs in this world. Again, because of the limitations of various acquired conditions, most of them are buried. They are lost in the crowd." Simon is not going to lower the standard. After thinking for a while, he said, "Then you should start arranging for these children to study abroad now, the specific details." At this point, Simon looked at Janet. "Didn't you just ask for more people? You will be responsible for the placement of these children." Janet instantly forgot her desire for eternal youth and decisively refused. "I don't take care of children, I don't even take care of my own children. So honest. My real mother." Chen Qing took the initiative to say considerately, "Boss, I have some ideas about this matter. Why don't you let me arrange it?" Simon hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. "You just heard that Los Angeles is planning to build a school to accommodate these gifted children. This matter, Jenny in Los Angeles is in charge. You can discuss with her and take the children there earlier, so that they can receive better education earlier." Breakfast time was over, and the mist in the mountains dissipated with a rising sun. The beautiful natural picture composed of strange peaks and beautiful waters was more clearly displayed in front of everyone. Such beautiful mountains and waters must be matched with beauties. So there were beauties. 100 members of the National Style Art Troupe, who were carefully selected from 260,000 candidate girls, had arrived before Simon and his wife. The wide cliff terrace of hundreds of square meters also became the best dance floor. This was the first time Simon met the girls. And the first dance was the song "Picking Wild Wheat" that Simon had taken out a long time ago based on the information in his memory. In addition to the girls who performed, Chen Qing also formed a classical band composed entirely of young women to provide accompaniment, which was a bit like the 12 Women's Band in my memory. When the melodious Gookin prelude sounded on the terrace on the top of the mountain, the maids and guards in the courtyard gathered together, standing or sitting around Simon and his wife and looking at the terrace. As the sound of the Gookin turned to be clear and lively, 8 young girls in aqua green classical long skirts waiting on both sides danced lightly into the center of the terrace. The singing sounded. This was another team of dancers who had no performance tasks, singing live beside the classical band. When I went there, the willows were swaying. Now I come back to think about it, the rain and snow are falling. Over and over again, simple and simple. Only these 4 sentences, chanted 3 times, accompanied by the dancer's graceful, coquettish, bride or charming dance postures. This world, this landscape, this beauty, truly constitute a fairyland on earth that many people will find difficult to experience in their lifetime. Janet initially thought that Simon's so-called Chinese-style art troupe was just a whim, but now, watching the girls dancing and listening to the simple but intoxicating music, she was immersed in it unconsciously. Good things are always like wine, which can make people intoxicated. The other female servants and guards of the Wei family who were lucky enough to watch were even more amazed. When the song ended, the girls floated out of the center of the terrace, and everyone applauded at the same time. Simon, who was still wearing the hanfu, clapped his hands lightly and looked at Janet, who was sitting across from the low table. "How is it?" Janet rolled her eyes at him, but still affirmed, "This is art, the most beautiful Oriental art. Their names are beautiful, too. I know. You asked Chen to make a lot of jade plaques. But don't think that I can't see it just because my Chinese is not as good as yours. Many of the names are very cliché, like Xiaoming, haha. Others are very weird. That one, can't see, can it be called a name? All names were not names at first. When more people use them, they become names. For example, Simon Westeros. Everyone thought this name was weird at first, But when this name appeared in front of them 1,000 or 10,000 times, everyone would get used to it. Some people would think this name is very individual and would even imitate it. You know, in recent years, many people have really changed their surnames to Westeros. The same goes for Kansi. At this point, Simon turned his head and looked at Chen Qing. Which one is Kansi? Chen Qing quickly called out a girl, who happened to be among the 16 people in Gathering Way just now. Even though they had already started to immigrate, the girls only knew that their boss behind the scenes was Simon Westeros in the last few days because they were going to Yangshuo. At this moment, the girl with a slender figure and a plain face was obviously restrained in front of Simon. This was the man who made a big fuss on TV and newspapers 2 days ago. Even if we don't talk about this, Simon Westeros, the richest man in the world, who doesn't know him? Originally, the girls were brought here suddenly, and they were a little worried that they would encounter something not so good. Seeing that Simon Westeros and his wife were both there, they eliminated another layer of concerns. So the only thing left was nervousness and restraint. Brought to Simon and Janet by Chen Qing, the girl named Kansi didn't know what to do for a while. The two big men in front of them, one cross-legged and the other leaning on the low stone table in front of them, one on the left and the other on the right, and she, who was 170 centimeters tall, was graceful. When she approached, they immediately had to look up to see her. This was obviously not appropriate. Fortunately, Chen Qing quickly helped her solve the problem. She and another waitress quickly laid a soft long cushion in front of the low table of Simon and his wife. With a slight gesture, the girl named Kansi knelt down naturally. Kneeling is actually an ancient etiquette. However, here, if you insist that there is no difference in status, it is actually far-fetched. However, it is obvious that no one at the scene thinks it is inappropriate. Some girls from the National Style Art Troupe are a little envious of the one who can be called in front of Simon Westeros. A faint female fragrance came from Simon. He looked at the girl in front of him and subconsciously blurted out a little joke, "Where's your jade?" Hearing this, the girl quickly raised her hand to her neck, gently took off the jade pendant she was wearing in front of her and handed it to Simon. Seeing the man gently stroking it, she remembered the position of the jade at the bottom just now, and couldn't help blushing and lowering her head slightly. Janet also came over to admire it. She held Simon's big hand with her small hand and looked at it for a while, and said, "It's so beautiful." The design of the Kansi jade is a bunch of swaying and soft water plants. The selection of seed materials and the carving of water plants are obviously carefully designed, full of artistic sense. Hearing Janet say this, Simon smiled and said, "Didn't Chen give you several? If you like, you can make some more." Janet became interested. "Then what do you think I should be called? I also want to have a Chinese name." "Well, the better names in the Book of Songs have been taken by them. You can only choose from other ancient books." Seeing Janet let go, he returned the jade to the girl in front of him and asked, "By the way, what's your last name?" "My last name is Wei." "Wei Kansi, Wei Kansi, very good." Simon read it twice, and said to Chen Qing beside him, "You did a good job." After personally finalizing the final candidate, Simon handed the matter of the name to Chen Qing. Chen Qing's eyes curved. Actually, the names given by the boss are all very good. The key is to match them with a surname. Just like Kansi, if it is Wang Kansi or Li Kansi, it will sound a little weird, but Wei Kansi feels very suitable. Simon hummed and turned his head to look at some other Gathering Way dancers standing not far away. He did not ask the girl in front of him about her previous name because he was not interested. After immigrating to the United States, the girl's various identity documents would have new names given by Simon. However, the other two in the Gathering Way group were a little different. Because they knew each other. These were also the only two people Simon confirmed to have known in his previous life among the 100 girls. Simon did not intend to do this at first, but since he was on the final list, he just crossed them in. After thinking for a while, Simon gestured to the girls and said to Chen Qing, "Let's stop here today. It's not good to see too many beautiful things at once. Now, let them come over and drink tea together as a reward." Chen Qing was originally planning to introduce the second dance called Chuan. After hearing what the man said, she nodded and called the girls dancing picking way to come over, and told the second team of dancers who were waiting to go back and rest temporarily. Soon, all 16 girls surrounded Simon and his wife. Interestingly, Simon knew 2 of them, because he paid special attention, and happened to notice that they obviously took the initiative to sit closest to Simon. The waitresses brought tea, and Simon also held a cup and looked up. Because I knew them, I specially remembered the information of the two girls. They were both from the famous Oriental song and dance troupe in China, and earlier they were classmates at the affiliated middle school of Beijing Dance Academy. The new names of the two girls are also very beautiful. One is Chen Xingwei, taken from the Book of Songs, Diane Xingwei, and the other is Li Yahu, taken from the Book of Songs, Wei Feng Yahu. Before that, the two women's official names became more widely known. The former's name is just Shu, probably because this word is too uncommon, and later changed to Shu, the famous Lihu. The latter is also well known, named Zioran. Simon likes the other's real man very much. P.S. Yesterday, for the first time in so many years, I updated twice, but one chapter was blocked. I was speechless. I originally wanted to challenge 2 consecutive updates on the weekend, but today I spent several hours rewriting the blocked chapter, and I can only update once, and that chapter has not been passed after the rewrite, so I have to rewrite it again. I just want to say that everyone should have noticed that there are no anti-theft chapters in recent days. In fact, I hate those words more than anyone else, and I have always felt very guilty about doing this. I would like to say sorry to everyone here. Very, very sincerely, sorry. Because I feel guilty, I never dare to read the book reviews in this chapter. I feel ashamed of everyone and know that I will definitely be scolded. After updating normally for a few days in a row, I dare to flip through it. The most unexpected thing is to find that I actually have 3 leaders. This book can actually have a leader. I still want to say something. I'm sorry to the 3 alliance leaders. And the 500 helmsmen who fill up the fan list. In short, it's not that I suddenly realized it. I've always been very enlightened. It's just that I've been feeling emotional recently and felt that I should change a little, and then I tried to change. First of all, I plan to finish writing the rest of this book. Even if I don't update it on the same day, there will no longer be a few words in the anti-theft chapter. Of course, I will definitely update as many times as possible, and I will try to update twice or 3 times. I promise. In fact, I don't know how much is left. The reason for opening this book is that the previous one was banned. It's a pity that I decided to start all over again. Although the protagonist in the book has reached its peak, many of the things I imagined have not been written yet. In short, first of all, I sincerely say sorry to all the readers who have followed me to this day. Then, everyone, please watch my updates to see what happens next. Sincerely. Chapter 922. Do you want to act? The 2 girls who changed their names to Chen Xingwei and Li Yahu also felt Simon's slightly special gaze. Chen Xingwei held the cup in front of her and sipped it, and her eyes occasionally drifted over, reluctant to refuse but also to welcome. Li Yahu was much bolder and took the initiative to talk to Simon. Mr. Westeros, you speak Chinese very well. They were standing nearby when Simon was talking to Wei Kansi just now. The man's Mandarin was so clear and fluent that it was amazing. Simon smiled and said in Mandarin, "Your Chinese is also very good." Li Yahu was slightly stunned, and got the joke accurately, and chuckled, "Haha, Mr. Westeros, you are so humorous." The other girls who had been paying attention to this side heard the conversation between the 2 people and laughed. Having been robbed of the opportunity to talk to Westeros, Chen Xingwei reacted at this time, and laughed with the other women, and found a topic to talk about. Mr. Westeros, can I ask, what do we need to do when we arrive in the United States? Simon said, "Dance for me, just like just now." The women were all startled again, and their minds were different in an instant. The man in front of them spent so much time to pick them out, and most importantly, he also gave each of them an exaggerated salary of $100,000 a year, just to let them dance for him. This seems too easy, right? Chen Xingwei, who was also unconvinced, asked, "Mr. Westeros, is it just a dance?" After saying that, he immediately realized the error in his words and quickly added, "I mean, are you dancing just for you? Of course, I paid you to dance. It's impossible for you to dance for others, right?" Chen Xingwei hesitated and asked again, "But, you gave us, such a high salary." Simon glanced at the girls and saw that they all had hesitant or strange expressions. When they saw him looking at them, they looked like little rabbits being stared at by their prey, and obviously avoided his gaze. "Do I look like a good, oh no, a bad person?" After thinking for a moment, Simon simply said, "Since you think the salary is too high, Then work hard on your dancing. I will arrange for you to tour in Europe and America, which will help me earn some money. However, I want to remind you that performances in Europe and America are commercial, and the audience will only buy tickets if they think it is good. If the program you create is not good enough and cannot attract the audience, the scene will be very embarrassing. I will lose face and have to fire you. After Simon finished speaking, the girls were stunned, and some even exclaimed in a low voice, and then looked at the girl who had just started the conversation. Chen Xingwei didn't expect that her simple words would add a huge professional risk to all of their work. If the tour failed in the future, she would be the target of public criticism. She hurriedly tried to make amends. I didn't mean. Mr. Westeros, what I just meant was. At this point, Chen Xingwei was stuck. What she just meant was very clear. You can't just say that the salary is too high, Mr. Westeros, please reduce it for everyone. Saying this will still offend everyone. Fortunately, Li Yaohu's voice soon rang out beside him. Just act, Mr. Westeros, you like gathering the wild veggies just now, don't you? Yes. Well, since you like it, I think the people over there will definitely like it too. Chen Qing obviously didn't explain the origin of gathering the wild veggies to the girls, and Simon didn't explain it either, just nodded and smiled, of course. After chatting for a few sentences, various details between the behaviors and words, plus the memory of his previous life, Simon basically determined the personalities of the two women who were only 19 years old and as green apples. He preferred Li Yaohu's straightforwardness and confidence, and then looked at the other party's exquisite appearance that was almost the same as later, and suddenly he was moved and asked, Li, do you want to act? As soon as he said this, the girls looked over again. Simon Westeros, who is also a Hollywood tycoon, asked you if you want to act, which is no different from the Jade Emperor asking you if you want to be in the immortal class. Since the affiliated middle school of the Dance Academy, Li Yaohu has always been the most outstanding one, surrounded by stars. There were only 4 girls in their class who were selected to join the Oriental Song and Dance troupe. They should have been equally strong, but Chen Xingwei was pushed from the middle school attached to the Dance Academy to the Oriental Song and Dance troupe. Li Yaohu was the lead dancer in the troupe, but she could only be an ordinary supporting role in the crowd. At this time, hearing Simon Westeros ask this question, if it was any other girl, it would be fine, but it had to be the other girl, which made Chen Xingwei's eyes flash with some strong negative emotions for a moment. In order to cover it up, she had to lower her head, and the hand that was quietly tucked into the long sleeves of the dance dress was clenched tightly, and her nails pierced into the palm of her hand. Li Yaohu, who was already proud, felt the gazes of the girls around him. Even though he was always proud, he was still full of vanity at this moment. He raised his chin slightly and looked at the man. Of course I do. Seeing the girl's affirmative answer, Simon reached out and took out the book Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon that he had been carrying with him in recent days from the grid under the low table. He handed it to her and said, Hey, I'll give you 1 day to finish reading this novel. Tell me what you think tomorrow night. Remember to come from the back door in the middle of the night and knock 3 times. The other girls heard another joke in Simon's words that everyone understood, and laughed again in cooperation, but when they saw Li Yaohu take the book, there was obviously some other meaning in their laughter. Janet, who had been watching from the opposite side of the low table with a smile on her face, understood the origin of Simon's request for the jade from Wei Cancy, but she didn't understand what the girls were laughing at this time. She just rolled her eyes at him and said angrily, You think I don't exist? You knocked 3 times in the middle of the night. Simon grabbed Janet's hand on the low table and held it in his palm. He then said to Li Yaohu, I hope you can play the role you along in this book, but things are not certain, because you need to pass the director's audition. If you don't meet the requirements, you can only come back to dance for me. Of course, you have plenty of time, and you still have half a year to prepare. I think the first thing you need to do is to find an acting teacher. In the original version of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Zhang Ji's role as Yu Jialong was very brilliant. If possible, Simon would be happy to use her. Unfortunately, it won't work this time. It's not known whether the famous Class 96 of the Central Academy of Drama will appear again. Even if they find her now, Zhang Ji, who is still a rookie and not yet an adult, can't play the role at all. They can only change people. Li Zioran, who changed his name to Li Yaohu, is 19 years old this year. Although he is also young, both his real personality and the screen images in Simon's memory are very suitable for the role of Yu Jialong. Moreover, he was born as a dancer, so action scenes are not a problem. As for acting skills, after all, he is a dancer and often goes on stage, so it is not zero foundation. Intensive training in the next 6 months will be enough. What's more, Ang Lee is the kind of director who is best at training actors. Being stared at by so many envious and jealous eyes around him, Lee Yao-hu's vanity has increased a lot. He still boldly looks at the man in front of him. Mr. Westeros, don't you have the final say on this matter? Of course I have the final say, but if your performance is not up to standard and you mess up a movie, the loss is also mine. The budget of this project is $15 million, which is still a lot of money. $15 million is already a low-cost production in Hollywood. However, the girls around him naturally converted it into RMB, $120 million, which made them gasp. The Opium War is currently being filmed in China. In recent years, many city streets and warship models have been specially built for this movie, and the production cost is less than $120 million. Some girls thought in a very unpromising way that with such a large sum of money, who would still make a movie? It can't be spent in a lifetime. After chatting for a while and drinking tea, the girls were sent away from the terrace. Along the corridor next to the inner courtyard, we came to the third-floor courtyard, which is the residence of the girls of the National Style Art Troupe. Including the classical band, dance teachers, costume and makeup staff, etc., which are all composed of women, there are more than 160 people in total. Living in this courtyard is not crowded at all. Because the other courtyard is really big. The original area of the other courtyard 2 years ago was already 1 hectare, and it was expanded later. The entire hill is almost Simon's private property. The other courtyard is laid out in the style of classical gardens, with a total of 4 floors. It is not 4 entry. Instead, it has 4 layers that progress from the inside to the outside, presenting an elliptical pattern that occupies the entire hill. Simon's 5 courtyard in Beijing, including the attached garden, has a total area of only 5,000 square meters, equivalent to 7.5 acres, while this other courtyard currently covers an area of 2.5 hectares, equivalent to more than 38 acres. Let's just talk about the third-floor courtyard, where the members of the National Style Art Troupe live. The 2-story courtyard layout is 60 meters long and wide. The architectural style is not the simplicity and coldness of the northern courtyard, but the exquisiteness and elegance of the Jiangnan Garden. The total construction area of the square 2-story main building reaches 3,300 square meters. In addition to 50 standard 50-square-meter 2-bedroom and 1 living room suites, there are also restaurants, kitchens, libraries, entertainment rooms and other supporting facilities. Therefore, there are an average of 4 people in 1 suite, and there are still many vacancies. The Yingying and Yan'an returned to their residence, removed their makeup and changed their clothes, and it was almost noon in a blink of an eye. There was still some time before the lunch time at 12 o'clock, and everyone was doing their own things. Some girls who were familiar with Li Yao came to her room on the 2nd floor of the east wing of the courtyard, chattering about the book Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon that the other party had just received. Yahoo! I think the key is what Mr. Westeros said later. Li Yao generously let the girls pass the book around, and asked a girl named Yun Zijin, who retorted with a smile, "Why do I have to go to become a disciple in the middle of the night, and then learn all the skills like Sun Wukong and make trouble in the heavenly palace? What do you mean by becoming a disciple? It's so obvious that I'm going to sleep with you." The one who spoke was Zhu Yangshuli. People are very adaptable. After the list was finalized, under Chen Qing's mandatory request, the girls quickly got used to using each other's new names. Hearing Yu Yangshuli speak so bluntly, everyone immediately started to make a fuss again. Another girl said, yes, because Lady Westeros is here, Mr. Westeros can't point it out. If you don't even have this kind of look, you will definitely not get the role in the end. Xiaoming, you are really too dark. Don't call me Xiaoming, and, Yuzuinio, do you think your name is much better than mine? You said it yourself, better than you, that's enough, it doesn't matter. Wow, I'm going to fight you. Ahaha. Jing Xiaoming, don't scratch me, Yaoshio, come and help. Hit her yourself, touching her doesn't fit my elegant name Yaoshio. Are you showing off? It's too annoying, Zuaneo, let's beat her together. Okay. Li Yao watched the girls tangled and fell on the sofa in the living room. Worried that the book would be damaged, he grabbed the Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon and got up and went to the bedroom next door. There was only a big bed in the bedroom, but it was a room for 2 people. Of course, no one knew the evil intention of someone to make such an arrangement, and the girls had no objection. The suite here was many times better than many of them had lived in before. When chatting privately, some girls mentioned that the furniture in the suite was all mahogany. Although the design style was modern and simple, it was definitely not antiques, but it was definitely very expensive. Chen Xingwei, who had just not participated in the frolicking outside and ran to take a shower, was now sitting in front of the dressing table in a bathrobe and doing facial care. When she saw Li Yaohu coming in, she just glanced at her sideways and turned her eyes to the mirror in front of her again. Feeling the other party's abnormality, Li Yaohu opened his mouth slightly, but didn't say anything in the end. The 2 of them just happened to be selected into this national-style art troupe together. Because of personality differences and other reasons, they have never been very close. Putting the novel in his own cabinet, Li Yaohu thought about it and walked into the bathroom. When he came out, the person was gone. He paused, walked over to open his cabinet, and found that the book was still there. Then he sat down in front of the dressing table and began to do facial care seriously. This is the care training that the girls received after being selected by the National Style Art Troupe, including all kinds of expensive skincare products. Because this job requires frequent heavy makeup, which is very harmful to the skin, maintenance is very important. In fact, there was no such emphasis in the past, and they could not afford it. However, after becoming a member of the Westeros system, they have all the treatment that the Westeros maids should have. Maintaining the best appearance and figure at all times through various maintenance is both a benefit and a requirement. After the maintenance and changing clothes, it was time for lunch. Li Yaohu is proud and straightforward, but he is not stupid. He hesitated whether to go downstairs to have lunch with everyone. After all, what happened in the morning, even if it seemed to be a joke on the surface, would definitely arouse some jealousy. In the end, it was decided to go down later. Anyway, lunchtime will last until 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and it seems that there will be no performance tasks today, so it will probably be okay to eat after 1 o'clock. However, after hiding in the room and watching TV for a while, Wei Kanchi, who was also specially noticed by Simon Westeros in the morning, knocked on the door. Seeing her, he said, "Yaohu, why don't you come down to eat? I'm not very hungry, I plan to." Before he finished speaking, Wei Kanchi said, "Go down quickly, Miss Chen sent some delicious food, saying that it was a reward from Mr. Westeros. She is also looking for you, it must be about that, crouching tiger, hidden dragon thing. Miss Chen is naturally Chen Qing. In this case, I had to follow her downstairs. When I came to the restaurant downstairs, it seemed very lively. Several maids from the inner courtyard were distributing food to everyone. One of the roasted pigs was very eye-catching, the kind that made people drool. In fact, the catering standards of the art troupe are already quite high. Although there is very little meat in order to keep them in shape, the various fruit salads provided every day were unimaginable in the past, and many of them were imported. Seeing her appear, Chen Qing came over and took her to a corner of the restaurant, saying, "You can go back to Beijing in the afternoon. They will arrange acting courses for you. I have already contacted them. It is at the Central Academy of Drama. Next, you just need to concentrate on preparing for the movie." Li Yaohu agreed subconsciously, and then he reacted and hesitated a little, and asked again, "Well, Miss Chen, didn't Mr. Westeros say, tomorrow?" Chen Qing interrupted, "The boss was joking, you took it seriously. Then, next month, the United States. This is what she cares about most. Nowadays, people in China are fighting for an opportunity to go abroad. Who knows if there will be another one if you miss it. What's more, they also promised that you can directly become a citizen in the United States, so such an opportunity is even more precious." Chen Qing said, "The plan in this regard will not change. I will continue to arrange acting lessons for you when you get there, so you should also improve your English skills as soon as possible. In short, Yaohu, this is a rare opportunity, but you must also remember that this is just an opportunity, and the boss has not made any promises to you. Whether you can seize it depends on your efforts." The two discussed for a while, and Chen Qing sent the other party to eat. Just as they were about to leave, a woman who was obviously much older than the girls around came over. She looked to be in her 30s, but her appearance and temperament were not inferior to the green apples around her, but even better. Moreover, the woman was holding a little girl in her hand, who was delicate and delicate, like a doll. The woman stopped Chen Qing, looking nervous. Ms. Chen, I heard that Mr. Westeros didn't watch the Chu Yun I choreographed this morning. Yes, but he should watch it in the next few days, Chen Qing said, glancing at the little girl the woman was holding, and continued, Ms. Liu, you have been dancing for so many years and have won many awards. In addition, you are a national first-class actor, so there will be no problem for you to be a choreographer. I will discuss your wish to bring your daughter to the United States with my boss in the next 2 days, and there will be a response soon. Besides, this is just a small matter for the boss, so it's not a big problem. As Chen Qing said this, her gaze drifted over the woman again, and something different flashed in her eyes. Well, thank you, Miss Chen. The woman did not notice Chen Qing's abnormality, and did not dare to urge her. She said politely, and pulled the little girl beside her. Fanger, thank your sister quickly. The delicate little girl, who was as delicate as a doll, was instinctively a little timid in front of Chen Qing, but still obediently said, thank you, sister. Chen Qing stretched out her hand and pinched the girl's face, reminding her, remember to be good, don't run around here, it will cause trouble for your mother. The little girl gently agreed and leaned slightly towards her mother. Children's intuition is always sharper. The big sister in front of her is not as kind as she seems. The woman holding the child heard what Chen Qing said, and quickly assured, Miss Chen, don't worry, I will take good care of Fanger and will never let her run around. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 923 Taunting. On the same Saturday afternoon, a grand reception banquet was being held in a high-end hotel on the West Lake in Hangzhou, thousands of miles away from Yangshuo. The political and business circles joined forces. The reception target was the Apollo Management Company China investment team from the United States. There were 2 core guests, Jared Buckley, the head of the Apollo Management Company's China business department, and Lin Su. As for Leon Black, the CEO of Apollo Management Company, who was considered by many to be a bigger star, he had already returned to the United States. Moreover, the so-called investment inspection was not originally on the work schedule of the Apollo Management Company team's trip to China, because Lin Su followed someone and appeared on a certain news program with the longest life and the biggest star in China. This city is also Lin Su's hometown. Then, after some careful investigation, someone found out that the girl of the Lin family had become very successful without knowing it. She turned out to be Mr. Simon Westeros' assistant for Chinese affairs. Many of the schedules of this trip to China were arranged by Lin Su, and she also appeared in the news broadcast together with Westeros at a conspicuous distance of less than 2 meters. In this case, how could she ignore her hometown? Lin Su couldn't ignore it even if she wanted to. After all, it's not just her family. The relatives around the Lin family are all in the system. If you don't care, it's actually okay. But more importantly, if you care, a series of complicated relationships will benefit greatly. After all, this is the current trend in the country. With economic construction as the center, as long as you can attract investment, it is a real political achievement. If it is foreign investment, it will be an extra bonus. After several days of bombardment by phone calls and face-to-face lobbying, Lin Su, who is very entangled, finally mentioned it to Guy. The man was very straightforward, and through the Zhejiang enterprise data compiled by CERSI Capital China Economic Research Institute, to her. If you choose a company or project that satisfies him, you can invest. Otherwise, no deal. In fact, the information and analysis provided by CERSI Capital China Economic Research Institute are very detailed, and you can basically follow the map. However, things are not that simple. There are indeed many good companies, but others do not necessarily need your investment. Therefore, on the basis of choosing the right target, both parties need to have the intention to cooperate. This matter cannot be settled in a day or two. Lin Su still has a lot of work to do in Beijing, so she can only bring the Apollo Management Company's Chinese business department team and Chen Qing's small team to investigate and find projects. If they are successful, it can be regarded as a contribution to their hometown. As for Lin Su herself, she will return to Beijing in the afternoon. She took her father, who seemed to have a second spring, to socialize with a group of political and business leaders. No one forced Lin Su to drink, but she still drank until her face was flushed. Lin's father was even drunk and was helped out to rest in advance. It was not until after 1 p.m. that the banquet began to end. Lin Su, who was about to leave, found Jared Buckley and ran you again. The two people who will be in charge of the inspection and negotiation here are Jared Buckley and Ran Yu, a Chinese assistant that Chen Qing has a high regard for. Lin Su sat next to the two of them with a glass of red wine in her hand. She said, "Jerry, Sister Ran, I'll leave this to you. We'll be in touch at any time. If you have any questions, my father and others can also help." They both nodded. Ran Yu considerately replaced the red wine in her hand with juice and said with a smile, "Zio Lin, don't drink any more. What if? Oh, by the way, when will you and Chen Qing return to the United States?" Lin Su was not drunk. She understood that Ran Yu was actually trying to find out when Simon would leave. She shook her head and said, "I don't know either." Jared Buckley on the other side also said in fairly standard Chinese, "Lin, I have read a lot of corporate documents, and there are indeed many that are worth investing in. However, there should always be a direction. Can you tell me what specific requirements Mr. Westeros has? I don't want to make the wrong choice and leave a bad impression on the big boss. It would be nice if someone could give him clear requirements." Lin Su felt a little resentful, but she didn't show it. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Simon has always valued China's food and beverage industry. You know that. There are many similar companies in Zhejiang province. In addition, oh, and cars. Simon said that China's car market has great potential." Ran Yu, who has a round face and a mature and charming temperament, raised her eyebrows when she heard Lin Su's words. Simon said. Jared Buckley grasped another point. "Geely, Lin, have you also read the information of this company?" Lin Su was slightly stunned before nodding. She also understood why she suddenly thought of Simon's accidental words. In the past few days, she looked through the information and saw that a motorcycle production company called Geely in Zhejiang province wanted to enter the automotive field and was seeking cooperation. This should be an opportunity. Jared Buckley thought quickly for a moment and said, "This seems difficult to do. Chinese automobile companies usually choose similar companies for foreign cooperation, because automobile production cannot be achieved with only funds." At this point, Buckley seemed to be enlightened again, and he said quickly, as if he was talking to Lin Su or talking to himself, "However, the automobile companies in the Federation are not doing well now. They have no money and energy to invest in China. Therefore, the joint venture automobile market in China has been occupied by German and Japanese brands in recent years. This is our opportunity, and there is a lot of room for operation. At worst, we can directly dig a group of teams from General Motors or Ford, and we can also acquire technology. Moreover, Geely is a private company, which is also very beneficial to us. I really don't want to cooperate with Chinese state-owned enterprises." Ran Yu looked at a big foreigner who was over 1.9 meters tall and had a strong body. He was getting more and more excited and finally took out a notebook and wrote on the dining table. He couldn't help but turn to Lin Su. "What's wrong with him?" Lin Su smiled, tilted his head towards Ran Yu and whispered, "Foreigners are like this. In fact, to be precise, there are more crazy people on Wall Street." Although the series of Chinese projects she and Chen Qing were responsible for in the past 2 years were very outstanding, the Chinese business department headed by Jared Buckley beside her also achieved outstanding results. Just looking at his current proficient Chinese language skills, you can tell how much he cares about Chinese business. After giving her final instructions, Lin Su stood up and said goodbye to the leaders. Lin's father was drunk and unable to move, so Lin's mother Hening and sister Lin Lan saw her off together. In the car to the airport, the three of them sat together in the back seat, with Lin Su's 2 female guards from the Wei family sitting in front. After instructing her mother to ask her father to drink less, Lin Su held the hand of her sister who was about to get married, and said, "I may not be able to attend your wedding next month, but I have picked out a car abroad and am already processing the import procedures. It will be shipped back in time as a wedding gift." Lin Lan leaned on Lin Su intimately. "Sister, you have given me a house. What car?" Lin Su tilted her head to touch her sister lovingly and said, "BMW." Lin Lan was a little disappointed. "I thought it would be a Ferrari, like the one Li Xiaohu drove on Chang'an Avenue. That's a sports car, not suitable for daily use. Besides, both of you work in government departments, and it's not appropriate to drive such a conspicuous car. BMW is very good." Don't we have BMWs in China? Domestic. Lin Su paused, without saying much, just said, this model has not been sold in China yet. After listening to the conversation between the two sisters for a while, Lin's mother finally said, Xiao Su, what is your situation now, can you tell Mom? Lin Su could feel that her mother must have weighed the pros and cons for a long time before asking this question. After all, her family members were not stupid. She was a woman who went abroad on her own and became an assistant for Chinese affairs for a big shot like Simon Westeros in less than 2 years. Some of the possibilities were too easy to associate. Not daring to meet her mother's gaze, Lin Su lowered her head slightly, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Mom, anyway, I'm fine now. Lin's mother also took her daughter's hand and held it in her palm. She sighed softly and said, if you are not happy outside, come back any time. Don't pay attention to your dad. He only has 2 years left before retirement. It's too late to be obsessed with officials now. Even if he takes one more step, what can he do? Lin Su held her mother's hand in turn. Mom, don't say that about my dad. It hasn't been easy for him these years. It's easy for everyone. We should be content to live so well now, Lin's mother said, and then looked at Lin Lan on the other side. And you, don't ask your sister for things anymore. You are also a member of the system now. If you develop this habit, you will be unlucky in the future. Lin Lan retorted, I didn't ask for it. My sister bought it for me on her own initiative. Do you think I didn't hear you always talking about wanting a car in front of your sister during the Chinese New Year? Anyway, you have to walk your own path in the future. If you go astray or step on empty ground, your father and I can't do anything about it. And the Qin family, you think that if you marry into higher class, others will look up to you, but you will know the future yourself. Lin Lan was about to talk back, but she giggled and hugged her sister tightly. Originally, the Qin family looked down on me, but now that my sister is rich, of course it's different. No matter how powerful their family is, can they be on the news? Anyway, Qin Yusong's parents have been very nice to me recently. Yesterday, my future mother-in-law asked me what I needed for the new house and asked me to take time to buy it together. Humph, they looked down on me before, who knows what they will do in the future. Just like this time, the investment and political achievements my sister has brought in can't be given to others. It's useless to my father, but it's useful to me. I'll step on Qin Yusong's head first, and then get rid of Xiao Qin in the future. The little resources in Lao Qin's hands must be given to me, even if he doesn't want to. Lin's mother is obviously similar to Lin Su in temperament. Hearing her second daughter say this, she was angry and helpless. This time it's your sister who did the work, not you. What belongs to my sister is mine. Lin's mother raised her hand and hit her second daughter on the head. Is that what a human being can say? Lin Lan covered her head. I was born by you. Seeing that her mother was about to hit her again, Lin Su quickly stopped her and changed the subject. Mom, don't forget to give the gifts I brought back to Grandpa and Grandma in the evening. I don't have time to visit them this time. Please apologize to Grandpa and Grandma for me. Lin's mother nodded, and complained again. You have to leave in the morning or afternoon. Why are you in such a hurry? Today is Saturday. Can't you stay at home for one night? Lin Lan interrupted again. Mom, my sister is a big shot now. Then she was hit on the head again. Lin Su slightly curled her lips to protect her sister, and explained to her mother, I really don't have time this time. Well, I need to coordinate many things. Lin Lan immediately caught a flaw in her sister's words. Sister, who is he? Is it Simon Westeros? Feeling that her mother and sister were looking at her, Lin Su pretended to be calm. Yes, he is my boss. Lin Lan smiled and turned to her mother. Mom, maybe one day you will have a mixed-race grandson. Lin's mother pretended to hide her again, and Lin Lan quickly shrank back. Lin Su could only pretend that she didn't understand what her sister said. Fortunately, she drank wine at noon, and her face was ruddy, so it wouldn't show. Seeing her second daughter avoiding, Mother Lin looked at her own daughter again, thought for a while but did not ask any more questions. Then she remembered one thing. Xiao Dong called yesterday and talked about studying in the United States. Xiao Su, didn't you get it done? Hearing her mother mention this, Lin Su was slightly startled, but still nodded. Mom, I don't really want my brother to study abroad. Lin Lan was puzzled first. Why? So many people are crying and shouting to go to the United States now. Sister, it is enough for the Lin family in the political arena to have me to support it in the future. I think Adong and Axing should both go abroad to study. Mother Lin interrupted her second daughter again, holding her eldest daughter's hand tightly. Mom wants to say, since you think it is not suitable, don't bother him, and don't ask anyone for help for this matter. If Xiaodong wants to go to the United States, he can apply by himself. After all, he is a master's degree holder from Peking University. If he can't even get himself to study abroad, what a prospect. Lin Lan rolled her eyes and said to her mother, of course it's no problem for my brother to apply by himself. I think he wants to study abroad with that brandy, that's why he bothered my sister. Beijing University of Science and Technology, well, it's far worse than Peking University. What brandy? Her name is Bailan. I think that girl is pretty good. Lin's mother glared at her daughter again and said, I know what you are thinking. You look down on her because she comes from a working class family. Think about how you feel when you are looked down upon by the Qin family. Is this appropriate? Why is it inappropriate? If I am looked down upon by others, of course I have to look down on others too. Otherwise, I will suffer a lot. Mom, if you hit me again, I will hit my sister. Lin's mother was very disappointed. You are so snobbish. I am a snobbish, Lin Lan said, shrinking back and turning to her sister. In that case, sister, don't worry about the matter of going abroad. Xiaodong is going abroad by himself. It's just the right time to get rid of that girl and find a better one in the future. Lin Su could only nod slightly and listen quietly to her mother and sister continue to bicker. The two of them obviously ignored or misunderstood what she had just said. She didn't want her brother to study in the United States. It's not that she can't, but that she doesn't want to. She really doesn't want this to happen. As for the reason, Lin Su herself couldn't even tell. It was still related to someone. That guy seemed to like helping people get naturalization in the United States, just like her and Chen Qing, just like the girls of the National Style Art Troupe, and just like the high IQ teenagers recently collected in China. For many Chinese, this is a dream come true. After all, it's the United States. In the imagination of many people, this is heaven. However, just as his high-profile trip to China made her unable to figure out the reason, she couldn't figure out why he liked to do this. But one thing is certain. This is definitely not a very good idea, because, by chance, she heard Chen Qing pestering him about the progress of handling the procedures for the girls of the National Style Art Troupe to go abroad. She, who was also beside him, inadvertently noticed some fleeting sarcasm from the corner of his mouth. The seemingly inadvertent and faint sarcasm made her heart stab hard. He's a bastard. She has always been very sure of this. How can a bad guy do good things? She has no choice. But since it is what he likes to do, she must resist a little. At least, it involves her relatives, and she can't let him succeed. But, what should she do about this matter? The third brother Lindong graduated with a master's degree from Peking University this year. With the overseas study rate of Peking University students, even if she doesn't help, her brother can easily go abroad. The sister actually guessed correctly that the third brother just wanted her to help find an opportunity for his girlfriend Bailan to study abroad. However, she really doesn't want to do this. She even envies Chen Qing. She is much more opinionated than her. Her sister-in-law is restless and wants to dismantle her brother's marriage directly. After being suppressed by her father and failing to succeed, she is very strong and directly uses money to hit, promising her sister-in-law to give her a reward of 100,000 for giving birth to a child for the Chen family, directly turning the poor woman who is not very smart into a fertility machine. It is estimated that she will only focus on having children in the future. In addition, there is a supermarket opened by Chen Qing for her brother, which is also in the form of a loan to settle accounts between brothers and sisters. If she loses, forget it. If she makes money, she has to use the profit to slowly pay back her principal. Lin Su knew that this was the most reasonable way for adults to get along with each other. Even for relatives, in many cases, only by calculating things clearly can the affection last longer. But she couldn't do it. In order to let her sister stand up straight in her husband's family, she directly bought the best house in Hangzhou for her as a dowry. Now with a car, she is like a mother to her elder sister. Even including the third brother. The third brother called home, obviously wanting her parents to persuade her to help. Although her mother didn't do so, she persuaded her not to make things difficult for herself. But, in fact, when her brother came to beg her again, she found that she couldn't bear to refuse. Even if she didn't want someone to succeed, she probably had to help in the end. That is, I don't know if you will inadvertently show that hateful and sarcastic smile when he knows about this. Until she boarded the plane to Beijing, Lin Su was still struggling with this matter. Because she suddenly wanted to know what he was mocking. Are they the people who left their country? No. She could sense that he had never looked down upon them, so what was it? Even though she was curious, she did not intend to ask him directly, because she knew that she would probably not get an answer, or get an answer that she really did not want to know. In that case, this matter would probably be like many other secrets of his, with no result. Chapter 924, Only Lease, Not Sale. Arriving in Beijing, Lin Su did not continue to dwell on certain emotions. After getting off the plane at the capital airport in Shunai, he hurried to the nearby Chaobei riverbank. A site survey meeting was underway here. It involved a large number of cooperation agreements signed between the Westeros system and China on Tuesday, one of which was to build Ygritte's second Chinese data center in the Beijing area. Moreover, compared with the first data center in Shanghai, which will be officially opened in June this year with a final investment of $30 million, in order to show China's determination to promote the development of the information industry, the investment scale of the Beijing data center will reach $100 million. Whether it is $30 million or $100 million, the amount is very large when converted into RMB. However, compared with the large data centers invested and built by Ygritte in Europe and the United States, these two data centers are actually nothing. After Ygritte went public last year, it announced a plan to build 8 data centers around the world, with a total investment of $2.5 billion, and an average cost of more than $300 million for each data center. Of course, whether it is $30 million or $300 million, it is quite expensive. Therefore, at this stage, only a few large technology giants such as Ygritte can handle this important internet infrastructure, and Ygritte is the only data center in the world that uses relatively mature cloud computing technology. Other competitors either have no funds or no technology. Even a few of them have both. Seeing that Ygritte is already far ahead, they are inevitably discouraged. Lin Su actually thinks that this project is a bit too big. China's internet industry has just sprouted, and one data center in Shanghai is enough in the short term. Ygritte actually thinks so. Even if it agrees to build a second Chinese data center, the initial scale is only equivalent to the first one. However, China has investigated the scale of Ygritte's overseas data centers and feels that the investment of $30 million is too stingy. After all, a data center in Europe and the United States costs $300 million. How can it be 10 times different? So it was raised to $100 million. Like many other projects signed this time, the investment of $100 million, half of which is a low-interest loan provided by the Chinese government, the land is also given away for free, and a number of domestic large corporate customers who are expected to use this data center have signed contracts in advance under the matchmaking of the government. After working until the evening, I returned to the city. In the evening, I had to attend another social event. In recent days, a South African investment company quickly finalized a joint venture project with Beijing for the manufacture of engineering machinery involving an amount of $100 million. According to news from all parties, the agreement was reached largely due to the influence of Simon Westeros's trip to China. A large number of overseas capital began to pay close attention to China. South Africa was worried that competitors would intervene in this project, so it gave up some details that were still under repeated negotiation and decisively reached an agreement. This is a microcosm of the immediate stimulus effect of Simon's trip to China on the introduction of foreign capital into China. The contract was signed yesterday, and the municipal government held a celebration dinner today. South Africa expressed the hope that representatives from the Westeros system would participate. Simon Westeros was definitely not invited. Then, some other core executives who remained in China also refused, and none of them were invited. Where is South Africa? Okay. So it fell to Lin Su. Lin Su was not interested at first, but others hit the nail on the head, so she found her father to help lobby. As Simon Westeros's assistant for Chinese affairs, she could not give others face, but as a daughter, she could not give her father face. So she attended reluctantly. She was also asked to speak English throughout the dinner so that her South African friends would not suspect that she was just there to make up the numbers. So she went ahead. At first, she thought she was going to entertain a group of black people, but when she arrived at the dinner, she found that they were all white people, which was a bit surprising. And it was obvious that there had been sufficient communication in advance, so no one doubted her identity, and the other party did not rashly ask her to help introduce Simon Westeros or something like that. The dinner was quite pleasant. The banquet ended at 9 o'clock in the evening. Returning to the courtyard in Mauer Hutuang, Nanlua Guxiang, a girl named Jiang Shenwu and another waitress came out to greet them. Lin Su was used to this girl and her sister Jiang Yuanqi being inseparable, and now one of them was missing. She was a little surprised, and asked casually while walking to the inner courtyard, "Where's your sister?" Jiang Shenwu followed Lin Su and explained, "My sister went to the Central Academy of Drama. Mr. Elad Oichman is holding an exchange meeting there tonight. Well, a girl sent back by Sister Chen today wanted to take a look, so my sister went with her. The famous Central Academy of Drama campus is just over 100 meters away from this house." Lin Su also knew about Deutschman's arrangement for this exchange meeting, but she paid attention to another thing when she heard it. "What girl?" Jiang Shenwu said. "Her name is Li Yaohu. Mr. Westeros took a fancy to her in a movie and sent her back to receive acting training. Sister Chen also arranged for her to live here for the next few days." The first reaction was that someone was messing around again. Sour. Then I realized that I was wrong. If he wanted to mess around, why would he send the girl back? After thinking about it for a while, she realized that 100 girls were too many, and Chen Qing was the one who was mainly concerned about this matter. She only cared about the money, so she didn't remember what the girl named Li Yaohu looked like. She simply ignored it. She sent the two maids who had been following her all day to rest, walked through the deep courtyards, and came to the inner courtyard. Seeing Jiang Shenwu and the other two still following her, Lin Su said, "You should go and rest too." Jiang Shenwu did not leave. "Sister Lin, you are tired all day. Do you need my help to prepare the bath water?" Lin Su opened the door and entered the suite in the west wing, shaking her head and said, "No, I have something else to do." Jiang Shenwu took a step forward, but did not rush to follow her in. She just said, "Then, I will make a pot of tea for Sister Lin." The girl's attitude was earnest, and Lin Su hesitated a little but did not refuse. Jiang Shenwu sent away the other girl behind her, followed into the room alone, and walked to the small bar in the corner of the living room and started to work. This is a connected suite, which is actually a room shared by Lin Su and Chen Qing. The entrance is the living room, one side is the study, the other side is the bedroom, and there is a spacious private bathroom next to the bedroom. After entering the door, Lin Su turned to the study on the left, turned on the light, turned on the computer, and took out a stack of documents from the briefcase he brought in. As Simon's temporary assistant for China affairs, Lin Su needs to pass on the various work dynamics and some important documents of the Westeros system team here to him every day. In fact, it is equivalent to his eyes. He has no decision-making power, but he has to follow up and record everything. In ancient times, it was probably the role of the villain's supervisor. After a little sorting, Lin Su began to sit in front of the computer and type. After a while, Jiang Shenwu brought over a cup of tea in a fruit plate. Putting it quietly beside Lin Su, the girl hesitated a little and said, "Sister Lin, how about I stay here with you? This house is so big, it's empty at night, it might not feel good." After Simon left, the huge courtyard was left with only Jiang Shenwu and 7 other maids and Lin Su who lived here. In fact, there are also security personnel from the Westeros family, but they live nearby and monitor the surroundings of the mansion through the connected security system. In addition, the Chinese government attaches great importance to this courtyard. Even if the mansion is full of women, there will be no problem with security. It's just that it's really empty. You know, not to mention the queue next door, there were more than a dozen families living in the 5-entry courtyard here. I have been busy these days, and I rest quickly after work every day, so I didn't feel it. At this time, listening to Jiang Shenwu's words, Lin Su felt that it was really empty. Seeing that Lin Su did not refuse immediately, Jiang Shenwu said softly, "Sister Lin, I will sit outside to accompany you and will not disturb you." Lin Su paused and said, "Okay, you can watch TV outside." Jiang Shenwu showed a somewhat sweet smile, "Then I will turn down the volume a little. The room will be lively only when there is sound." Then she walked towards the living room outside. After a moment, the subtle sound of the TV came, which did not make people feel disturbed. Lin Su continued to be busy and received several calls during this period. Chen Qing called and talked to her about some work and Li Yaohu's affairs. There was also her brother Lin Dong from Peking University, who asked her if she was free tomorrow and wanted to have lunch with her. Tomorrow is Sunday, but she is not free. Knowing her brother's purpose, she thought about it and made an appointment in the morning, and said that she would send a cart to pick him up early. Then there are some other trivial things. Occasionally, she would pay attention to the girl in the outer room. Lin Su also knew that the other party was trying to get close to her. She was quite thoughtful, a bit like Chen Qing, but much worse than Chen Qing. Not bad enough. And she was not worried about the phone call being overheard. It was nothing important. If there was a problem, it must be someone's fault. After all, she was a maid of the Wei family. Lin Su knew how strict the selection of maids was. She was busy until 11 o'clock, finished the day's work summary, scanned some documents into electronic documents, and sent them to Yang Shuo by email. This was the end of the day's work. Seeing that she was done, Zhang Shanwu took the initiative to prepare the bath water. She was tired after a day's tiring, so Lin Su no longer refused. After changing into a bathrobe and entering the bathroom, the bathtub was already filled with hot water. Seeing that Zhang Shanwu had no intention of leaving, Lin Su sent her away. "Xiao Zhang, you can go and rest." Zhang Shanwu looked over, with a flattering expression on her face. "Sister Lin, do you want me to take a bath with you?" Lin Su was stunned. Zhang Shanwu and Lin Su looked at each other. Her face was beautiful, her eyes were like water, and her tone was soft. "Sister Chen likes it very much? Or, I can call my sister to come together, she should be back. Later, we can stay." The next morning, Lin Su almost ran away from the two girls who were still sleeping. Excitement, regret, uneasiness, guilt. There are so many. I don't even understand who took advantage of whom. Anyway, I must have lost my mind last night. If someone knows, I don't know how to punish her, because subconsciously I feel, and it is also a fact, that the women around him should be his. At some point, it was because of the strange thoughts of wanting to take advantage of him that she couldn't suppress the idea. She was in a messy mood. In the morning, she had dinner with her younger brother Lin Dong and his girlfriend Bai Lan, but she still couldn't harden her heart. Want to go abroad together? Go, go, go. After all, this is not difficult for her. After all, he is her brother. As for the evil thoughts hidden in a certain man, she is just a little woman who can't escape from him. How can she care so much? After finishing breakfast, sending off the two younger brothers, she forced herself to cheer up and start another busy day. In the morning, she discussed a cooperation plan with an English training school called New Oriental. This is a project that Simon gave to her and Chen Qin's small team. The investment was made in the name of Apollo Management Company, but it was actually directly controlled by the fund under the name of Westeros Company. The man became interested in China's vocational education industry last year, and New Oriental School was the first investment target after many investigations. Because it was only established for 3 years, it is not large in size, but has a good development momentum. There are also many problems. Equity disputes and infighting among management. Facing the contact from Apollo Management Company, New Oriental gave a very positive response, and then started formal investment negotiations. The framework has been basically finalized. Next, Apollo Management Company will redesign the corporate structure for the other party, and will also expel some restless executives by buying out shares to eliminate internal risks. At the same time, Westeros System will obtain 40% of the company's shares, so the funds provided will support the company's next expansion. After all, China is still in the period of going abroad, and the market demand for English training is huge. In the long run, it is to promote the company to go public. Lin Su followed up the project seriously, but she had her own opinion in her heart, and it was because of someone. It is said to be English training, but in essence, New Oriental is more like a professional overseas training institution. Someone indirectly supported such a company through Westeros Company, perhaps with the purpose of investment, but Lin Su still felt that someone had bad intentions. Go abroad. If all the talents go abroad, how can China develop? This is the most superficial possible intention of a guy that Lin Su can think of, but she always feels that things should not be so simple. After all, China really doesn't lack people, and many people who leave will come back. Yes, they will come back. In the afternoon, there was a meeting between the Leveson Group and the Hilton Group. This still starts with a series of agreements signed on Tuesday. The agreements signed by Simon on the second day of the public schedule of his trip to China on April 23 mainly include 5 major projects. The first, and the largest one, is the Leveson International Center construction plan, with an investment scale of $1 billion. The second is a cooperation agreement totaling $500 million between several major Chinese telecom giants and Cisco and AOL in the Westeros system in the procurement of Internet equipment and Internet technical support. The third is that Nokia is expected to invest $250 million in a large-scale manufacturing center integrating technology research and development and product manufacturing, located in Suzhou Industrial Park. The fourth is the restructuring consulting and IPO underwriting agreement signed by Apollo Management Company and First Boston Company with China Telecom, the predecessor of China Mobile, and the contract amount involved in the public data is $200 million. The fifth is the Beijing Data Center construction plan, with an estimated investment of $100 million. The total amount of the 5 major cooperations is $2.05 billion, which is about RMB 17 billion. The Leveson International Center is located at the intersection of Chang'an Avenue and Zizhan Road in Chaoyuan District, Beijing. It is only 6 kilometers away from the Forbidden City and only 1 block away from the famous China World Trade Center. It is expected to cover an area of 25 hectares and a construction area of 2 million square meters. Simon also knew that in the original time and space, this was exactly where the Wanda Plaza was later located. On the other hand, the investment scale, land area and construction area of the Leveson International Center are exactly twice that of the China World Trade Center Phase I, which is 1 block away. The China World Trade Center Phase I, which was built in 1985, covers an area of 12 hectares, has a construction area of 1.1 million square meters and an investment of $500 million. It seems that both have doubled, but there is a difference of 10 years in between, so it is not difficult to imagine how favorable the conditions are for the Westeros system. In addition, Leveson International was not developed next to the China World Trade Center, but 1 block away, and it is obvious that China has the intention to appease the Malaysian Guo family behind the China World Trade Center. If this project is not too significant, there will be no second large commercial center in this area in the short term. Because the functions are similar, it must mean competition. It is conceivable that China will certainly have more appeasement and compensation behind the scenes in order to dispel the grudges of Chinese businessmen in Southeast Asia. This is a digression. The estimated development cycle of Leveson International Center is 6 years, with 2 years for design and relocation, and 4 years for formal development and construction, and it will be completely completed in 2002. However, according to the development progress, it is expected that some buildings will be put into use one after another around 2000. A commercial center with a large investment scale is not something that ordinary people imagine can be started after planning. Instead, it is necessary to attract investment in advance and lock in some important customers in advance, including collecting part of the deposit, etc. Some project plans must be adjusted according to customer requirements, so as to avoid risks to the greatest extent. Otherwise, millions of square meters of building space will be completed, but no one will move in. It will be a laughingstock, and the huge losses are something that no one can bear. Like the Beijing data center, China has already matched a number of important corporate customers in advance, but the rest will have to be recruited by the Westeros system itself. Therefore, in addition to some of the Westeros system's own companies that will move into the Leveson International Center in the future, it is also negotiating with various other customers. After all, it is impossible for Simon to move all the Chinese subsidiaries of the Westeros system to Beijing. The estimated 2 million square meters of building space is too much for any one company to take up. One of the clear intentions is Hilton Hotel. The famous luxury hotel group settled in Leveson Center, which will also become an important symbol in the future. Of course, Hilton Hotel Group still adopts the leasing method. The entire Leveson International Center will only be rented and not sold in the future. Just kidding, Simon must be crazy to sell the prime property on Chang'an Street at this time. Even if he wants to sell it, he has to wait for more than 10 or 20 years. By then, not to mention the huge rents that have been collected for many years, the value of the property itself will definitely be more than dozens of times the current value. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, Subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.